This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com, and I am live with former Olympian and legendary wrestler Ken Patera. How are you doing today, sir?
Very good. It's a pleasure being with you. We've never met, so this is the first for both your podcast and informal introduction by Slick Nick.
Yes, hopefully I'll run into you in person one day, but we're up here in Canada and they still have the lockdown going on here with the borders closed.
Well, if the Democrats down here had their way, they'd shut this place all the way down too.
Yeah. Where are you based out of now? Still Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota. I live on the east side of St. Paul, about 10 minutes from Wisconsin.
Have you avoided the riots that went on there a couple months ago?
I was 15 minutes from there.
Okay.
But on the Interstate 94, runs right through my neighborhood. And yeah, that was about 15 minutes. And they just got, I have a friend of mine that's a cop. Well, he's a state trooper. He told me the whole thing. It's all a bunch of BS. Yeah.
I bet you never would have imagined things would get that bad there.
No, not Minnesota. They refer to themselves as Minnesota nice.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah. I said, well, that nice is out the window.
So you were obviously known as a weightlifter before you became a wrestler. How did you get into weightlifting?
Well, I was a shot putter. And to improve my shot putting and discus throwing, I started lifting weights. And, you know, I dabbled around with barbells and dumbbells since I was 10 years old. And by the time I was 17, 18, none of the coaches back in those days believed in lifting weights. They says, well, Patera, you keep lifting those weights, it's going to make you muscle bound. You won't be able to throw the shot. You won't be able to play football. You won't be able to do anything. You'll be just a big, stiff guy. And of course, I've been accused of being stiff in the ring, too. But, yeah, that's how I got started, just trying to improve myself.
Did you have a trainer teach you how to do all the lifts properly, or did you just kind of throw yourself into the competitions?
Well, this is the funny thing. When I was 18, the gym I was at was Sam LaPrinzi's gym. It was just a small gym, real nice, so in Portland, Oregon. It was the only gym in Portland, Oregon. That's 1961. And so there was 7 or 8 professional wrestlers that used to come in there every week, when they were off the road. And they all came over there. Sam had a beautiful gym, spotless. He had all the equipment. He had a steam room, which the wrestlers spent more time in the steam room than on the weightlifting floor. So that gave me more room. But anyway, there was this guy, Herb Freeman, from, I think he was from Brooklyn, New York. And he was wrestling professionally and going to chiropractic school. And he saw me messing around with some barbells one day. And he came over and says, Ken, I used to do the Olympic lifts. As a matter of fact, I placed third in the nation one year. That was back in the 50s. So he taught me how to do the Olympic lifts. At that time, it was clean and press, military press, 2-hand snatch, and 2-hand clean and jerk. And nowadays, they only have the snatch and clean and jerk.
And you were the first person to lift 500 pounds above your head from the United States? Yeah.
As a matter of fact, excuse me, I had this bad habit of chewing Copenhagen, but I like the habit. But yeah, it was 1969. I think it was December 14th. I went up from Portland. That's where I grew up. And I went up there with some friends. And there's a weightlifting meet right out of Seattle, Everett, Washington. And that's where Boeing aircraft manufacturing is. So it's a beautiful little community. And we were up there, and I was feeling my oats that day. I'd never cleaned 500 pounds before. And in the gym, I've done, 490, 495. I had a couple of attempts at 500, but always missed it. So here we're in a regional weightlifting contest, and I called for 500 pounds. Well, that was a world record. The world record at that time was 486 by Bob Minarski. I think he's from New Haven, Connecticut. So anyway, boom, I clean it like there's no weight on the bar. 500, weighed 503 and a half. I stood up, jerked the weight overhead. The problem is I didn't get credit for it. There was a little technicality. You had to have 3 international certified judges, judging the contest. Only 2 showed up. I was so mad. Anyway, they submitted it, but we got turned down. And that was the first time 500 pounds had been lifted and put overhead by anybody.
Wow. At what point in time did Vern Gagne start sponsoring you?
That came in 1971. My oldest brother, Jack Patera, he wound up being the first head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. And but in 71, he was defensive line coach for the Minnesota Vikings. And of course, Vern Gagne, his old AWA was based out of Minnesota. So I went back to visit my brother, and I was coming from, was that in 1970? It's either 70 or 71. They had the World Weightlifting Championships in Columbus, Ohio that year. So on my way back to Portland, I stopped in Minnesota to visit my brother and his family. He says, "What do you want to do after the Olympics?" Because he knew I wanted to go to the Olympics. That was been a dream of mine since I was 10 years old. And I told him I'd like to be a professional wrestler. And he says, "Well, why is that?" And I said, "Well, the gym I go to, Sam LaPrinzi's." "Oh, yeah, I remember going to Sam's." I said, "Well, there's 7 or 8 wrestlers in there all the time. They're in there every week." And one of them, Herb Freeman, was an Olympic lifter from New York. And they encouraged me to become a wrestler, when I was through with my amateur career, because I was still throwing the shot put for the 68 Olympics. And then in 72, I was 99.9% weightlifting. But I dabbled around with the shot put too, and I wound up 4th in the world. So I said, well, hell, I'll go to the Olympics in the shot put and weightlifting. Nobody had ever doubled that before. I missed the Olympics in shot putting by a 1/4 inch. A guy from California by the name of Dave Maggart, he wound up being the head athletic director out there after his career was done. 1/4 inch. I was so pissed off. He'd never beat me in his life. Then I find out I had never taken any steroids at that time. I did later on. But he went from like 62 feet to almost 65 feet. And that's right where I was, consistent at. He was consistent at around 62 feet, 3 feet less. Well, he pulled one out of his butt that day, beat me by a 1/4 inch. And the reason he went to the Olympics instead of me. They take the top three places in each event. Doesn't matter if it's a 100-yard sprint or high jump or pole vault or weightlifting or, well, no, weightlifting takes one, but in track and field, they take the top three in each event. And so I'm sitting on the sidelines again. I said, hell with this. And I just concentrated on weightlifting from 68 to 72. And but getting close to the Olympics again, that old bug got back in my system. I says, well, maybe I get back in the shot put and the weightlifting. Well, yeah, I pulled some serratus muscles on my side, and that blew that. So I just, like I say, I just concentrated on the weightlifting after that.
How was your experience over in Germany for the Olympics?
Oh, wow. That Germany's a beautiful place. Everybody smokes cigarettes and drinks beer, but the place is spotless other than that. And everybody knows Germany. The people in Germany are, I call them warriors because they're that Germanic race has something in their system that they have to conquer. And so they're always, up until the Second World War, they were always in some kind of battle, with their neighbors or, with us. We kicked their ass, though. And after that, they learned their lesson. But I love Germany. Yeah, but when I went over there, my knee was the size of a football. I had so many stupid little nagging injuries. I couldn't believe it. I said, what the hell's going on here? So I get to, we went over 12 days before, no, 14 days before I was supposed to compete. My knee from an old injury 2 years prior blew up like a football. Well, our American doctors were too busy attending to the basketball players. And I couldn't believe I go into the athletic rehab area, and there's a basketball player on every bench, every table, had everything tied up. That went on for 3 days. I said, hell with this. I went over to the West German athletic facility. They said, oh, yeah, Ken, yeah. They love weightlifting. They like big, strong people. We'll take care of you. They had me go see their head doctor, their head therapist. And he worked on my knee, worked on my back, and I felt like 90% after a week of that. And so I'm warming up for my competition at the Olympic weightlifting hall. And I was myself and Vasily Alexiev from Russia, big fat Russian. Everybody remembers Alexiev. So we're all in the same warm-up area, And I strained that knee again, and oh my God, I couldn't believe it. And anyway, I wound up winning a bronze medal in the military press. And then the snatch came along, and my knee was so swollen that I couldn't hit a low position. And I only started with 374. I'd done 402 in practice. So it was well within my means. Some people say, when you started with the snatch, you started too heavy. I said, no, I didn't start too heavy. I started too late. And when I snatched the weight, you like to have enough weight to push you down. Well, 374 wasn't enough weight to push me down. And so I was hitting like a middle position, lots of weight behind me all 3 times, out of the competition. I says, wow, shot put, weightlifting, I'm not made for either one. So out I go. And I'd been working with Vern Gagne at the time, and he was sponsoring me, $100 a week. Of course, if the Olympic Committee had found out that I was getting 100 a week from somebody, they would have kicked me out of the Olympics. That amateur sports back in those days, that's how it was. So everybody, all the top competitors were getting money. You can't do Olympic sport at a world caliber level without being sponsored, because you have to train all the time. And they said, well, how many days a week did you train with weights? I said, 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday, I did stretching because flexibility for Olympic lifting is one of the foremost things you have to do. You have to be flexible and limber, believe it or not. A lot of people think that they see these big bulky guys on TV, lifting these huge weights. Those guys are like gymnasts, believe it or not. And because you have to be flexible. You have to be a real athlete in order to do the Olympic lifts.
At what point in time did you meet Ric Flair? Because I think you were still a weightlifter the first time you met him, from what I understand.
Yeah, Vern Gagne said, Ken, if I'm going to sponsor you, I'd like you to move back here to Minnesota and train here so we can, keep tabs on you, see how your progress is going and stuff. So I moved from Portland, Oregon back to Minnesota because my brother, he defensive line coach for the Vikings. And so everything worked out. So Vern's giving me $100 a week. And he had a doctor there that took care of all my aches and pains and everything, with cortisone shots. Well, especially my knee. A few years later, about 5-6 years later, here comes the doctor report, especially on football players. Football players were getting cortisone injections in their knees and in their back and their shoulders, elbows, everything. Well, the problem with cortisone, it dissolves your tendons and it leaves pocks on your bone structure. And nobody knew that. Well, when I'm all done lifting weights, I start wrestling. And after about 15 years of wrestling, I started having all kinds of injuries, for really no reason. I popped the tendons off both elbows, tricep tendons, and had to have them surgically repaired. Then I wound up having 6 operations on my left knee and 2 on my right knee. And then I dislocated my left shoulder, which I have a complete shoulder replacement now. I've had it done twice because the bones just, were disintegrating. And from that damn cortisone. And so if anybody's listening that needs a cortisone injection, take it easy. 1 or 2 is all right, because all cortisone does is get rid of the inflammation in the joint and the soft tissue around it. It doesn't heal anything. It destroys, if anything. So just a little bit of advice. You ever have a cortisone?
I had a couple in my shoulder for tendonitis at one point in time. But that's good to know for sure. So as far as being Ric Flair's roommate, what was that experience like?
Well, I was back there after I moved back there because Vern wanted me to. I was talking to my brother. I said, here, I'm a young guy, 25 years old at the time. I said, Vern or Jack, I said, are there any bars around here that, with nightlife and whatnot? And he says, he wasn't going to any bars. He was married and had 5 kids. And he says, I think over on Excelsior Boulevard, you'll find a bunch of bars over there. nightclubs, and I hear that's the hottest area in the Twin Cities to hang out at night. So I just drove over there on a whim, and I'm looking at these bars, and I see one called George's in the Park. I said, that looks interesting. It was a big place, a big nightclub with live music and whatnot. And I go in there, and I asked the guy at the door, the doorman, I said, you guys have a cigarette machine? He says, yeah, it's right over there. So I go over there, take my 50 cents out, 50 cents a pack back in those days. And I put it in the cigarette machine, pull the lever, here comes my pack of cigarettes out. Then I stood up, and the guy standing there by the cigarette machine, he says, I hate to bother you, but are you Ken Patera? I said, yeah. He said, I saw you on the Wild World of Sports 2 weeks ago. I said, yeah. And he says, oh my God. He said, what are you doing in here? I said, well, we all have to be somewhere. And here we are. Well, to make a long story short, after a while, Rick and I became real close friends. And we started thinking about getting a place to live together with a couple other guys, a couple bartenders. And so one thing led to another. We rented a house in South Minneapolis, right off of 35E, the freeway that runs from Duluth all the way down to Brownsville, Texas, I think. It's the longest freeway in North America at that time. I know there might be something longer now. But so we rent this house, the four of us. Well, Rick was always a party guy. When Rick got into wrestling, I told Rick, I said, wrestling was made for you, Rick. And we were living together, and he kept bugging me about meeting Vern Gagne. I said, as soon as I get back from the Olympic Games, Rick, next year, I'll take you down to meet Vern Gagne and see if we can get you in the training camp. So anyway, prior to that, I talked to Vern about Rick. And I told him, I said, Rick Flair, he knows your son, Greg, and Jumpin' Jimmy Brunzell. Brunzell was playing football for the University of Minnesota. And he says, oh, yeah, well, I'll ask my son, Greg, about Rick. So Greg says, yeah, he'd be great to come to wrestling camp. Well, Vern says, well, there's only one problem. We already have 5 guys. We have Greg Gagne, Jimmy Brunzell, Ken Patera, a guy that played pro football for the Dolphins, and what else? Broncos. Yeah, his name was Bob Bruggers. And we have another guy from Iran, kind of a skinny guy. His name's Khosrow Vaziri. But he was in the '68 Olympics down in Mexico City. And so that's the 5 guys, you know. I don't know if we have room for a 6th. Anyway, after about 2 weeks of asking Vern practically on a daily basis, will you please just, you know, I'll bring him down to the office here and you talk to him, interview him, and see what he's up to. And he said, okay. Well, Rick was 2-time amateur state champion over in Wisconsin, but he grew up in Minnesota. He got kicked out of public school in Minnesota, so his parents were fairly wealthy. His father was a doctor, so they sent him to a boarding school over in Beaver Falls, I think it was, Wisconsin. So I think he even got kicked out of there, but he did get a degree, high school degree. He was a wild man his whole life. He just has that boundless energy, you know, always wants fun. And he was the type of guy that needed attention on daily basis. And the more, the merrier. And so we were training together. And then, of course, Vern started the wrestling camp when I got back from Munich. That was, I got back the end of September. And so we started that wrestling camp the 1st of October. So we went October, November through the first couple of weeks in December. And our first matches were December 17th. And I wrestled another Canadian, my first match, Rene Goulet. You remember Rene?
Yes, he was
Yeah.
an agent too in WWE, I think.
Yeah. He always walked around with that riding crop. You know, that people that ride horses, they'll have that whip. They call that a crop. And he walked around there. He'd always smacking people all the time. He was a wild man too. But that's how Rick and I got started.
I've heard Sergeant Slaughter tell a story that he showed up when Rick and you were doing the camp, and he claimed that he stretched Billy Robinson and stretched Rick and basically humiliated everyone in amateur wrestling. Is that just Sergeant Slaughter telling stories?
No. Now, I don't remember him wrestling Rick, but the day him and Billy Robinson got into it, I wasn't there. But that's what I heard. And then Bob backed. I asked Bob, and he says, yeah. And I said, well, good for you, that fucking Billy Robinson, that asshole. Because the Iron Sheik, I mean, he was an Olympic wrestler, legit. I mean, this guy was a tough bastard. The problem was he only weighed 180 pounds. He wrestled in the 181-pound class. And he was just, you know, he was like 6 feet tall, but he's skinny. But real wiry. He got really strong, though, because he was a Greco-Roman guy. That's all upper body strength, you know. And so Billy Robinson, we're all taking turns getting down in the, you know, you know, you get down on your knees and you put your arms out, and then one guy gets on top of you. You know, that's how amateur wrestling starts the match. And then the guy underneath tries to escape. So you know, we all go through there. So the Iron Sheik is the last one. So he's there. So Billy tells him just to lay flat. And because he wants to turn him over. Well, Billy couldn't turn him over. Here's a guy, 180 pounds. Then Billy got pissed off, frustrated, and then dropped a knee right into the Sheik's hip when he's down on the floor and relaxed. Oh, just, God, man, put a big knot. And we're all sitting there. I mean, we were shocked. I said, what the hell is that? I said, Billy, what'd you do that for? He just, you know, he's a smart ass, you know. Anyway, so the Sheik gets up damn near in tears. I mean, that hurt, you know, having somebody do that to you. And anyway, Baron von Raschke, he was a legitimate NC2A champion from Nebraska. And, you know, heavyweight division. I think he weighed 270 in college. He's a big, raw boned farmer type, you know. And so I told Baron that what Robinson had done to the Sheik. He says he's a cheap shot artist. He said, no way Billy Robinson can beat anybody that knows anything about amateur wrestling. And of course, Robinson he was what they call a hooker. If you give him your arm or leg or something like that, then, you know, he can break it. You know, he knows all the leverage points and everything. So he taught us all that wrestling stuff, you know, hooking, they call it, and showed us all how to break fingers, break arms, break legs, you know. And so we all had very well-rounded professional wrestling coaching from Billy Robinson. Then Vern Gagne used to come out and work with us. Don Morocco used to come out, and a few other wrestlers, And so it was a hell of a camp. Then they'd run us up and down this old riverbed that was all dried out and full of rocks and everything, 10 below zero, out on his farm. Oh, Jesus Christ, that beat the shit out of us, And I weighed 310 pounds, and he's running me like a goddamn marathon runner, somebody that weighed 140 pounds. And so and Rick too. Rick was like 280, and then Jimmy Brunzell was 200. Greg Gagne was 170. Cosgrove was 180. Bob Bruggers, the football player, he was always in shape. He was from Western Minnesota too. He was All-American and everything. So we had a hell of a camp.
Tony Smith is wondering if you have any memories from working for Sam Mushnick in St. Louis. I know you were the Missouri State champion at one point.
Yeah, I was the only one to hold the Missouri State championship and the Intercontinental Championship from the WWF at the same time. And Sam Mushnick, I love Sam. He was a politician. I mean, he was a diplomat, he was like Vince McMahon's father. And they give you a handshake, no contracts, none of that bullshit, What they told you was, they back it up with their word. And everything was perfect. And Sam gave me all kinds of opportunities, paid me top dollar. Because he loved the fact that I had been in the Olympics, and I was a good performer. I put warm seats in or warm butts in the seats. We had a lot of sellouts down there at Kiel Auditorium. And another guy that actually prevented me from dropping out of wrestling was a guy by the name of Paul Bosch. He ran Houston, Texas. And I went to Paul back, I think it's my second year in the business. I said, Paul, I just came down here from Minnesota, Vern Gagne. He said, I'd be doing pretty good down here, but the territory's down, attendance is down. And, I'm just not making enough money. I said, I could go back to Minnesota and drive a beer truck and make the same money. And he started laughing. He said, Ken, don't do anything that you might regret later. He says, I'm going to take care of you down here. And Fritz Von Erich up in Dallas, he's going to take care of you. Joe Blanchard, Telly Blanchard's dad, he's going to take care of you over in San Antonio. Don't worry about a thing. Within 2 or 3 weeks, instead of making $650 a week, I was making $1,300 a week, double. And that's just because I spoke up. If I hadn't spoke up and stood my ground, I'd still be at that $650. Well, it costs you $300 a week to make it, hotels and gas and everything. Gas was only 40 cents a gallon back in those days. Hotel rooms were only, 15. Sometimes if you're scrounging around, you get a hotel room down there in Texas for $10. But then, I like to drink beer. I like to eat. And so it's about $300 a week road expense. Hell, that when I finished up in the WWF, average daily expense on the road was like $250 to $300 a day. So, 16 years later. So
the next 4 questions are actually from Billy Graham, who I'm friends with. I told him I was interviewing you, and he had these questions for you. He said he remembered driving you to the hospital for your tricep injury, and he would like to know if you ever got that fixed.
Oh yeah, yeah. Here, I don't know if you can see it. See that scar? Let's see, it runs from here all the way down through the elbow and into the ulna. That's the bigger bone in the forearm. What happened? We were doing a TV shoot there in Madison, and I had flown in, so I didn't have a car. Billy had driven over to Madison, I think from Minnesota. So, and there's nobody around. The ambulance, there's always an ambulance at the TV uh, shows because you do 3 matches every night for TV. So anyway, I'm in the ring with this kid. I pick him up to give him a push slam, shot put, which I've done 1,000 times. Anyway, something happened. I pushed him out, and my arm came down and hit me in the top of the head. And it just stayed there. And my elbow, I saw my elbow was as big as a softball. And I said, oh my God, what the hell did I do now? So Billy drove me to the hospital, and the doctor examined me over there. It was like midnight. And he says, I think you have ruptured your tricep tendon. And so anyway, I called the doctor the next morning, and this Dr. O'Phelan in Minneapolis. He's an orthopedic surgeon for the Vikings and the Minnesota Twins at the time. And I'd known him. As a matter of fact, he was the doctor for the Olympic team over in Munich in '72. So he looks at me. He says, Ken, I got bad news for you. You might not be able to straighten your arm out anymore. And he says, I'll do the operation. He says, this will be my last operation. He says, I told you on the phone, I said that I quit surgery almost a year ago, but I'll do this for you. I mean, I was begging. He was the top surgeon in the country. So he, fixed it. What they had to do, the tendon had popped off back here, off the tricep muscles, and it came all the way up here, the tendon. So they had to open me up and pull that tendon back down to here. They drilled a hole in the ulna and inserted that tendon through that hole and then stapled it. Talk about an operation. There's 350 internal stitches and about 100 staples on the outside to close up the surgical wound. And I walked around. I had a leather brace on for, God, 4 or 5 months because he told me, he says, Ken, if you accidentally pop that tendon off again, he said, you're going to walk around the rest of your life with a chicken wing. That's where your elbow's at a right angle to your body. I said, well, I don't want that. Today, I have more flexibility in that right elbow than I do in my left elbow after all that. So I made the right decision.
He also wanted to know your memories of doing the weightlifting competitions with the fake plates.
Yeah.
He was having back issues at the time. He couldn't lift the real plate.
Yeah. Yeah. What we did, he said, we need some fake plates, Ken. I said, what do you mean fake plates? He says, well, I'm all screwed up. He says, I can't, to make this thing realistically, we're going to have to put the equivalent of 450 pounds on the bar, at least 450. I said, well, yeah, I can do it, So anyway, a friend of mine there in Minneapolis was a tool and die maker. So I called him and I told him what our situation was, that we needed some aluminum plates or wood plates. He said, well, aluminum just to make the casting would be, $2,000-3,000. I said, how about the wood? He said, I have a woodworker friend of mine that can put a piece of wood on the lathe and make it look just like a regular plate, steel plate. He said, how many do you need? I need 4, 2 for each side. Then we'll use 4 real plates. So we started this thing off in Minneapolis. I'd get the weight up here, and then Billy, he'd throw chalk in my face and punch me. I'd fall over, and just before I hit the mat, the bar is here. Now I'm going down. I take the weight and I push it up over my head. So when I landed on my back, the weight would land on the mat instead of on my face. And so one day, it's the 3rd or 4th time we did this. We're in Chicago at the old amphitheater in Chicago. And there were some weightlifters in the front row. And they came exclusively to watch me and Billy do this weightlifting. Well, when the guys that were loading the plates onto the Olympic bar, they'd put a real plate on, then they put a wood plate on, and they put another real plate on. Well, when that real steel plate hit the wood plate, they go thud, So the guys at ringside, there's 5 or 6 of them. They have a bunch of smart alecks. So then we go up to 4 plates, and we put that steel plate on again, hit that wood, go thud, instead of steel on steel, steel on wood. They all jumped up from their seats and they're yelling, "Those are wooden plates. That's all fake bullshit." I looked at them. I said, "Sit down, you fucking assholes." I don't think Billy said anything. And so then we did the same thing, got over like $1 million. We had 15,000 people in the building that night. And, we came back, I think in a lumberjack match or something, sold the place out again. So it was a hell of an angle.
The other thing he wanted me to ask you about was, I guess he was training with you for the tire throw for the world's strongest man. He wanted to know if you remembered that.
Yeah. I won the tire throw in the world's strongest men contest. I did the first one, then Billy did, it was 2 or 3 after that, where he did his. It was upstate New York at the Playboy Club. Hugh Hefner was trying to get that thing opened up for gambling and stuff, but that never went through. So the TV network had it up there. Me and my girlfriend at the time, we went up. And of course, we knew a lot of guys on the TV crew. And my buddy Bruce Wilhelm, that won the world's strongest men contest the first 2 years, he was up there doing some announcing for him. And so Bruce got us a room that the TV people had rented. So we're up there, having a good old time, party time, USA. Didn't cost us a dime. And Billy, I think Billy won a couple of events. I don't remember which ones. But when I did it, I talk about bad backs. I had screwed my back up working with Bobby Backlund in Boston Garden. And I took a bump over the top rope and landed on the ring apron and threw my back out. God, the 2 weeks before I competed in the world's strongest men contest. And so they had 10 events. I was only able to do 5 of them. I was competitive in 5. The other 5, I just went through the motions and wound up placing 3rd. The Bruce Wilhelm won it, a football player from the St. Louis Cardinals, Bob Young. He was a big weightlifter. You probably remember Bob or maybe his brother. You know, well, Bob's passed away now. I don't know how old his brother would be, but he was a hell of a power lifter. And yeah, we had pretty good times. I remember all that shit.
The other thing he wanted me to bring up is you already brought this up. You said you took a bit of steroids, but he said you never really took that much and you still had like natural strength.
Yeah.
Is that right? You were just kind of born with pretty good genetics?
Yeah, I was very fortunate. I was never a believer in injectable steroids or pills. I just couldn't force myself to get on a regimen, you know, on a daily routine of steroids. So, you know, I'd take steroids like twice a week, and then I'd forget to take them for the next week or two. And I says, and Bruce Wilhelm, the guy I mentioned earlier, he'd call me all the time. As a matter of fact, I still talk to him 2-3 times a month. He lives out in California, and he'll call me or I'll call him. He says, Ken, yeah, when I was taking the steroids for the Olympics, and he said, you remember to take your steroids? It was called HANNIBAL. It was a little blue pill, but it was really strong, but it was toxic too if you stayed on them for too long or if you took too much. And shit, you know, I'm a young guy, you know, I didn't want to, you know, screw myself up. So, you know, even sometimes deliberately, I'd go off them for, you know, a month or two at a time. And I went on cycles. I had 3 cycles every year for 6 weeks. I'd take steroids for 6 weeks, and I wouldn't take anything until 6 weeks before the next contest. You know, let's say I would take them for 6 weeks before the national championships, and that not the first 2 championships, the last 2 championships. I was in 4 altogether. I would do 6 weeks, have the meet. Then I wouldn't take anything until the next contest, might be the World Weightlifting Championships. And then I'd take 6 weeks again. And then let's say in the spring, I'd have a regional meet and I'd do 6-week cycle again. Everybody else in that weightlifting team just stayed on the steroids 24/7. And it didn't matter if they were 148-pound class or 198-pound class. And, you know, they knew my regimen. And they said, Patera, God, you could be lifting so much more if you just, you know, do what we do. I mean, we had 148-pound guys military pressing, 360, 370. You know, I mean, that's back in those days, that was ridiculous. I mean, they do it now. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. You know.
A lot of the fans wanted me to ask you if you could tell us your version of events that happened with that McDonald's incident, because there's so much folklore out there for the years about what happened.
You know, you do 1,000 good things and you fuck up one time, and that's all they want to talk about. You know, not like you. You know, you're interested in, you know, my entire career. But a lot of people, you know, all they want to know, what happened at McDonald's? What happened at McDonald's? Well, nothing happened at McDonald's. I went to McDonald's and they were closed. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I walked from the Holiday Inn, Mr. Saito and I we were sharing a room up there. It was up on the hill. So the McDonald's was down at the bottom of the hill. And we were in Waukesha, Wisconsin. It's a big suburb just outside of Milwaukee. So he had hurt his knee. He was wrestling Mad Dog Vachon that night. Mad Dog bummed his knee up. So he couldn't walk down there. I mean, he was in serious pain. So I walked up to the drive-up window because there's lights on there. I looked inside. There was a TV crew in there. They had cameras all set up, and they had 2 or 3 platters with hamburgers stacked like a hamburger mountain. And so I said, could I get 4 of those hamburgers to go? He says, no, they're not warm anymore. They're cold, and we need them for the commercial that we're shooting tonight. I said, come on, you probably got 300-400 hamburgers there, I said, me and my buddy were at the Holiday Inn. Their restaurant's closed. We're starving. So they wouldn't serve it, or wouldn't serve me. So I said, oh, fuck you. I was so pissed off. I'm starving. So anyway, I start to walk off, and some kid, I find out later that they had fired the week before for being a jerk. He comes running up there, grabs a boulder. There's boulders all over the outside of the window, like a rock garden. So he picks up this one boulder. It was about this big. He throws it right through the side window of the cashier. And I turn around, I'm looking, the cashier's ducking, and this kid, he's out there, fuck them, that son of a bitch has fired me. I said, is that why you threw the rock? He said, yeah, screw him. So he takes off. Well, I didn't think nothing of it. I just walked off. Went back up the Holiday Inn, and when I got back up to the room, I told Saida what had happened down there. And he understood English, but at that time he couldn't really put English into meaningful sentences. He could, but he always kind of felt inadequate with his English. So anyway, I'm telling him about this McDonald's situation. About a half an hour later, we get a big knock on the door. It was the police department, Waukesha, Wisconsin Police Department. And there was this girl, blonde-haired girl, about 5'11", and her partner. They got the guns and the billy sticks and handcuffs and leather jackets on, and they came up there, looking for a fight. They knew who we were because the prick down there at McDonald's said, "You're Ken Patera, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, we're staying up here at the Holiday Inn. We wrestled over in Watertown earlier tonight." So he said, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't help you out." So as I start to walk away, here comes a kid, throws a rock through the window. I said, "Oh, fuck." So I get it. So the cops start quizzing me. "Well, sir, we got a report that you were down at McDonald's earlier this evening, and you threw a boulder through the window." So I told the cops what had actually happened. I told them the truth. And they didn't believe me. I said, "Well, whether you believe me or not, that's what happened." And so they said, "Well, do you mind if we come in and look around?" I said, "Well, I don't know what you're going to find." So I said, "Yeah." Just at that time, the male officer kind of stepped to the side. By that time, Saida was at the door. He's in his underwear and a T-shirt. And then he realizes there's a female officer there, and he's embarrassed. So he doesn't want to go out in the hallway. So anyway, the male officer kind of moves to his right. She pulls out the mace. Well, she had the mace in her hand. I didn't see it. So I'm standing, I didn't have my glasses on at the time. And so the male officer ducks, and the female officer hit me right in the face with a bunch of mace. I'd never been maced before. Christ, I couldn't see. My eyes were burning. And then I don't know what happened. Anyway, Saida winds up in the hallway, stretched them both in like 5 seconds. Next thing we know, there's 14 more state troopers, city cops, highway patrol, the whole gang came running down the hallway. And we got in a big Donnybrook out there. Saito and I, we stacked them up like kindling wood. And I mean, they all had nightsticks. They were whacking us in the head and everything. And the rest is history. So we let them take us to jail at that time. And the funny thing about it, the cops were all wrestling fans. And the cop that Saito leg dived and wrenched his knee, his name was John Dillinger. You remember the old gangster, John Dillinger? So anyway, John, he loved us wrestlers. Unfortunately, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And his father, when we were in court, his father, first thing he does is come over, gets my autograph, and goes get Saito's autograph in the courtroom. And so we had an asshole judge and an asshole district attorney. And that old saying, Murphy's Law, if anything's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong. The judge's last name was Murphy. And they sentenced us 2 years in prison and 4 years, 2 years in prison, 4 years stayed, and 4 years probation. They gave us 10 years, in other words. We got out after a year and a half for good behavior. But, bullshit like that, a year and a half. Nowadays, they'd slap your hand or wouldn't even do that. And, no bond. You just walk out of there. But, those were different days.
Yeah, nightmare situation for you. You can answer these next couple questions fast. Any memories of Billy Jack Haynes?
Yeah, well, when Billy Jack Haynes and I became a tag team combo, I didn't realize, but Billy was kind of messed up on drugs, and I didn't realize. I really sincerely didn't realize how bad it was, and because he never led on to me, and so because tag team partners, we'd share a room. We're on the road every night for like 15, 20 days at a time. We'd check in, throw our bags in the room and stuff. I'd wake up 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Billy's gone. He was gone every night. He was never there. And I always asked Billy, I said, where do you go at night? Oh, I'll just go around. I got girlfriends here, girlfriends there. Well, he was buying drugs. And another guy I used to share a room with quite a bit was JYD, Junkyard Dog. Every time we'd rent a room, he'd want to borrow my car because for some reason, I'm the one that always got elected to rent a car. So we check in the hotel and, same thing, 1, 2 in the morning, Junkyard Dog, hey, Kenny, can I borrow the car for a little bit? I said, yeah, go ahead. Well, Jimmy Brunzell tells me about 3 months after all this is going down, because we shared a room for 2, 3 months on the room, JYD and I. He says, Junkyard Dog doesn't have a driver's license. That's why he never rents a car. He doesn't have a driver's license? No. I said, fuck, if he has an accident or something with that rent-a-car, it's my ass that's on the line. So I went to JYD. I said, hey, Junkyard, I said, you can't use the car anymore. He said, why? I said, you don't have a driver's license. Who told you? I said, it's irrelevant. I just can't risk it anymore. So, but he was going down the hood, buying crack cocaine and whatever else. And sometimes he'd be on that crack for 2, 3 days straight. No sleep, nothing. I don't know how in the hell those guys do it. Yeah, Roddy Piper and a lot of those guys were like that, though.
Well, it caught up with a lot of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. Buddy Rose was another one. Yeah.
Tony wants to know, how tough was Harley Race?
Handsome Harley Race. Are there kids listening to this?
It's probably mostly adults 30 plus, I would say.
Okay, well, let's get with Harley Race. Harley could outdrink everybody. He could outfight everybody. He could fuck more girls than anybody. He could fuck girls longer than anybody else. And that was Harley. He could drive faster than anybody else. And trust me, he could drink and he could fight and he could drive fast. His first wife was with him one night. They were down in Kansas or Missouri. He's going 120 miles an hour down the freeway. Boom, have an accident. She goes through the windshield, dies. And, you know, it was unfortunate, but I don't think he got a scratch on him. And, you know, that old adage, you know, one person pays the dues and the other skates. So, but yeah, Harley was a tough bastard. Yeah.
Steven wants to know the strongest opponent you ever faced.
You know, that's hard to tell because, you know, we, in wrestling, you know, it's so much of it is set up. I mean, it's just out of respect for one another, because we have to wrestle every night. We can't go in there and pound the shit out of one another, or, you know, bend each other's arms or legs or whatever. So, you know, that was a tough one. But when you tie up with somebody, you know if they have strength. And, oh, you know, Bruno was somewhat of a crowbar. You can ask Billy. Billy tied up, you know, snug and stuff. The guys I like to work with were, if they were snug, then I was good with it. Wahoo McDaniel, he was snug. You know, he was no powerhouse, but he had body strength. You know, he's a hell of a football player. And All-American at Oklahoma. And when he broke into the NFL, he got drafted by the Dallas Cowboys in 1960. That was the first year that the Cowboys were actually a franchise. Well, my brother Jack was middle linebacker for St. Louis, and he was traded to Dallas in what they called expansion draft. And he was like one of 8 you know, veterans from other teams. So he's middle linebacker, and Wahoo was an outside linebacker. And Wahoo came in 3-time All-American from Oklahoma, and a big boom, boom, boom. Anyway, Wahoo made it to the 3rd cut, and then Dallas cut him. Well, right away, the New York Jets picked Wahoo up. Well, that was the best thing that ever happened to Wahoo, because Wahoo went back and started playing football in Shea Stadium with the Jets, and he became a hero. He was as big as Joe Namath. Yeah.
And finally, the last question for today. I think we'll have to do a part 2.
We got to wrap this up, Hannibal. Okay, right. This is taking way too much time. You know, you're taking advantage of the good man Patera right now. No, we can't have this.
I get a little long-winded.
No, you don't, Ken. Hannibal, we got to go. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Ken. We'll get to the other questions another time. Have a great.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, if you're lucky, Hannibal.
You want me to body slam him now?
Put him in the full Nelson.
Yeah.
Ken was one of these guys who was a great guy. You love Ken. But then Ken would drink. And then there was a point where Ken would become the complete opposite of a nice, loving, great guy he was. He became obnoxious. Just stayed away from him. Well, one day he goes to a McDonald's and they just slide the window shut and they just close down. He pulls up to the drive-thru or something and he's starving. And he wants to get some burgers and he goes, sorry, we're closed. And as he's looking through the window, he sees some guy walking by with a tray of burgers. that had been sitting there for 10, 20 minutes, whatever. And he goes, well, wait a minute, the guy's got a bunch of burgers. I'll just buy those. And the guy in the McDonald's said, I'm sorry, but it's just the rules. Those have been sitting there for 20 minutes and we're closed. We have to throw those away. And Ken said, don't throw them away. I'll pay you for them. Give me the damn burgers. So he's getting pissed off because they have to throw the burgers away. And so instead of just driving away, he gets out of the car, picks up a rock and throws it through the McDonald's window. At the same time, he's going, no one screws over Ken Patera. And if you want to do anything about it, I'm at the Holiday Inn, assholes. So he's telling them, so he gets back in the car and drives back to the Holiday Inn or wherever the hell he was staying. And he's sharing a room with Saito. So sure enough, the police show up. There's one police woman, I guess, I didn't see this part, a couple police guys. They show up shortly at Ken Patera's room because he yelled out who the hell he was at the Holiday Inn and knock on the door. Ken goes, stupid police, I'm not talking to him, and goes into the bedroom. So poor Saito opens the door. He has no idea what's going on, right? He has no clue, and the police are trying to say stuff to him, and he's going, English, Scotia, and something, and then something happened where either one of the policewomen or something tried to push him out of the way or move him. They said, or they knew Ken was in there and they pushed him, but then Saito automatically kind of arm dragged her out of the way, and the other cop jumped him and he threw that cop down, and all of a sudden, boom, he's beating up 3 cops. They're trying to make something, he's blocked, and Saito was the tough bastard. So he's basically almost knocked out some policewoman, right, and the other 2 guys, and finally Ken comes out. So it was poor Saito.
He just woke up.
Wound up going to jail because he opened the door.
This is Hannibal here from HANNIBALTV.com, and I'm with former Olympian, former WWE superstar. He's wrestled all over the world, a true legend, coming back for his part 2 interview. Mr. Ken Patera, how are you doing today, sir?
Very good, Devin. Yourself?
I'm doing excellent. I just came from the gym, did a good leg workout. Nothing compared to what you used to lift, though.
Yeah, but you're doing mixed martial arts, right?
Yeah, I also do that type of training as well, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't want to get all bulked up on all those barbells and dumbbells.
Well, speaking of bulked up, there were some questions last time. People wanted to know if you could tell us a little bit about your diet back when you were training.
Well, that was my favorite beer because they didn't have Miller Lite beer at the time. Miller Lite beer didn't come out until the mid-'70s. So I had a drink Olympia beer from Tumwater, Washington, and Miller High Life, the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That's a lot better than this broccoli protein shake that I
Oh, my God. Get that away from me. No, but barbell plates and T-bone steaks. And I used to throw a chocolate cake in there once in a while. I think I'm stealing superstar Billy Graham's line. People would ask him, well, Billy, what's your diet like? Barbell plates and T-bone steaks, and I am sweeter than a chocolate cake. But anyway, what did I eat back then? I was a super heavyweight. I weighed 310 pounds to as much as 350 pounds back in those days. And so we didn't have creatine and all that stuff. But then when I was through wrestling, I had no idea. A pound of sirloin steak had 5 to 8 grams of creatine in it, just naturally. And so, I remember Lou Ferrigno and the Austrian Oak, Arnold Schwarzenegger. They said, if you want to be strong, eat beef. If you want to look good, eat chicken and fish. So that kind of, tells the story right there.
What were your thoughts on milk? Because we hear some bodybuilders and powerlifters say stay away from it, and others swear by it.
Yeah, I love milk. I grew up on milk. When I was a kid, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a quart of milk. My parents had that was when the old time milkman would actually bring 12 quarts of milk up to the front porch, and there was a case of 12, and then there's another little case of 6. So he'd bring a case of 12 and a case of 6. 2 days later, that was every 4th day. We still had to go up to the convenience store and get 12 quarts. And that's because my 2 brothers, one younger, one older, and myself, we drank a couple quarts of milk a day. So, I mean, we would run out after 3 days. But yeah, I love milk. I never found anything wrong with milk.
I heard Ric Flair say in his book that when he lived with you, you were eating Whoppers very often. And for him, it turned to fat. You, it turned to muscle. Was that part of your diet?
Yeah. Well, back in the day, there was an old commercial on TV. It takes 2 hands to handle a Whopper. Well, shit, I'd eat 3 or 4 of those damn things every day. And along with, pizza, spaghetti, and meatballs. Flair's favorite food was spaghetti and meatballs. He just he couldn't get enough.
And as far as Ric Flair, you were telling us off camera that he actually saw the last interview that you did with me where you were talking about living with him. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, about a week. About a week after I talked to you on this setup here, I get a phone call. And it's a mutual friend of Rick of mine. His name's Kenny Rockler, and he lives in St. Paul, where I live. And he just lives maybe 10 minutes from me. And so he calls me, he says, Ken, did you get Rick's message? I said, no, why? He's been trying to get a hold of you for 2 weeks. He says, well, shit, I don't answer that damn phone every day, I don't use the phone that often. I hate it. I hate phones. And, so finally he said, call Rick. He really wants to talk to you. So then I returned his call and got a hold of his wife, and she got a hold of him. So finally, after I think it was about 3 weeks, we wound up talking. And the first thing he brings up is me being on your show. He said, God damn, he said, that's fantastic. It's great. Yeah.
And as far as Ric Flair, I mean, you live with him. He was known for getting a lot of girls. He claims 10,000. Do you think that's possible from your experience around him that he could have reached numbers that high? And how were your skills with the ladies back in those days?
Boy, you know how to shoot me down, don't you? Make me feel I'm ready to cry. Now, I'll tell you, if Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain did 30,000 women as he claims, he would have had to fuck 3.5 women every day for his entire lifetime. That's from the day he was born. So talking about bullshit. So I would say that Rick was maybe 10,000 might be a little low, tell you the truth. I saw Rick, oh, Jesus. We'd be in a parking lot at a 7-Eleven store. He'd be getting a pipe job from some dolly. And Rick is real personable and real outgoing. And he has that type of personality. It's like a magnet. It just draws people in, especially women. And so I'd say Rick probably numbered, 10,000, he says. Yeah, I'd say 12,000 plus.
And I guess with you, you were famous from the Olympics. You were buddies with Rick, and you were also famous from pro wrestling. I don't know if you had that type of personality, but did you get your fair share back in those days as well?
Yeah, as I tell people, we'd show up at the arena. We'd drive wherever we were going. Didn't matter, Milwaukee, Chicago, Boston, New York, Miami, whatever. You show up and you know there's going to be girls out there, probably 20 to 30, and you just take your pick. There's no, everybody knew what the hell was going on. Everybody knew the score. And I'll tell you about one little town up in the mountains of North Carolina. It's called Asheville. And it's not a little town anymore. It's a pretty big town now. But the Vanderbilts built this huge castle up there. And so it was a real tourist attraction place. And we wrestled up there every Sunday. Well, we had a turnover of girls that was unbelievable. We had a lot of the same every week, but because of that castle was such a tourist attraction, there was girls everywhere. And so it wasn't unusual to do 2, 3, sometimes 4 girls in an afternoon. Yeah, that's the truth. That was my limit. I mean, Paul Jones and Ric Flair and some of those guys, shit, who knows, 5, 6, 7, wouldn't be unusual.
That was part of the fun of being a wrestler in those days, because I don't think it's like that anymore, unfortunately.
Well, not with this COVID. Yeah.
No.
But it was unbelievable. We were like the only act in town. Like in Charlotte, now they have pro football, pro basketball. I think they have a junior league type of baseball and hockey down there. So all the sports are covered. But when we were down in Charlotte, Crockett Promotions, that was the old NWA, we were the only game in town. And I mean, we sold out everywhere in the Mid-Atlantic area. That'd be South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and parts of North Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee. And we had it all to ourselves. We were making bucket loads of money at the time. And that was back when the promoter, well, not the promoter, but the booker, George Scott, he had a custom built home, 3,400 square feet. He paid $56,000 for it. This thing was a show place, just gorgeous. And I left there a year and a half after he had that thing built. I come up to the WWF. I was up here for a year. I went back, a year and a half, I think it was. I went back to North Carolina, and my wife was real good friends with George and his wife. So my wife says, "Hey, you want to buy George's house?" I said, "Yeah, but we can't afford that place." He said he'd sell it to us for $56,000. That's what he paid to build it. I said, "Really?" And he said, "Really?" So I went over to George's place, and I talked to him about it. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Give me $3,000 down, and then we'll go to the bank and get a loan, and it'll be yours." So I'm not going to pass that up.
No, that's a pretty good deal. As far as Mark Henry, what is your opinion of him as a weightlifter and a wrestler, and who do you think is stronger between the two of you for powerlifting?
Oh, well, I don't know. Mark was trained by a guy by the name of Terry Todd. Do you remember Terry Todd?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he passed away. And I think his wife, Jan, also passed away. But they were coaching Henry. And so what's Henry's first name again?
Mark.
Yeah, Mark. They said, Terry calls me one day. And this is after he did that tour with Andre the Giant. He went around the whole WWF and some other towns with Andre the Giant, wrote an article for Sports Illustrated. And so Terry calls me and tells me about this thing that's going to be coming out in Sports Illustrated. I said, well, very good. He said, by the way, I have a guy that Jan and I are training. I said, yeah. And he says, his name's Mark Henry. He's just a big mountain of a man. And he's going to break all your records. I says, well, okay, that's fine. Yeah. And I said, what does he want to do after he breaks all my records? Well, he wants to go to the Olympic Games and win the gold medal. I said, well, that's easier said than done, And oh yeah, but this is the real deal. Mark Henry's the real deal, and Jan and I were throwing all our support behind him. And I says, well, good luck. And next thing I know, Mark Henry doesn't break any of my records, and he doesn't win any medals. Like I say, it's easier said than done. Next thing I know, he's in the WWF as the world's strongest man. I said, well, how can he be the world's strongest man when he didn't break any of my records? But that's the magic of Vince McMahon and the WWF.
Yeah, and he had a huge contract too. I think it was a 10-year deal for $1 million a year.
Yeah, something like that. It was huge. Yeah, I said, God, it took me a 16 to 18 year career to make $2 million. Of course, those were different days, And gas was only 40 cents a gallon. You buy a brand new luxury automobile for $6,500. You could buy a excuse me. You can buy a $700,000 house for $56,000. And because the house I bought from George, I sold it to Jimmy Garvin, and Jimmy Garvin wound up selling it for $600,000 or $700,000 just a couple years after that.
Yeah, Billy Graham had a skin cancer operation on his nose yesterday, and he has a GoFundMe going, and some people were making comments like, "Oh, all the millions he made," and now he's asking fans. But the pay wasn't that great in the 70s. I think a main event, Madison Square Garden, was under 10,000, wasn't it?
If it wasn't sold out, it was under 3,000. My biggest payday every time I was the main event in the Garden, which was about 8 or 9, 10 times, I had all of them were sold out except one. So my base salary on all the ones that were sold out was $3,500. And the third time I wrestled Bruno in the Garden, we set the all-time attendance record. To this day, it still stands. And I'll tell you why. The Felt Forum down below was only supposed to seat like 3,500 people or 4,000. And the Garden upstairs was 19,200 and something. Anyway, when the fire marshal wasn't looking, they put in 22,096 people upstairs in the Garden and downstairs they put 4,500 in. So there's almost 27,000 people. And the Knicks attendance, they didn't even come close. It's like 23,000 people. Yeah.
And what was your payoff on that night for that all-time record?
They gave me an extra $350. So I made $3,850. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays that'd be a $25,000 payoff, or $35,000.
Nowadays they don't even have to draw. They get the same pay whether there's nobody in the building or whether it's full.
Oh yeah, right. I saw that. I turned on the WWF. I think it was Monday or Tuesday night. I'm looking. I don't watch it very often. I really don't know what the hell's going on. I'm looking. I said, God, there's no fans in there. Yeah, they had a bunch of wrestlers and a bunch of people from the office, I guess, standing around hooting and hollering, and that was it. But from my understanding, nobody's pay got canceled. Is that true?
They have huge TV deals worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
Mm-hmm.
So they're being funded mainly by TV revenue these days.
Yeah. Well, that's like all the other pro sports, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, hockey. All those contracts are guaranteed, but to the league and to the teams. But a player's salary in the NFL is not guaranteed. One of those players signed a $50 million contract. They better get it in writing that it's guaranteed. Otherwise, they get injured. That's it.
Now, you mentioned your feud with Bruno. What was it like being in the ring with him, and did you get along with him outside the ring?
Yeah. Bruno didn't get out and mix it up with the crowd too much, and there are a couple bars up by Times Square, probably about, 10, 12 miles north of Madison Square Garden. That's where, all the wrestlers would hang out, and all the girls after the wrestling show would come up and hang out. But I never saw Bruno hang out in that environment. He was, he had been in business a lot longer, and he was a champion and whatnot, So I don't know where he would go, but I'm sure he had more than a few places to go. Yeah, he liked to chase the skirts too,
I'm surprised to hear that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Were you surprised when he passed away, because he was still in top shape and he allegedly never took any steroids or anything like that?
Yeah, no, he didn't take any drugs. I can verify that. I trust that when he tells me that he never took any drugs. Well, he bench pressed 575. Man, his chest was so enormous and his short arms, he only had to move it 4 or 5 inches on a bench press. So when he told me his best bench press was 575 pounds, that's more than believable. Without steroids or anything like that, without a bench shirt. Nowadays everybody uses those bench shirts. I never tried one on. A friend of mine, when I had my health club in St. Paul, Minnesota, I had a bunch of weightlifters and power lifters in there. He said, Cam, why don't you put one of these power shirts on, see how much you can bench press. I said, well, I wouldn't do any good. I just had my shoulder replaced for the second time. When, there's no connection there, buddy. So I said, it might add 5 pounds. That means I could probably bench press 10, maybe 15 pounds, with the bench shirt. So, but they swear by them, bench shirts. You probably have worn bench shirts.
I'm the only help thing I'll use is knee wraps and wrist straps. I'm not into all of those gimmicks.
Yeah, man. I come way before the gimmicks did, and so we didn't have. All we had was those 6-inch ace bandages that after you wrap them like 2 or 3 times, the elasticity was already gone out of them. Yeah, of course, we'd use them for like 5 months. So you really didn't get much help out of it. And I used straps, for poles and chin-ups. That was about it. And a belt, of course. We had just a standard 4-inch wide piece of leather for our Olympic belt. But, in Olympic lifting, the type of lifting I did, the overhead lift, you couldn't use tape on your fingers. Let's say you tore all these calluses off your hand, which I've done a half a dozen times. I know people, some lifters have had so much damage done to their hands from tearing those calluses off that they weren't able to lift anymore. And because the rules were you couldn't tape your hands, unless you really had a severe injury. Well, that was up to the judge, the weightlifting judge, not the municipal judge down at the courthouse. But yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
And this is just kind of a personal question for my own knowledge. For deadlifting, like let's say I want to get my deadlift up, how many sets and reps would you recommend for a typical deadlift workout, and how many times a week would you do them?
Well, for deadlifting, that's a lot of stress on the lower back and hips and everything, but mainly the lower back. I wouldn't do heavy deadlifts on any kind of consistent basis. I would do hyperextensions. I would do good mornings. I'd do high pulls, and assistant exercises like that would prepare your lower back directly and indirectly in order to strengthen that part of the body to get used to deadlifting. If let's say you're 6 weeks out, 8 weeks out from a competition, and you really want to do a number on the weight lift, you want to set a personal record, let's say. I do one light day and one heavy day. And the most reps I would do, let's say you do a sequence of, let's say you warm up with 315 pounds. You do a set of 5. Then you go to 365, do another set of 5. Then you go, what's the next jump there? 415. Do a set of 3. Then go to 465, do another set of 3. And then start going down, sets of 2, sets of 1, maybe 3 sets of 1 until you bottom out or top out on your deadlift. But that'd be a maximum workout once a week. Because otherwise, your lower back gets so damn fatigued because you're doing back squats. And let's say if you're doing hyperextensions, good mornings, that's a lot of stress in that lower back. And everybody in the world has a bad back. I could testify that I've had a bad back since I was born. I was born with 2 incomplete vertebrae in my lower back, the 4th and 5th lumbar. And nobody could tell me why my fucking back bothered me all the time until I was 10 years old. And I fell off a 35-foot cliff up at a sand and gravel pit a couple miles from where I grew up from my parents' house. So my mom takes me up to the hospital, and the doctor x-rays my lower back because they thought that I might have hurt my back. And I wasn't complaining about my back. I was complaining about my damn wrist. I broke my wrist. But anyway, the x-rays come back. My fourth and fifth lumbar have a hairline fracture in them. And the doctor wasn't sure if that was a break or an incomplete fusion of my fourth and fifth lumbar when I was born. Because, back in those days, I'm talking, that's back in the 1800s, we still had buckboard and covered wagons and whatnot. And used to drink water out of a canteen, not out of a plastic bottle. So when we finally found out, I was 19, and the technology and X-ray had come along enough where the doctors could determine that I was born with those incomplete vertebrae, that it wasn't a fracture. So that's a long, but yeah, I've had a fucked up back my whole life. It pisses me off.
I'm sure wrestling didn't help either. Now, you also feuded with Bob Backlund, I've met him a bunch of times. He seems to be kind of like his heel character in real life. He seems like he could almost be like a ticking time bomb, but maybe it was just around me. But what did you think of him as a wrestler and being around him outside the ring?
Well, Bob and I have been friends for, 35, 55 years. Jeez, I'm getting pissed off now. 55 years. You hear that, Nick? God. Sounds like I'm pissed off because I'm getting old. Well, if that's true. No, Bobby, he kind of has a personality that's a little unhinged at times, but he doesn't mean anything by it, trust me. But a lot of people, and that's why I think that maybe you might have mistaken that the wrong way. But I wouldn't want to fight Bob because he is a little unhinged. You get it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do like him, though. Like, I don't get me wrong by that. He just seems like if you rub him the wrong way or do something to offend him, that there could be a big explosion real fast.
Yeah, could be. I'm not going to say it couldn't happen, but I think the odds are that it won't happen.
But at his age, at my age, I would take him on. There's a age cap.
Well, Bob is what, 73?
He's getting up there. I know he takes CBD now, which I was surprised. Yeah. I saw a news story on him.
Yeah,
taking that. Do you ever take any of that stuff? Or
as a matter of fact, I do, and the reason I do is because my daughter sells CBD oil, and she makes a rubbing compound, a balm with CBD, and she puts a little more in it than what's recommended by the health food stores or whoever regulates that. I never did ask her who regulates that, but she has return customers up the wazoo. It's unbelievable. She started this about 4 or 5 years ago, practicing doing the mixing, the quantity and the quality of her product, and she grows her own cannabis. And then she sells it to a company down in the Twin Cities. And the way she pays for it, they take 50% of the product and give her the other 50%. And so it doesn't cost her anything other than a good plot of land and some water. And well, she works her ass off. But she convinced me to take it. I said, Natalie, I said, it's a bunch of bullshit, goddamn marijuana plant. What the hell's that going to do for me? The stuff works. I couldn't believe it. I rubbed that crap on, my hands are all busted up. And I'm not real arthritic yet, but I feel it coming. And when I use that CBD balm, that ointment that she makes, I rub that on there. The reason I rub it on because it's free for me. But I checked her prices. I went on the internet. Her prices are lower, and her product is better. And that's what I like about it.
Now, I didn't ask you in the last interview about Ole Anderson. What are your thoughts on him?
Ole?
Yes.
Oh, Ole's a bad man. Can I say the N word?
Sure, I'll bleep it out.
Okay. Anyway, Ole, we wrestled down there in North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, back in the old days, 50 years ago almost. And we were having a discussion in the locker room one day. And Ernie Ladd was doing the booking. And for those that don't know what a booker does, a booker puts together the matches and tells the guys who they're wrestling and how the finish is going to go and whatnot. And in other words, he's controlling the locker room. Well, Ole loved doing that stuff. And he got pissed off at Ernie Ladd one day. Now here's Ole 5'10", and here's Ernie Ladd 6'10". So Ole's looking up at Ernie, says, "You fucking, you don't even know how to put matches together. What the hell's going on here?" And Ernie looks at him. "What are you talking about? This is a better program than you ever put together." So Ole said, "You dumb fucking, you think you can do this because you graduated from Grambling College? Anybody can graduate from Grambling College because it's a college." Jeez. I said, Jesus. I said, "Ole, slow down here." But Ernie was laughing right along with everybody else in the locker room. Back in the 70s, that didn't bother white people. It didn't bother black people. Now it's a big deal. So, and I'll tell you another guy. It has to do with Ernie Ladd again. Killer Carl Cox was a white guy from Maryland, just outside of Baltimore. And I met Carl, his, God, what was his, Herbie? His real name was Herbie something. God bless him. He passed away. Ernie's passed away. Fuck, everybody's gone. Anyway, when we were down working for Bill Watts and Leroy McGurk down in Louisiana Territory, Ernie he'd come in for like 2-3 months at a time because he grew up and he was living over in the New Orleans area over in Louisiana. And so Killer Carl Cox, he tells Ernie, now Killer's like 15 years older than me. And I'm 77 now, so he'd be in his 80s. So anyway, he was still in his 40s back in those days. "God damn it, Ernie, what the fuck are you thinking about?" And Ernie would look at him, well, what the fuck are you thinking about? Well, we got to do it this way. We got to do it that way. And he says, you graduated from that goddamn school, Grambling. And he says, anybody could graduate from that school. And Ernie says, oh, yeah, why? Because it's a school. Oh, Jesus. I said, this sounds like Ole Anderson talking, but that's how people thought back in those days. Now that these things are several years removed, like 3-4 years apart, but they're basically using the same language, the same terms, the same mentality of that era, and but yeah.
Andre
now,
the Giant used those terms as well, didn't he? Here and there, I heard.
The what?
Didn't Andre the Giant use those terms as well?
Oh yeah, yeah. Why not? Everybody did. It wasn't this big boogaloo that they have going now. This is just a liberal bullshit to get everybody fighting each other. That's all it is. When I was a kid growing up in Portland, Oregon, back in the 50s and 60s, all the black kids in the neighborhood would call each other. The white kids never called them. I never called anybody, back, in the playground or out in the street. But nowadays, oh my God, it's such a sensitive word. That meanie, he hurt my feelings. Well, the black kids called each other. They still do. It's not a bone of dissension or anything like that. It's just I guess it's a badge of honor now for a black kid to call another black kid. I guess that's what it is. That's what I've heard anyway.
And for Andre the Giant, how was your appetite compared to his? I'm sure you ate with him a couple of times. And what was it like drinking with him?
I'll tell you a quick story. We go to the Ori house. It's owned by a Korean lady. It's 2 blocks down from the hotel that we stayed at in New York City. And so Andre asked me if I was going to have dinner that night. I said, yeah, I think I'd go somewhere. Why don't you come down to the Ori house? I said, well, yeah, the one just a couple blocks south of here? Yeah. He said, Lou Albano and Freddie Blassie and Dino Bravo, Pat Patterson, I think Mr. Fuji and Don Morocco were there too. So we all go down there. There's like 12 of us. And it's a real small place. It's not a huge place. But the food's fantastic. It's all Korean barbecue type. And she always got the best cuts of meat coming into New York City. I don't know how she did it. I think it was a little money under the table type thing. And the booze, oh my God, you order a drink in there, it was like ordering a double or a triple anywhere else. But, for the same price as a single. This Korean lady loved Andre the Giant. Couldn't do enough for him. So after about 5 hours, it was a long, we got down there about 9 o'clock at night. And we left at 2 a.m. So Andre gets up, goes to the bathroom, takes a piss. When he's gone, I tell everybody, I said, everybody chip in 100 to help Andre out with this tab. That would have been, like $1,100-$1,200. Because Andre was notorious for picking up the tab. When I was with Andre, just him and I, he would never let me pay for anything. Never. And I said, Jesus, how am I going to get this guy? So I'm going to get him this night. He comes back, and I got all this money. I go up to give it to the lady, the Korean lady that owns the Ori house. What's that for, Ken? I said, to help out with the bill. No. The bill's taken care of. What? The bill's taken care of. Oh, I said, this son of a bitch got me again. I said, how? I couldn't pay for anything when he was around. But that was, I think he ate 8 steaks because I ate 6. So I know he ate 8. And these were like, 6-7 ounce steaks, Korean barbecue style. Oh God, they just melt in your mouth. And so that'd be 8 steaks. That'd be like 4 or 5 pounds, which that's just a snack for a guy that size. 7'4", 450 pounds. I think at that time he might have been 500 pounds. You never know. He's a big man.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Bill Kazmaier, who did the World's Strongest Man competitions, and also he tried wrestling for WCW for a while and in Stampede, but I believe he was ribbed and tormented a little bit in wrestling, so he never stuck with it.
You know who got him into wrestling?
You?
Me. I swear to God. And Bill Kazmaier and Ted Arcidi. I got both of those guys into the WWF. They both wind up in Calgary working for Stampede Wrestling, run by none other than Stu Hart. One of the most sadistic bastards that ever came along. He'd get those guys down in the dungeon. That's his basement in his house. He's got this monster house. And, he'd take liberties with all these guys. You want to be a wrestler, huh? You ever wrestled before? Well, I'll show you a few tricks. Let's go down the basement. Down they go. Most people didn't come out of that basement feeling too good. But anyway, yeah, I got Kazmaier and Ted Arcidi into. Right. These are the 2 strongest guys in the United States at the time. So you have to picture that. And here I was in the WWF, I wasn't in that territory at the time. I'd moved on to the AWA back to Minnesota. So Vince McMahon's dealing with them. And so anyway, Kazmaier still wants to do, the strongman contest. I think he had already won it 3 times, didn't he?
Yeah. Before. He holds the record, I think, or he did for a long time for most.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And then Ted, I don't know, Ted, he was into nutrition products and whatnot. And so he had a real good, protein powders and vitamins and all that stuff. And so that was real interesting. They're good guys. Bill Kazmaier, Ted Arcidi are just, salt of the earth type guys. Have you ever met either one of them?
No, I don't even know what they're doing these days. I know Bill Kazmaier kind of travels around the world. I haven't heard from Ted in years, but I'd like to track him down.
I saw Ted over in, not too far from here, down across the street from LaGuardia Airport in Queens there. I saw him down there in an autograph session about 4, maybe 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago. And I was walking down the hallway and this kid comes up to me, about 20 years old. He says, Ken, Ted Arcidi? I said, yeah, of course. He said, he's in the room down here on the left. He wants to see you. I said, really? I said, I haven't seen Ted in 20 years. So anyway, I had a bad habit of Copenhagen. Just a pinch between the gum and lip, you know how it goes.
Yeah, a lot of wrestlers like that stuff, especially from your area.
Get you fired up. I got this habit from my grandfather, John Nord. And I bumped into the berserker one day about 40 years ago, John Nord from Minnesota. And I'm looking up at him because he's a big guy, 6'5", 6'6". I go up to him and say, "Hey, do you think you're the real John Nord?" And he's looking down at me. Who's this old prick? I said, "My grandpa, John Nord from Norway, was the real John Nord." And then he starts getting it. He says, "Oh, really? Why's your name Patera then?" I said, "Because his daughter married my father, and my father's name was Patera." He said, "Okay, I get it now." The berserker. You remember the berserker?
Yes, you've aged a lot better than he has. He's been in a lot of legal trouble, which I'm not sure if you know about or not.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm a I have a friend in Minnesota that kind of knows John Nord and kind of follows some of the bullshit that he's been through. Drugs. I have no use for drugs. I mean, they destroy people. And John's been on and off of all kinds of drugs, I guess, since he was a teenager. He went to school with all those guys, Kurt Hennig and the Road Warriors and Rick Rude. And so all those guys are the same age. And another one, Norton. You know Norton, the arm wrestler?
I do, yeah.
Great guy. Oh, what a moose. And all those guys, they all went to school together. And some of them turned out all right, and some of them didn't turn out. The ones that didn't turn out all right went to the grave, when they were in their 40s. And
maybe you know the answer to this before I forget to ask you from your Minnesota connections. Have you heard the rumor that Rick Rude actually killed himself because supposedly he tried to use some type of injectable, not Viagra, but some type of injectable performance enhancer in his dick, and then something went wrong and he ended up having to kill himself, I guess, because he was so depressed over it. I don't know if that's true or not, but
that's true. And I'll tell you, very few people would admit this. I heard about it 2 days after they found him dead on the floor. I heard about it from Jim Neidhart, because Jim Neidhart and Rick Rude were real close friends. And I think at that time, Neidhart was living down there in Florida. I think they lived real close together. And he said Rick just lost his fucking mind because he had to go to the hospital and they're going to amputate his penis. Well, his penis was the most dearest thing to him. And so, to my knowledge, that's a true story. Not very many people are brave enough to mention that. You and one other person, I can't remember the other person, mentioned that to me like 15 years ago.
Well, I've had some credible people also tell me that. That's the only reason I bring it up. Okay. Because I know you were from the area.
Yeah.
Now, I know you must have had some contact with Bruce Wilhelm over the years. Do you have any stories about him?
I just talked to him on Wednesday. Yeah, he calls me up. I don't answer the phone all the time. So he leaves this message. So I'm looking at my message. Oh, Bruce called about an hour ago. So I punch it in. Patera, you fucking asshole. Where's your phone? Stuck up your ass again? God damn it. Answer the phone, will you? I said, Jesus Christ. I said, I better call Bruce back. He's pissed off. So I call him and I said, now what's up? He said, nothing. I said, you were ranting and raving for 2 minutes on my goddamn answering machine about shit? He said, yeah, just shit.
Have you had dinner yet, or are you guys going out to eat after this?
I ordered in. It should be here about 7:15.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was expecting to go to a big old steakhouse and get steak and lobster, but he probably ordered McDonald's or shrimp pond. What the fuck is shrimp pond? Oh, Parmesan. Goddamn Italian.
After hearing you talk about steak.
Yeah. I love steak. I grew up on steak. Yeah.
So for Bruce Wilhelm, did you have anything to do, you or Bruce, with getting Crusher Blackwell into the World's Strongest Man competition?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Crusher Blackwell and I were tag team partners. And, Jerry would always tell me about these stories about growing up in the city, but his uncle had a farm. He'd go out on the farm, when he was 10, 12 years old. And everybody was amazed at how strong the kid was. And that continued into his late teenage years and then early 20s. So I said, well, Jerry, did you ever lift any barbells? No, didn't believe in it. He was a typical Southern boy. Jerry couldn't read or write.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he couldn't read or write, but God, it's sharp as a tack. Really a bright guy. And so anyway, he had me convinced, and I had him talk to Bruce because Bruce was still associated with the World's Strongest Men contest. And that Bruce used to come up to Minnesota a couple times a year to visit, so I introduced him to Jerry and Bruce Wilhelm. He knew superstar Billy Graham real well from the Arizona days when they used to train at a gym out there. Did you ever train at that gym?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
I don't think it's around anymore.
It might not be. Yeah, we're talking, it would be going on like 50 years now. Yeah. But anyway, so Bruce says, yeah, hell, we'll get him in. So we got Jerry all straightened out for the World's Strongest Men contest. He's going to do phenomenal. He didn't do shit. He couldn't do anything. And, well, I should say that. He did a little bit, but it was kind of an embarrassment. It wasn't as big an embarrassment as Ivan Putski, though. Did you see Ivan Putski?
I remember it now, but I would have been very young at the time when I was watching those replays. I didn't even, it's only coming back to me now that he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I was the first one because I was legitimate, but I was wrestling every fucking night on the road, driving 400 miles a day. And I didn't have time to train, and I had, and this is 1977, I hadn't lifted heavy weights since 1972. And so I was the first one, and then Jerry Blackwell, Putski, and then superstar Billy Graham did the World's Strongest Men contest in 1980. And Billy did a couple of events pretty good. But, shit, we're all moving up in age. We don't have time to lift all those heavy barbells to get ready for something like that. So,
yeah, and he was on the road too. It's not like now where they train full time for that. And I don't think you even had sponsors, did you?
No, we didn't even know what a sponsor was. And Vince McMahon, he would encourage me to. I told him that I had a chance to do something that's brand new. It's never been done before. A good friend of mine, Harold Conley, won the gold medal in the 1956 Olympic Games in the hammer throw down in Melbourne, Australia. And he wants me to compete in the first inaugural event out Universal Cities or Universal Studios in Culver City, or no, North Hollywood, California. And so Vince says, yeah, go for it. You know, can't really give you any time off. You know, none of those fucking wrestling promoters could give you any time off. Well, shit, I had hurt my back wrestling Bobby Backlund in the Boston Garden, and just one of those nagging, stupid little injuries. You know, I took a bump over the top rope, caught my hip on the apron, on the ring apron, and just jackknifed myself. Oh man, I couldn't stand up straight for a month. And here, next thing I know, I'm out there trying to do squats and pick up cars and press beer barrels over my head. Every time I'm doing that, I said, "What the fuck am I doing this shit for?" You know, it's not benefiting me. So I won like $5,300. Well, then I had to take time off from wrestling, and I lost 20,000 because I couldn't wrestle. My back was so bad. But anyway, that was those were the days, my friend, when you were young and dumb and full of cum. Didn't know any better.
You mentioned the Boston Garden. I've had a lot of wrestlers say, as a heel, that was a dangerous place to work for fan attacks. Did you find that as well?
Absolutely. Anything in New England. The worst arena was over in Springfield, the beautiful capital of Massachusetts, because the arena there, they put down like 800, maybe 1,000 seats on the floor. And they had a bar set up in the back, those 8-foot tables, picnic tables. They had about 5 or 6 of those lined up, packed with booze. Well, who was the clientele? Bunch of Puerto Ricans. You get those Puerto Ricans all crazed out on booze, and you know they're popping pills and everything else. And next thing you know, you got 10 or 12 of them jumping on your head, going to the ring, and twice as many going back to the locker room from the ring. The cops were fantastic, though. The cops always told me, you know, before we even going out, they knew every hoodlum in town. Well, we got this group, we got that group. We're going to have to watch this, watch that. There'd be 4 cops on either side of me going to the ring and coming out of the ring. People ask me who was my toughest opponent. I said, the goddamn Puerto Ricans from Springfield, Massachusetts. And they said, what? Well, yeah. And I said, you want to know the second toughest opponent? Yeah. It was that fucking asphalt highway underneath my car. We're driving an average of 350 miles to a match, an average of 350 miles back from a match. So now you got 700 miles every day. So what are you going to do? What are the chances of going off the road, having some kind of an accident, you know, getting run over by an 18-wheeler? And thank God I was always well aware of what the pitfalls would be. And a lot of guys didn't pay attention. They got killed or seriously injured. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think when WWE brought you back in the late 80s that they should have made you a heel, because you seem to be a much more natural heel?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. That was my decision. Because if I had got, after doing that little stint in Waupun Penitentiary in Wisconsin. The judge was a real mother. He told me if I got into any trouble that he'd slam me back in jail for a minimum of 2 years. So I talked to my attorney. I said, can he do that? Yeah, he can do that. I said, that son of a bitch. So I told Vince, I said, if I get out, if I'm going into an arena and some asshole jumps on me, or 4 or 5 of them jump on me, I beat the piss out of them, they can file charges against me. I have no rights. That's the law in the United States of America. You know, once you have a felony conviction, you're a piece of shit. And I wound up being a piece of shit. So I told Vince, I said, to prevent me going back to prison, I'll be a good guy. I'll be a baby face from now on. He says, you want it that way? I said, absolutely. Absolutely. He says, well, you'd be better off being a heel. I said, I know. I want to be a heel, but I can't. My hands are tied. I have no choice. So that's the skinny on that.
You against Hogan would have been very financially good for you. Did you have much connection with Hogan behind the scenes?
Yeah. I when I went back to Minnesota in '82, Hulk had been there for 5-6 months. And he was the top baby face. So I come in as a heel. Well, this is before the run-in with the cops. We sold out everywhere. I worked with Hulk 4 or 5 times a week for 2-3 months. And we wrestled each other so often for high spots. Him and I developed a number system. Let's say 1 was a turnbuckle, 2 was a reverse turnbuckle, 3 was a backdrop, 4 was a body slam, 5 was a Beal or whatever. And so our matches were 1 to 10, and then we go home, do the finish. It was hilarious. Yeah, because we were every night. So why change anything? Don't change it if it's working. Yeah.
And there was no internet back then, so no one would have had any way of.
No, we used to wrestle over in Wisconsin and Minnesota and in little towns that were only 60 miles apart. And let's say you have 1,500, 2,000 people in those high schools gymnasiums, and there might only be 2 or 3 people from the other town that saw the match the week before. So, hell, we didn't change nothing.
When you did that little stint, did you have problems working out when you were in there, or were you still able to lift and eat pretty decently?
Oh, I ate as well as I had ever eaten, and I lifted as much as I wanted. I was a hero. Especially with the black inmates, because they all hated the cops. And then I find out about a month later, the prison guards hated the cops just as bad as the black inmates. Because, when you're in a small community there, everybody knows each other. And the cops hated the prison guards, and the prison guards hated the cops, and the inmates, especially the blacks. I mean, the white inmates hated the cops too, and vice versa. But most of the inmates were black, and most of the inmates, being black, were from Milwaukee, Chicago, all those areas. The big city gangster mentality. They loved me. I was their hero. Yeah.
So you never ran into any problems?
No, because my offense was against 16 cops. That's why I was an anti-authoritarian bad guy that they loved. You know, I get in a ruckus with 16 cops, beat the piss out of all of them, go to prison, then Ken Patera, Jesus, being in the Olympics and Pan American Games, the strongman contests, all that shit. Yeah, I'll tell you, inmates have the best knowledge of professional wrestling or any sport. That's all they have to do. You know, they can't leave. You know, there's bars on the windows and doors.
Yeah. Now, did you ever run across the Ultimate Warrior during your WWF run?
Oh, yeah. The way I met Jimmy Hellwig, he was going to chiropractic school down in Marietta, Georgia. And one day I was over at my friend's gym, John Coffey, called Coffey's Gym. He just passed away from Alzheimer's not too long ago. He grew up in a very, very wealthy family. I mean, they had butlers, they had chauffeurs, they had everything. Very wealthy family. Well, you look at John, you wouldn't know that he had two pennies to rub together, and really a sweetheart of a guy. So anyway, I'm down there working out at Coffey's Gym. There's two big guys come in. Well, one was Bill Kazmaier, and he was friends with Jim Hellwig, Ultimate Warrior. And Hellwig had two Snickers bars tucked into his waistband. He had a pair of Bermuda shorts on. I'm looking at that. I says, "You like Snickers, do you?" And that was the first time I had met him. Real personal guy, nice guy. And he told me that he was thinking, he knew all about me and everything. And he was thinking about going to Dallas, Texas, and becoming a pro wrestler. I said, "Well, what are you doing now?" He said, "Well, I'm going to chiropractic school." I said, "Well, why don't you just stay in school, get your degree, and if you're not happy with the profession, then try wrestling." Well, that's what he did. So, yeah, he was a good guy. I liked Jimmy. Yeah. I always called him Jimmy. Everybody called him Ultimate Warrior, but, I knew him as Jimmy Hellwig. Yeah.
I'm surprised he ate Snickers with how lean he was, but I guess maybe in those days he wasn't as lean.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what year that would have been 1980.
Okay.
Yeah, that would have been 81. That would have been 1981 when that would have been. Yeah, because that's when I met Bill Kazmaier too.
Is it true you amateur wrestled Chris Taylor at one point?
Well, not actually wrestling, but we were both in Munich, Germany for the 72 Olympic Games, me as a weightlifter and Chris as a Greco-Roman wrestler. Well, here at that time, Chris weighed like 370 or 380, but he didn't have anybody to work out with. Olympic wrestling was all weight classes. What's he going to do? Go wrestle somebody that weighed 123 pounds? I don't think so. So he comes over the dormitory, my dormitory where the weightlifters were staying, and he says, "Ken, I hate to ask you, I need a favor." And he tells me this. He said, "I don't have anybody to pummel with, and get pushed around and kind of manhandle." And at that time, I weighed like 340. He was 380, 370. And he said, "God, you'd really be doing me a great service if you could do that for me." And I says, "Chris, I think we can arrange that." And Vern Gagne was over in Munich at the time, and everybody knew I was going to go wrestle for Vern Gagne as soon as I got out of the Olympics. And then Chris had a guarantee with Gagne, but he wanted to go one more time for the World Wrestling Championships. So I went over to the wrestling hall, 3 or 4 times with Chris, and did the pummeling exercise and the pushing, and because it's all Greco-Roman, all upper body. He loved it. He said those were the best workouts he ever had. I said, really? He says, really? This is like a year or 2 later, he told me this. We wound up being tag team partners in the AWA. We were called the Olympians. And so that it worked out good for him. And I enjoyed it, you know. He said, Jesus Christ, Ken, you're so strong. He said, you're the one that ought to be doing this Greco-Roman wrestling. I said, Chris, you're the wrestler, I'm the weightlifter. How's that? Okay.
Who do you think?
We checked in this beautiful resort, and I heard that there's a Canadian that's trying to take the captain's credit and trying to get everything changed. They moved me to a different hotel. This is absurd. What? This has something to do with you, Hannibal. I know it. This is the last you'll see of me until I come up to Toronto.
Well, you better bring Ken back on, because I know the fans are going to want a part 3.
If you're lucky, Hannibal, I'm going to see you face to face in Toronto, and I've got a lot of things on my mind. So you better watch out.
You better watch out. He'll put the full Nelson on you if you don't learn some manners.
And I'll put the full Nelson on you, Hannibal.
Well, before I shut this down, I just want to say Billy Graham watched your last interview too, and he said you look great, and he was happy to see you're still as sharp as ever and as muscular as ever.
Muscular? I better leave my shirt on.
Oh, your traps and your thickness.
The traps and calves will always be there.
Well, since the captain's kicking us out, I'll make this last question simple. Who would win in a shoot if Vern Gagne had a shoot wrestling match with Stu Hart?
Oh, boy. You know, I actually think they did wrestle at one time, you know, back in the 50s. You know, they were both professionals, but back in those days, those guys were so headstrong with the amateur stuff that they did wrestle. I know they wrestled, you know, for real. And I don't remember who won. I think Stu Hart might have beat him.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not. God, I wish. What's Stu's boy's name?
Brett, Bruce, Ross, Wayne. Owen.
Yeah, well, Owen passed away. God, what an ugly. I saw that. What was that, around 98, 99, something like that?
90. Yeah, I think 98. I think.
Yeah. You know, I didn't even watch wrestling at that time. I just happened to turn the TV on that Saturday, and boom. I said, what the fuck just happened? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was ugly.
Well, we hope to have you back on for a part 3 down the road.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Great. Is there any? I'll let you close this off this time, because I know the captain's kicking us out. I'll let you say whatever you want to say to close this off for the fans.
Well, yeah, you know, I had never heard of Hannibal, the animal, prior to what was it, 3-4 weeks ago, and then I started talking to my old buddies like Ric Flair and I mean a handful of others. They said, God, but I mean, you have a hell of a following. I wasn't aware. I says, well, that's what I get for being stuck in a snowbank in St. Paul, Minnesota for the past 20, 30 years. And I said, I ought to get out more often. And but I've really enjoyed this. It's nice to know that Billy Graham and Ric Flair and so many of my old friends from way back when, you know, we're getting up there in age. there are not too many of us around anymore. And so it's nice to hear from them. And it's nice to meet young guys like yourself. What are you, about 22, 23?
I wish I could say that, but I'm 38.
Oh, you fucking asshole, Captain.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, sir. Have a great holiday season, because I'm sure I won't talk to you till next year.
Okay, you too. I appreciate it.
Did you guys know Ken Patera prior to WWE?
Yeah, I did. I knew him in
Yeah, I met him before too.
What exactly happened, if you don't mind me telling? There's all sorts of folklore, but when he ended up going to jail for a couple of years.
Well, I think they were out drinking, he and Saito. I don't know the particulars, but they went to a McDonald's that was just recently closed and got agitated because they couldn't get, it was after hours. It was like, even if it's 2 minutes, they're closed, they're closed. So someone threw a brick or
A stone about this big, I think.
yeah, through the window, and then they went back to the hotel. Of course, small town, everybody knew who they were, and they got arrested for it. I guess they had assault charges against police officers or something.
Yeah, something. I don't know what the whole story was.
Blame it on your agent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, everybody, we're live now with none other than Olympian, former AWA superstar, former WWE superstar, former roommate of Ric Flair, the man, the myth, the legend, none other than Ken Patera, one of the favorite guests of this show.
How you doing?
Good.
I like that. One of the favorite guests.
You are. Have you ever heard of the UFC fighter called Tank Abbott?
Yeah.
He's a big fan of yours.
Yeah, I think I've met Tank. Did he say that we've met?
No, he said that he watched your other interviews and he loved them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like Tank.
Yeah, he really likes you. Did you happen to catch Ric Flair's last match the other night?
No, I didn't. A good mutual friend of ours called me a couple days later and asked me the same thing. I said no. And he says, well, it wasn't very impressive. I said, hey, his friend's name was Kenny. I said, Kenny, he's 73 years old, for Christ's sakes. But what were you expecting? He says, I guess you're right.
Do you think that will really be his last match?
I don't know. It all depends on how he feels physically. If he's able to lace his boots up in the morning, I'm sure he'll have another one. I guess I was real successful.
Yeah, I heard almost 7,000 fans legitimate in there, which is great.
Yeah. I don't know what the ticket prices were, but I heard that the gate was over 500,000.
Yeah, I heard it was somewhere around there, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive.
When was your last match? Do you recall?
Jesus. No. I think it was against Wild Bill Irwin.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Wild Bill. We had, somewhere in Minnesota, I had a small promotion there, which I ran off and on for about 8 years. And, but, Minnesota's a small state.
So you never had like an official retirement match. That was just happened to be your last match.
Yeah, it'd be about 1999, 98, something like that. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I did an interview with Bill Irwin last year, and he was so drunk he was like falling asleep try to answer the questions.
Yeah, that's
And,
Bill.
yeah.
Yeah, the goon.
He didn't last the hour. It stopped after about 35 minutes because he was passing out.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, he's not doing too well these days, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I haven't seen Bill in, oh God, I can't even remember now. 10 years?
Okay.
Yeah, about 10 years.
Well,
Still
he did
lives
a
up
good
in a
advertisement there
horrible
for why
town.
people should book him.
Huh?
He did a good advertisement with me for why people should book him
Oh,
by like showing up so wasted he couldn't even answer the question.
yeah. Oh boy. I'm sure his wife would like to get him out of Duluth, Minnesota a few times a year. Yeah, that's well, he grew up there. You know, him and his brother, and they were the talk of the town up there. Yeah, it's up on the what they call the what the hell do they call that? Well, it's Duluth, up on the Iron Range.
Okay.
Yeah, they discovered huge iron ore reserves up there back in the day, and I think Henry Ford, when he started his car company up in Detroit, they used to send these big steamboats into Duluth Harbor and load up. You know, they're still doing it. That fucking thing, that goddamn iron ore will never run out. I remember 40, 50 years ago, there was, oh God, we're going to be out of iron ore. We won't be able to make steel anymore. What a crock of shit. It's like the oil companies. The oil companies said, yeah, 50 years ago, we have peak oil. We only have 5 more years worth of reserves. This is like 1970. I said, what a bunch of bullshit. But anyway, that's how the world works. You know, tell everybody that we have no inventory or the inventory is low on everything. You know, then they can jack the prices up through the roof, just like they're doing now. Yeah.
Have the riots and everything stopped in Minnesota?
No,
No,
no.
not.
As a matter of fact, I moved out of the Minneapolis area where all that shit went down. All that stuff that what the hell was it? George Floyd. George Floyd. What a fucking piece of work he was. He had fentanyl in his system. When the cops originally put him under arrest and put him in the back of the squad car, he had 3 fentanyl pills in his hand. And when they put him in the back seat, they fell out of his hand. He was so fucked up he couldn't sit up. And so I guess one of the officers forgot to lock the passenger door. So he rolled out and he was hanging out, you know, trying to get away. I don't know where he's planning on going, you know. But I mean, the guy was drunk. I can't remember what time it was at 9 o'clock in the morning. And he was causing a disturbance. And he was selling $20 bills out of his front seat. He had a whole stack of $20 bills, you know, counterfeit, of course. And he was selling them out of his car window when the cops pulled up. And but one of the officers, they look in the front seat. Here's a stack of 20s. And I can't remember exactly what the officer said, but he asked him why he had all that money in the front seat. And he couldn't give him an answer, so they checked them out. They're, you know, counterfeit.
So anyway, and they made a martyr out of him. You know, Black Lives Matter. That's another hoax. Piece of shit organization. The lady that runs it, she bought 3 or 4 houses. You know, all of them were close to $1 million or over $1 million, and didn't. You know, the people that was expecting it never got a dime.
That's true.
Yeah, so I think they fired her. I wonder why. Yeah.
There's a fan on here. Someone wrote, "Keep slamming them, Ken," and someone else says, "Are you ever going to write an autobiography?"
I hired a guy 4 years ago, and he's still fucking around with it. And well, some of it's my fault because about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I got so despondent about the progress he was making. And then I find out he had never written a book before. But he came very highly rated. And I don't know how they rated him because he had never written anything before. And so I don't know. I'm just pissed off now. You know, I'm going to be 80 years old next year. You know, what the fuck? Who's going to want to read a book about old people? Yeah.
I'm sure it would be very entertaining.
Well, I hope so. If I was writing it, it'd be entertaining.
I don't know if you remember, but the last time I interviewed you, I asked you about Billy Jack Haynes, and you said that you didn't necessarily like him. And I guess he saw that clip, and he said he thinks you were just ribbing him, and he wanted me to say hi for him to you.
I like Billy. He just took it the wrong way, probably. Yeah, a couple years ago, when we were suing the WWE for that brain injuries and stuff, but Billy's the one that contacted me to get me involved in it. And I told him, I said, Billy, I said, it sounds good, but Vince has all the money. You can't fight City Hall. So eventually it just got dropped or thrown out, you know. But
and he's a guy that has legitimate concussion issues. You can tell talking to him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that's the reason why you're not in the Hall of Fame, because you were involved with that lawsuit?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was when I retired, I told Vince to go fuck himself so many times that, but you know, Captain Lou Albano told him and his old man to go fuck themselves, call them Irish motherfuckers, Irish cocksuckers, and everything else. And he's in the Hall of Fame. So I don't know.
Yeah, because you were an Olympian and you have huge accomplishments. One of the greatest heels ever. You're a very underrated heel. And I heard Don Morocco on some podcast talking with someone saying you weren't the best interview when you were a babyface, but that's because you're a natural heel.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a bad man. You know, a few other things. I hated being a baby face. I couldn't stand being a baby face. And anyway, you know, being in the Olympic Games and the All-American boy, and when I started in the business, Vern Gagne wanted me to go one way, and a few other promoters wanted me to, do what Vern said, because Vern knew what was best and everything. And, when I started, I didn't know anything about the wrestling business. And then after a couple of years, I realized it was all politics. It had nothing to do with, had a little bit to do with your ability in the ring, but mostly how you were on the mic. If you could cut a good interview, you're in. But I never knew that. Nobody ever told me. And you just don't pick that stuff up out of the air. You have to understand the politics. But if nobody's telling you the politics and giving you guidance, it takes longer to find out. It took me 2 to 4 or 5 years maybe to figure it out. So.
Did you like the having to shake everybody's hand every night, even if you're on tour 7 days a week? Did you ever? Some wrestlers don't like that.
I was indifferent about it. I could give a shit. Shake somebody's hand and tell them to go fuck themselves behind their back. I guess that's the best way to do that.
Yeah, that's what bothers me about it. It's all fake.
Yeah. So anyway.
There's a fan on here that wants to know if you ever competed against Bill Kazmaier.
In weightlifting?
Yes.
No. We're in 2 different sports. We use the same equipment, the barbell, but he was a power lifter. And I was an Olympic lifter. For those that don't know the difference, Olympic lifting are the 3 lifts that you have to pick up off the ground and put over your head. The press, snatch, and clean and jerk. And powerlifting is bench press, deadlift, and squat, which are we refer to them as partial lifts. And like a bench press, you lay down on the bench. A deadlift, you just pull it up to your knees. And a squat, of course, you take off a squat rack and squat down and stand up with it. Where the Olympic lifts, the military press goes overhead, the 2-hand snatch goes overhead, and the clean and jerk goes overhead. Yeah, so that's the difference.
What were your all-time best lifts?
Huh?
What were your all-time best lifts in those 3?
In the Olympic lifts?
Yes.
Well, if you want to throw in the training lifts and stuff, I had so many injuries I only competed for 3.5 years before the Olympics. And of course, I would go to the Olympics. I had knee surgery a few months before the Olympics because I couldn't afford to get knee surgery any sooner. Yeah, we were true amateur athletes. We had no money. And if the fucking assholes in the Olympic Council found out you accepted money, it didn't matter if it was $5, $10, $20. If you had accepted 10 cents, even for training, they kick you off the team. They won't let you compete. That's how strict they were. Yeah, we're amateur athletes in America. We don't care what the Russians and the Germans and all the other people in the world think, but we're true amateurs, we're going to stick to it. And it was backward thinking as far as I was concerned. But my lifts, my military press, I had 552. And I snatched 412, I think. And then the clean and jerk, I did a push jerk with, oh God, I don't know, 550, you know. But nobody was even close to that, to any of those. So, I was ahead of everybody. But then I had knee problems, and you can't lift heavy barbells with a bad knee. And unfortunately, my knee problems, I just solved them with my second knee replacement 7 years ago. Yeah. I needed.
Well, with the size of some of these wrestlers today, you're probably still stronger than a lot of them.
I don't know. You see this? That's a 12-ounce Miller Lite. And I bet I can lift more of these than anybody in wrestling today. You know, that's how I judge my strength nowadays.
Yeah.
12 ounces at a time.
Well, I would take you up on that challenge, but there's a fan on here that wants to know your thoughts on the Vince McMahon retirement and paying off all these women that he supposedly had sex with.
I'm so divorced from the WWE. I didn't even know about it until, just a couple of weeks ago. And I can't remember who I was talking to about it. It was one of the boys. It might have been Jerry Briscoe or JBL, one of those guys, or somebody else. I don't know. But they told me about that when I asked them. I said, Vince McMahon didn't retire or get fired or laid off or whatever you want to call it. He's still calling the shots. They said, oh, yeah, we know that.
He owns the majority of the stock. Like he owns this, he's the majority owner of this stock, so he still technically owns the company.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much his wife owns. I'm sure she is a large stockholder too. You know, she owned the company at one time. You know, because Vince put everything in her name. But technically, I don't know how the legal system works that well. But he had complete control over talent. He was a talent advisor. In other words, he could fire you and he could hire you, and he could do whatever he wanted with you. You know, he had no say so.
What were your thoughts on the whole independent contractor classification of WWE wrestlers, even though they pretty much have full control over you when you work for them?
Well, that's another thing, you know, independent contractors. We weren't independent of shit. We went where we were told to go. We were told how to get to a venue. You know, we either drive or fly. We were told where to go. You know, so we had no control over what was going on. You know, the wrestling office dictated what was going on, and we followed orders. Otherwise, you get fired. Yeah.
Someone on here is asking if you were around during that whole Pat Patterson, Mel Phillips, Terry Garvin sex scandal, or if you ever noticed anything weird with those guys.
You know, I was there. I was right in the middle of it. I didn't even know what was going on. Yeah, it's just everything went right under the table. I didn't notice anything. And I heard about it about a year or two later. And I said, what? Mel Phillips and Pat Patterson. I don't know. Was Vince involved in that?
No, but Pat Patterson had to retire briefly, and Mel
Oh.
Phillips and Terry Garvin were, I believe, released and never came back.
Oh, well, yeah, I heard that. I heard that Mel Phillips had complete control over up in the New England states, from New York all the way to Maine. And so I guess he was doing whatever he wanted to. And, Terry Garvin and Pat Patterson were asshole buddies. So they never interjected or anything.
What about Steve Lombardi and Pat Patterson? A lot of Kamala said he witnessed it. There's a lot of talk about those, but did you ever see anything unusual between those two?
I heard that Pat Patterson hired Steve Lombardi. He was a Brooklyn Brawler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then hired him to do oddball stuff, and I didn't see them do anything.
Right. You weren't hanging out with them either. You weren't going out for drinks with them after the matches, I'm sure.
What's that?
You weren't hanging out with them after the matches either, as you said.
No. Hell, I went with whatever girl I had that night, And, it was funny. Back in those days, you pull up to the back of the arena, park your car. Yeah, because, we drove almost everywhere. Or we fly into a town and go rent a car. And very rarely take a taxi cab anywhere. But anyway, you pull up to the back of the arena where, all the workers went in and the wrestlers and whatever. And shit, there'd be 50, 60 beautiful girls out there. And, you didn't have to pick one. They'd pick you. Kenny, I want to be with you tonight. Or, if I was already booked with some other chick, that they'd find a different wrestler. But that's how it was back then. Yeah, we didn't have to sweet talk any girls. They didn't have to sweet talk us either, of course.
Yeah. Was there any particular town that had the best groupies?
Oh God. Yeah, the Atlanta territory, which of course included Atlanta and a bunch of smaller towns in Georgia. I didn't work Florida territory, but I heard Florida was phenomenal. California, of course, the cesspool of America, still is. Dallas, Texas was good. Louisiana, all the southern states were good. And then you go up to the northern states, and Colorado was good. Back in the day, all those girls looked gorgeous to me, especially when they didn't have their clothes on. So it's just one of those things,
Yeah, things have changed over the years. There's a little less of that these days.
Yeah, I heard that. I said, that's too bad. One of these girls, Their mother must have told them, stay away from those wrestlers.
Well, and the wrestlers would rather just go back to their hotel and play video games.
Really?
Apparently, that's the big thing with wrestlers now.
God.
They go back and plug in their video games and have little competitions with each other.
Yeah, I don't think I would get along. Yeah, I don't think I would fit in the wrestling business anymore.
There's a fan here that says, "You're looking good. How come so many wrestlers your age have dementia and you seem to be all good?" And also he says, "What Vince did to you after you left was just nasty."
Could you repeat that?
He says, "You're looking good. How come so many wrestlers your age have dementia and you're all good?" And he also says, "What Vince did to you after you got out was just nasty."
Well, I thought that I did have dementia. You're telling me that I don't have dementia? I don't know. Who is this fan? I'd like to meet this character. I think he's just trying to make me feel good. But I don't. I think it's they didn't drink enough Miller Lite and enough Bacardi rum and enough Russian vodka. I think that's what their problem is, you know. Like a guy like Jimmy Brunzell, you know, he eats his Cracker Jacks and says his prayers, but you know, Jimmy's as sharp as a tack. He a little younger than me. I think Jimmy's 73. Looks like he's 40, and you know, he's had as many replacement surgeries as me. You know, he's had his knees and shoulders and hips, and every time he has a hip replacement or knee, he calls me and he's pissed off all the time. I said, Jimmy, why get pissed off? It happens. Your body wears out, and you have to have a new joint stuck in there. You know, big deal. You know, I said, you're not never going to wrestle again. And, well, yeah, that's true. I said, you're never going to be able to high jump 7 feet anymore and throw 8-foot drop kicks. Yeah, so, but a lot of guys bitch and complain, but
one guy that has dementia bad now and a fan's bringing him up is Bob Backlund. I interviewed him maybe 3 or 4 months ago. He couldn't remember hardly anything.
You know, Bobby called me. I was wondering, he used to call me at least once a month for 20, 30 years. And then all of a sudden, about a year ago, started to drop off. I let him call me because when I called him, I don't know, I was never able to get, you know, he had his call screened by his wife, I think, or his daughter or something. And so I just, you know, and I told Bobby, I said, Bobby, instead of me calling you, why don't you just call me? Because I answer my own phone. He says, yeah, that's fine. And then when he'd come through Minnesota, you know, he doesn't fly anywhere. He hasn't for 20 some years. He'd always swing through St. Paul. Well, I'm going back 30 years. And he'd come into my gym, and I'd miss him half the time because he'd never call to find out if I was going to be working that day. Now, don't get the wrong idea. I went to work every fucking day, just like a red-blooded American, because I had to pay Uncle Sam. First check of every month that I wrote was to the government because I wanted to be an honest, you know, citizen. I wasn't like these goddamn Democrats trying to get around their tax obligations, you know. So, of course, I don't work anymore. I don't know how much money they can get out of me anymore. They try, believe me.
Oh, I'm sure. And
Yeah.
it's probably worse in Canada, actually. But this fan wants to know, who was it easier to wrestle, Bob Backlund or Ivan Putski?
Oh, boy. That's a tough one. When I wrestled Backlund, he was, you know, new to the business in his early years, you know, and but he liked working with me. As a matter of fact, he still, whenever, before he got dementia, I guess, he'd always call me and thank me for teaching him about the business, you know, and I did, because I knew I had to work with the guy every fucking day for a year and a half, you know, back in the late 70s. And so I didn't want to get beat up every fucking day. You know, first time I worked with him, it was in a little town in New Jersey. It was down on the Jersey Shore, and I think it was around August, like 110 degrees on the fucking beach. God, the hell's the name of that little town? Well, during the summer, it's like 2,500 people, or during the winter, it's 2,500 people. During the summer, it's like 50,000. And so we went down there, and they had just built a new civic center that held about, I guess, about 900 people. No windows in the place, and but at least it was clean. And it was right next to the beach, Wildwood, New Jersey. So we went down there, and that was his first coming out match for the WWF, and he was going to have 1 year of matches before they put the belt on him. He beat me up so fucking bad. I had cauliflower ear, a fat lip, a bloody nose, a swollen eye, and he damn near tore my fucking arm off. And he was going 1,000,000 miles an hour. And so we get back to the locker room. He comes over and says, "Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ken. What do you think of the match?" I said, "I've been trying to evaluate for the past 5 minutes. I think it was a shits, Bob." He said, "Really?" I said, "You got to slow down. Slow down." He's going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I said, when you go that fast, the fans can't get into it, because you go from one thing to another to another to another in rapid succession. You know, I know you think that you're getting yourself over and showing the people how well you can wrestle, but that's not how you have to be visual. You have to show the people. And in order to show the people, you have to kind of work in slow motion. If you get that, you're not actually going in slow motion, but you know, you have to feel like you're going in slow motion. So, but I told him, we'll work it out. We're going to have a few matches, you know, coming up, you know, over the next 4 or 5 months. And he said, "Oh, yeah, good. And I said, "I'm going to teach you everything that you need to know." And he always remind me that over the years, you know, that was in 78, I think 77, whatever it was. And so over the next 30, 40 years, he always thanked me, Kenny, if it wasn't for you, I would have never learned this business. I says, yeah, probably, because nobody else wanted to take the time to teach you. And he said, isn't that the truth? But somebody called me about 6 months ago and said, have you talked to Backlund lately? I said, yeah, but he didn't even know who in the fuck I was. That's what I was thinking. I said, because he always called me, so he always, remembered to call me, because he had my phone number. That was the deal that we had set up years ago. And he'd call and try to remember things, and he couldn't remember. And so then I'd ask him about somebody or some event that we had done in the past. Not a clue. And then I was thinking, I wasn't going to ask him if he was suffering from, dementia or anything like that, because, he probably wouldn't even know. So, yeah.
Yeah, his agent told me that basically it was now or never for the interview because it's not going to get any better.
Yeah. Oh, you interviewed him?
Yes, but it was tough. I also interviewed Paul Orndorff when he had dementia. And
Oh,
it's not it isn't easy, but I do believe I asked him about you, but all he could say was Ken was good. Like he couldn't remember specifics or
yeah.
anything. So
Yeah. Well, we're always good friends, So same with Paul Orndorff. God, last time I saw Paul was in New York. I just felt sad. He looked like a little old man. He had all gray sweatpants and sweatshirt on, and he was sitting in the restaurant in the corner all by himself. And he looked like a little old man, all shriveled up. And I said, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? So I went over there. I said, Paul. And he kind of looked at me. He said, yeah. I said, Brad Reagan told me that if I see you over here in New York, to say hi. Brad, he said, I don't know any Brad. Brad Reagan's, Minnesota. No, I don't know any Brad. And so I got back to Minnesota. I called Brad and told him that he didn't recognize your name anymore. And I said, when was the last time you saw Paul? I said, you guys used to go hunting every year. You'd go down to Georgia or he'd come up here to Minnesota. The big hunters, they like to do that. I've never been hunting in my life. Well, a pussy, that's, they can't count that. Yeah.
yeah, I think I'm in the same hunting boat as you are. That's about all I've hunted as well.
Yeah.
Richard wants to know if you have an Andre the Giant drinking story. I'm sure you do. You seem like the type of guy Andre would have liked.
Andre the Giant drinking story? Well, most of them take an hour to tell. I mean, it's not like we used to sit down and drink one or two beers. We sit down, he'd drink 100 beers and I'd drink at least 40, so that it takes time to tell Andre the Giant drinking stories. I think everybody that can still follows. I think they've heard them all. Or that you don't hear everything, but Andre was a funny son of a bitch. He was funny, and he liked to tell stories, and Yeah, but he was a funny guy. Yeah, but most people wouldn't know that, because they don't think that a giant can be funny. But he had me in stitches all the time.
Didn't I hear that he would sometimes in Japan or even in America as a joke, like lay out newspapers on the bed and just take a massive dump for the maids, and he found that hilarious.
Andre, you mean?
Yeah.
No, he just fucking sit on the edge of the bathtub and shit in the tub. No,
Oh
sir.
my God.
He could barely get in the fuck. Well, if he was in some little motel in southern or northern Japan where you couldn't even get in the bathroom, I'm sure then he just shit shit on the newspaper or something, or just shit on the coffee table or something. I mean, when the big guy has to take a dump, he takes a fucking dump. I tell you, sometimes he would fart. I'll tell you a funny story. We're in Boston. I think this story might have been told a few times. We were in Boston, and we'd always lock her in the same locker room as the Boston Celtics, the basketball team. They had two stalls, and I think they only had one shitter. And it was right next to the fucking sink in the old Boston Garden. What a shithole. Great place to have a wrestling show, though. I sold that place out with Bruno and Backlund. I don't know, 7, 8 times, 10 times. How many times? I don't remember. Whenever I was the main event there. I was the main event there a lot. But anyway, Andre has to take a shit. This has turned into a fucking shit interview. I thought this was a shoot interview.
Well, the fans like hearing about that.
Anyway, that fucking Andre, he could, the size of the stall where the toilet was real tall because those basketball players, they're 7 feet tall. And so Andre would go in there and take a dump, of course, plug the fucking toilet up. And one time he was in there flushing that fucking toilet, I bet 30 times. And I said, Andre, did that fucking turd ever go down? No, boss. Anyway, the fucking, and the bathroom was right between the two locker rooms, and there were no doors or nothing, it was just wide open. He stunk that fucking place up. So, oh man, it was bad. And before he took a dump, he farted. That fucking fart had to be 40, 50 seconds long. It just rumbled out of his ass. It was like an outdoor motor or something, Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah.
Whenever us guys were laughing, he'd laugh right along with the show. It didn't offend him at all. He was good about that, After all, he's a goddamn giant. What the fuck are you going to do?
Exactly. And he was a top draw as well. So he had control. They always allowed him to drink, didn't they, in the dressing room? He was the one guy.
Yeah, him and Lou Albano. I never drank in the locker room. I didn't like wrestling drunk. Yeah, but I did a couple. There were a few exceptions. We were in Las Vegas, and we're supposed to wrestle at the Thomas Mack Center over at UNLV. So we got in about 8:30, 9 in the morning, and so everybody's starving. So we go in the I don't know if casinos have them anymore, but the like lounge bars, and what I mean by that, they're right in the lobby, right in the fucking lobby, and so before you go anywhere, you could get a drink right there in the lobby. But of course, they have tables and they had a big bar, and so we're Caesar's Palace, and they had just redid the lounge bar. It was beautiful. And we were all thirsty. I think there were 7 or 8 of us. So we go in there, we all, take a seat and everything. And we, everybody orders whatever they wanted, whether it be a hard liquor or a beer or whatever. So anyway, Captain America, Dick Murdoch, Dirty Dick Murdoch, the merciless bastard, he says, let's have a drinking contest. There's a fucking 9 o'clock in the morning. And I said, Dick, are you serious? He says, I think I can drink more beer than Andre can. I think that's my... Just turn that off. Put that fucking phone in a goddamn drawer or something. But anyway, Murdoch, we're all sitting down, relaxing. I bet and Andre's at one end of the circle there. So Murdoch stands up. Andre, I bet I can drink more beer in an hour than you can. And Andre looks at him. And Murdoch, I don't know what the hell was wrong with him. He must have had a bunch of bennies in him or something. And so I says, well, I'll get in on this action. And then Dino Bravo did the same. Lou Albano, Frank Valois, Andre's manager. He was 60 years old at the time, and he was about 340 pounds, a big guy. But, he's like 60 years old, so I didn't expect him to get in on the action, but he did. So anyway, to make a long story short, because this is a long story, started at 9 in the morning, and we didn't have our last beer till 7:30 at night, and the matches started at 8. And so it's quite obvious we weren't at the arena yet. We were about 15 minutes away. So who in the fuck is calling? God damn.
Is it your wife? Are you still married?
No, I'm shit. I haven't been married for, God. Well, I had 3 wives. I remember that. And then 1988. So that's what, 34 years ago? Christ. 34 years ago was the last time I was married. But anyway, so we start drinking. And then the manager of the special events, he controlled the boxing matches and the car races, whatever kind of special event that Caesar's Palace did. This guy handled everything. He was a young guy. He was like 30 years old, big wrestling fan. So he comes in the bar. He said, "What's going on in here?" I said, "Dick Murdoch challenged Andre the Giant to a beer drinking contest, and that we're right in the middle of it." "Oh, really?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I think this is the main event situation. I think Caesar's Palace ought to pay for the beer." He says, "I think so too." So he has the bartender get a bunch of these little plastic containers that people put their coins in when they're playing slot machines. I don't even know if they have those anymore. I mean, they still have slot machines, but everything's computerized now. So anyway, the bartender had these 7 or 8 little buckets behind the bar. Every time we order beer, he'd pop a bottle cap off and throw it in. What? That fucking phone? Is that my phone? What? Fuck. No peace, Hannibal, I'll tell you. But anyway.
I hope it's a ring rat. I hope it's one of the groupies that saw you at the convention today.
Oh, thanks a lot. What the hell would I do with her? You know, I'd have her stripped down, I'd turn around circles. I said, "That looks familiar, lady."
I'm sure someone in there has a Cialis for you.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But anyway, after all those hours of drinking, I mean, we were all fucked up. And Andre drank 117 beers. His manager, Frank Valois, drank like 65 or 70. And here's this guy 60 years old at the time. And I think I took third. And I drank 46, 44, 46, something like that. And Big Mouth Captain America, Dick Murdoch, drank like 40. He was like 5th. And Lou Albano dropped out and went to vodka. And Dino Bravo drank quite a few. Dino drank about 40. And so after like 7 o'clock at night, the manager came in and he says, "Well," he says, "I can't count everybody's bucket up, and here's the list. I wrote everybody's name down, and that's how we knew, you know, who won and who drank what." So we get somebody said, "Oh, Arnie Skolin called." I said, "Well, you told him that we're on our way." "No." I said, "Well, why not?" So anyway, we get the van from the casino, from Caesar's Palace, and we all pile in, and we get over to the arena. We pull up in the back, nobody there. I said, "Shit, is anybody in here?" We go and turn that fucking thing off. God damn. I don't know.
The phone's over with the fans in the comment section. But so what happens when you get to the show?
Oh, so we get to the show. We walk in the back. And I didn't know if anybody was there. We go inside. There's 19,000 people in there. we go in the locker room. Arnie Skolin says, "Okay, guys, who's the wise guy that pulled this bullshit off?" He says, "Well, it's Andre." And of course, Skolin was running the show, and he eventually wound up being Andre's manager after Frank Valois retired. He said, don't pull that shit on me." And he says, the show's already started. The show had started 5 minutes before. I said, "Well, we're all here now." I said, "Yeah, you're all fucking drunk." I says, "No, we're just drunk. We're not fucking drunk." And he says, "God, what the hell am I going to do with you guys?" So anyway, we get our bags unpacked and everything. He said, "Patera, you're working with the Giant tonight." I said, "Yeah, I know." He said, "For TV, we need 15 minutes. I said, 15 minutes. Can we make it 10 or 12? No! I said, okay. I said, "Well, talk to Andre, see what he has to say about it." I don't have to, I just tell Andre, he'll do it. I said, okay. I said, "He drank over 100 beers. What? I said, "Yeah, he drank over 100 beers. I didn't even drink half that many. I drank a little over 40. Holy fuck." He said, "Okay, do your best." And because it was televised, 19,000 people in the place. And to give you an idea how well we did, we went out there the next month and it was sold out again. Skolin says, "God, you guys killed me." Yeah, so yeah, we had a fantastic match. We wound up going 17 minutes. We didn't touch each other for the first 12. And people wanted to kill me because, I was the bad guy. But I liked being the bad guy. So that's how it was back in the day. Yeah.
Well, if anyone can look up that match, send it to me. I'd like to see it, but I'm sure you guys held yourselves together. As you said, you were on autopilot and you still came back and sold out again.
Yeah. It was automatic,
Well, I appreciate you joining us again. The fans always love you. Hopefully, we can have you again down the road. You don't have any social media or anything where fans can contact you, do you?
Well, I do, but my website has been so fucked up. I can't even remember it right now. I haven't even used it in 3-4 months, I think. And but what I'll do when I get back to Minnesota, I'll have my daughter send something to you, and that way you can put it up on the internet or up on your show, I guess.
Yeah, we could share it with the fans for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we appreciate you talking to us. I know some people are saying it's Ric Flair asking to borrow money for you. Other people are saying it's Vince calling you. Everyone wants to know who that person is. So,
What's that now?
like, some people think it's Ric Flair wanting to borrow money for you from you on the phone.
Oh, on the phone. Hey, you never know. I'd take that as a compliment, but I'd have to inform Rick. I said, "I'm a retired wrestler from the WWE. I'm fucking broken, bankrupt." I said, could you run a what do you call it?
GoFundMe.
A GoFundMe page.
Yeah, you've never had to stoop to those levels, thank God. You seem like one of the normal ones.
Yeah, I well, not that. I was never a multi-millionaire. But back in the day, we didn't make that kind of money.
Yeah.
But I had a good gym business, and then when I turned 58, I got a job offer that I really couldn't refuse. So I worked for a company. It was called Twin City Wire. It was an industrial wire company in Minnesota there. And I did outdoor sales. They bought me a $50,000 pickup truck back in 88. Was it 8? No. In 2002. 2002. I drive around the state of Minnesota selling wire to wire screens to, we sold crushers, the big machines that crush rock for highway construction projects and whatnot. It was a pretty technical job, really, but it sounds crazy, You crush the rocks and then you put them through this screening process. But anyway.
Answer that phone and find out who the hell it is.
Yeah.
It's Mark Henry.
This joker says maybe it's Mark Henry. I said, fuck.
We'll end the interview with finding out who that person is. I'm curious.
Let's find out. What's your passcode? Hold on, what's your passcode? What's your passcode? Let's fucking find out who this fucking person is.
Here.
Hold on, what's the passcode?
Give it to him.
Yeah, give it to Ken. Let's see. What the fuck?
Passcode 69.
That shit is-
69.
Yeah, give out their number for everybody.
Here, let's call that motherfucker. Let's see who it is. This is crazy.
Let me see.
Yeah, come on. Ken can figure it out. Maybe it's something.
Well, look at that. No caller.
Let's call out.
It was some fucking asshole.
What's this bullshit? Let's see if we get a call. Dude, you got
It's almost midnight.
7 of these damn no caller. You can't even fucking call this shit.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Hannibal.
It's all right. We'll let you close this off with whatever you want to say to the fans. But thanks again, and I hope to have you on again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. I thought after the first 2 times you weren't ever going to talk to me again. Because I said fuck 2 or 3 times, and I had quite a few beers and all that good stuff. I think fuck. The more beer I drink, the better I sound.
Kenny and I go way back, and I always called Kenny the last angry man. And I remember he wanted to get an award from the Cauliflower Alley Club that, is a national professional wrestling association that meets once a year in Las Vegas. So Brian Blair, my partner, who was the president of the organization, Cauliflower Alley Club, he said to me, Jimmy, he says, what do you think we should get Kenny as a gift or, an award? And I said, let's get a trophy and have a middle finger like that in bronze, and then have the writing below it saying, the last angry man, Ken Patera. and Brian says, oh, we can't do that. So, yeah, Kenny's been a real character. Oh, God. I remember we were in Richfield, Cleveland, and we had, can't remember what, it was on Thanksgiving, so it must have been one of the big pay-per-views. So he and I came in from a different town. He and I split a room that night. And during the course of the night, I heard him get up and go to the bathroom about 3 or 4 times. And the last time I heard it, he was vomiting. And I said, oh, Christ. So in the morning, I get up and we're going to the Coliseum there. I can't remember the name of the goddamn whatever it was, but it was a pay-per-view. And I said to Kenny, I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Oh God," he said, "I'm sick. I got the flu." So little did I know, I get to the arena and we get dressed up, and I said, "Geez," I said, "Patera, sick. I think he's got the flu." And somebody said he had 12 white Russians at the bar. So that's why he was sick. He didn't tell me that, but that was why he was sick. But, Kenny's a good guy, and he's a character. He used to call my phone, and, Kenny likes to drink, and he would he would have he'd leave messages on my phone that were just, well, they were hilarious to me, but my wife didn't like them because he was, F this and F that, and then he wasn't too fond of too many ethnicities, so there was always that line that he'd crossed into being a racist, and it was just amazing. And then I told him, I said, "Ken," I said, "you can't leave those messages on my phone because Mary listens to them." So then he had a snootful one night, and he called up and left a message to Mary saying, "Mary, I'm sorry I left all those effing messages on the phone." So yeah, Kenny's a character. I just saw him about a month ago. I stopped over there, and he had gained some weight. He went up to 358 pounds, and I think he said he lost 60. So he told me he quit drinking hard liquor. So I know it was 10 in the morning, and he was starting on Miller Lite and his second tin of Copenhagen. So I know he was on his way.
Were you in the AWA when he had that incident at the McDonald's?
Yes.
What do you know the inside scoop of what happened there?
Well, Saito had been drinking, and they were hungry, so they went to McDonald's, and they tried to go through the drive-through, and they said that they were closed. And Kenny saw them dumping out hamburgers that were pre-made and probably there too long. So he goes out and, he picks up a 30-pound boulder, great big boulder, and throws it through the front glass window of McDonald's. So they go in the car, and they go back to the motel, and of course the police come and kick down the door and spray them both with mace, and they had a heck of it. They were lucky they weren't shot. If it would have been current, they would have both been shot. But so, Kenny, wound up thinking that he could beat this thing, and he wound up doing 2 or 3 years in prison. And I think Saito got deported, but that's my recollection of what happened. And there's not too many people that can throw a 33-pound boulder pick it up over their head and throw it through a
right. Because he claims it was a disgruntled employee.
Welcome, fans, to another edition of the Great North Wrestling Podcast. My name is Jack Kilby, Executive Vice President of Great North Wrestling. And tonight we are really honored to have a true legend in the world of professional wrestling, along with Olympic weightlifting, strongman competitions, you name it. This man has done it. The legendary Ken Patera, who is going to talk to us about his new book that is forthcoming for pre-order this week. Kenny, welcome to the Great North Wrestling Podcast, sir.
Well, thanks for having me. I've been on with Hannibal or Devin. What does he go by, Devin or Hannibal?
He goes by, wrestling wise, he's Hannibal. His name is Devin, though, so either one works, sir.
Yeah, Devin, nice guy, really Absolutely. A nice guy. I had the pleasure of talking to him. I think about 2 years ago, and I was doing a meet and greet and autograph session up in Albany, New York with Nick Massey. And he says, "You want to be on Hannibal?" And I says, "What's Hannibal?" I didn't even know. And so he says, "Well, he's up in Canada, up in Toronto. We'll fix you up and get you some publicity." I says, "Well, that sounds good good to me." So that's how I met Devin, and he loved it. Yeah, it's been 2 years now, and then I was on a year ago also. So this will be the third time.
Well, the third time is the charm, and you're certainly a favorite of the viewers of the Hannibal TV, given your other appearances. But I want you right now to, if you can, you've got a copy of the book, which is called Ken Patera, Weight of the World. We'll show the fans the cover, and we'll get into the pre-order information at the end of our interview. But you collaborated with Kenny Casanova and another fella, George Luce, on the project, and I think it would help the fans to know what at this stage of the game created the desire for you to write a memoir, given your extensive careers.
Well, age. I'm almost 80 years old now. And when I did all that stuff, it was back in the, well, let's put it this way. I was born in 1943 and graduated from high school in 61. And then I went to college. I bumped around, dropped out a couple of times, wound up at Brigham Young University and graduated an education degree from Brigham Young. And I never utilized, well, I shouldn't say that. I did teach for 1 year, but it was so bad. Oh, God, I couldn't take it. I had to get out of there, man, I'll tell you. And so anyway, a friend of mine owned a steel warehouse. And he asked me, he says, "You want to come to work for me?" I said, "What? Doing what?" He said, "Either sales or you can run an overhead crane in the warehouse." I said, "Well, shit. Which one am I going to make the most money at?" He said, "Probably running the crane." I said, "I'll run the crane." So I jumped on that, and then I started night school at Portland State University working on a master's degree, because I wasn't going to teach anymore unless I taught, unless I was a professor at a college. And then the Olympics started to come, get real close. And so I started training for the Olympics and forgot about the college. I just, I said, "I'll come back to it in a few years." Well, I never did come back. That's one of those things. And then my brother Jack, he was coaching for the Minnesota Vikings, and in Minnesota, where I once I moved here, I've lived all over the country, but I always kept gravitating back to Minnesota, and that's where I am now. So I just, I like the cold. I don't know why. It's a funny quirk in my head. After growing up in Portland, Oregon, it rained all the time. I think I got waterlogged. But yeah, it's just one of those things. And then when I was training for the Olympics up here in Minnesota, I bumped into Vern Gagne, through my brother. My brother knew Vern. And he says, "Yeah," he says, Jack tells me you're going to the Olympics. I said, yeah. He says, what makes you think you're good enough to go to the Olympics? I said, well, I've won at that time 3 national weightlifting championships, broke all the records. All the records are mine. I had just won 4 gold medals in the Pan American Games. The only weightlifter to ever win 4 gold medals in the Pan Am Games. All the records. And so I explained to Vern, I said, I don't anticipate any kind of injury. So I think I'm good. Well, right after the Olympic trials, that's the meet that officially qualifies you for the Olympics. I'm out jogging. I stepped in a damn hole, twisted my knee. My knee goes boom, blows up the size of a basketball. So anyway, I had to have it operated on. Well, that was 11 months before the Olympics when I injured my knee. Yeah, it never healed properly. Even after the operation, if of course, if it happened, when they had arthroscopic or orthoscopic surgery, it would have been fine. But back in 1971, when I hurt my knee, I had a scar on my knee. Where's the camera? About a foot long.
Holy Toledo.
Oh, yeah. God, they butcher you. And then they put a cast on me for 6 weeks. And nowadays they don't even, they close the incision with glue, some kind of glue. So anyway, after meeting Vern Gagne, he says, then he brought his whole family over to Munich to watch me compete. Now, I don't know if they actually got to the weightlifting hall where we were competing, but nonetheless, he brought his whole family over there because of me. And then his son, Greg, he came along with the family. So when after the Olympics, Greg and I went on a whirlwind tour. We went to Vienna, Austria, and Bratislava, Czechoslovakia. Okay, we went everywhere. We even took a boat down the Blue Danube. And, the Blue Danube wasn't real blue. It was muddier shit. And so anyway, we got back here and started training. And before I went to the Olympics, I was living with Ric Flair. And he always wanted to be a wrestler. Oh, God, he hounded me every day for 2 years. And so when I got back, I promised him, I said, we start training camp. I'm going to have Vern Gagne get a hold of you and get you in that training camp. And that's what happened. That's how Rick got started. Because we were living together, we were good friends, So
yeah, he said in his book basically that when he was starting his career, he wanted to be Ken Patera.
Yeah, he loved weightlifting. The way we met was kind of, I was looking for a bar. I was living there in Minnesota for about 2 weeks without a whiskey or a beer. And so I asked my brother, I said, is there any bars around here? He said, well, you go over to Excelsior Boulevard, nothing but bars. So I went over to Excelsior Boulevard, and first place I saw was George's in the Park. So I walked in the back door there, and there's this blonde kid sitting at a table. And I asked him where the cigarette machine was. Right over there. So as I'm putting two quarters in, to get a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes were 50 cents a pack out of the machine. If you went to the store, they were 25 cents. 25 cents. So as I'm pulling the plunger out to make the cigarettes drop out, he taps me on this guy taps me on the shoulder. He says, "Do you smoke?" I said, "I smoke and I drink and I do a lot of other things." He couldn't believe it. So anyway, I went into one of the bars there. It was called the Red Dog Saloon. It was a little separate. There was a big they had a big orchestra and everything. They had everything there. But in the back, they had, they call it a working man's bar. It's called the Red Dog Saloon. And that's where you went to, chew tobacco and hit people and spit on people. I'm not kidding. It was a rough fucking bar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And anyway, about 2 weeks later, I'm bouncing back there. I'm running the damn place. Or I'm not running it, but I was controlling all the misfits that came in there. I did a pretty good job.
I bet. So Rick wrote the foreword to your book. I understand. How did that come about? Did you call him up, or did he get the word that you were finally putting pen to paper for your memoir?
Yeah, well, the way it came about, we call back and forth. I miss his call, he misses my call, then we call, and then we miss each other again. Boom, boom. It's so ridiculous. But anyway, we wind up talking a couple times a month, and he called me a couple weeks ago, asked me how things were going, and I said good. But the way that came about, I called Rick, and I says, "Rick, I'm writing a book." I said, I talked to Bruce Wilhelm. If my brother hadn't passed away, I probably would have had him write it, because he was a head coach he was the first head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, and he had coached through the NFL off and on for like 24, 25 years. And so anyway, I said, well, maybe I ought to get somebody in the wrestling business to do. And I said, God, who would that be? I said, well, my old buddy Ric Flair. So I called Rick, and he said, oh, John, he jumped all over it. God, he was just tickled. I mean, he was really happy to do it. He said, yeah, I'd do it, And so that's how that came about. I just asked him. Yeah.
Nice. So I wanted to ask you how, in the process of preparing to write the book, how did you focus on, because you've had such a tremendous career across several disciplines in addition to pro wrestling, as we touched on earlier. How did you decide on what to include and what not to include with Kenny and George?
That was tough. I'll tell you. I debated, whether to put my childhood in there or not, and some high school stuff, some college stuff. It's kind of, should I just keep it about pro wrestling and the Olympics and the weightlifting, but then I decided to throw some stuff in there, when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and then I just rolled it. It just kept building it, until I got to the Olympic Games, and then all the competitions I had to do prior to going to the Olympics. So there was a lot, probably 20 in 4 years. That's a lot for weightlifting.
Mm.
And then after being I was really successful at weightlifting. You know, this fucking asshole Vince McMahon. You know who Vince is?
Absolutely, yes.
I've known that prick since '76. His dad wanted me to come to New York and wrestle for the WWF. I
Was
said,
that the program with Bruno?
yeah.
I
Yeah,
was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
yeah, that's the first time I went to New York, WWF. Bruno's like a god. I mean, Jesus. I mean, people just fall all over themselves. Bruno. And I never seen anything like that. And so anyway, I worked that program with Bruno. I wrestled him 3 times in Madison Square Garden. Complete sellouts, except the first one is 4 below zero. And that's cold for New York.
Mm.
And the subway trains that come in from Long Island and up north, the railroad lines were breaking, snapping because of the weather. And so the place was sold out. You know, it was over 20,000 people, but only 14,000 people were able to get there because of the cold. And so then the second and the third one were completely sold out. Then after that, we sold out the Spectrum in Philadelphia 3 times. The Igloo over in Pittsburgh 3 times. God, how can I forget the Boston Garden, Beantown? We sold that place out right to the rafters 3 times. Every place we went where we actually wrestled each other 3 times was probably about 7, 8 different arenas, just the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
I never wrestled him any small towns because he had to deal with the promotion in the WWF that he just wrestled the big venues, you know. And so that was fine. You know, I wrestled everything. It didn't matter if there were 50 people or 50,000. And that's how I felt about it, you know. Of course, I was a little younger than Bruno. I think I was 8, 10 years younger. So, yeah. So that makes a difference, you know, especially after Stan Hansen body slammed him on his head, broke his neck. I come in 2 years after that. So that had something to do with it.
When we spoke offline, I think the fans would be interested in your commentary on the fact that when you were an Olympic competitor, you were you said you had to be very squeaky clean, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of fans, and we'll talk about your babyface run, which actually is one of my favorite of all time, but you were a very memorable and believable heel, and you had some insight as to why that was. Can you talk about that to the fans?
As a heel?
Why you clicked so well as a heel?
Oh, well, you know, after being training for 4 years for the Olympic Games, and yeah, you know, it was like walking on eggshells all the time. You know, you had to watch yourself, you know, because you're representing the United States, you know, and so I adhered to all the niceties of athletics, you know. Although I still smoked and drank, Not a lot, I wasn't a boozer, but anyway, then I got into wrestling. I was a baby face for, God, I don't know, 4 years, 3 years. And then I was wrestling for Cowboy Bill Watts down in Oklahoma Territory. And that's when I became a bad guy. I had got with a group of bad people. So anyway, I loved being the bad guy. I said, God, I finally got the shackles off, take the shackles off. And then I don't know if wrestling fans realize this or not, but the bad guy leads the match. And I got tired of these yo-yos. A good guy, they didn't want to do a job, and otherwise they didn't want to lose, and especially if we were near their hometown or they had their girlfriend or mom in the audience. They didn't want to lose, Well, they lost, when they're wrestling me, but I didn't put up with that bullshit, And we're in there, it's a business, So yeah, I loved it, and then I developed a swinging full Nelson, the most vicious, violent wrestling hold ever devised. And the reason why it was so violent was once I slapped that full Nelson on an opponent and shake them and start hearing their neck snap, crackle, pop, then I would pick them up and I was swinging. I was swinging around, anywhere from 3, 5, 6 times. I think I swung one guy about 10 times. And his neck was fucked up for 2 months. Every time he saw me, he said, Kenny, God, you hurt me. You hurt me. I said, no, you hurt yourself.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
We've got a fan question here who wants to know, and we'll talk about this in a bit, but what would it take for you to come back to the WWF, WWE in whatever capacity?
It will never happen. I wouldn't go through that bullshit again for the life of me. No, when I left at the end of '88, I says, goodbye to wrestling. And I did wrestle. I wrestled in Germany and Moscow, Russia, and Singapore, Hong Kong, Mexico City. I wrestled all over the world after that. But I picked my shots. I only wrestled 5, 6 times a year after that. Yeah, so I wasn't quite ready to retire completely, but I did retire from the WWF, I'll tell you that. Fucking bullshit. All politics.
Yeah, which we're going to touch on when we talk about your babyface run in '87. But for now, I wanted to ask you about your memories of being part of, in the AWA, a member of the infamous Heenan family that I remember quite well as a kid popping for.
Yeah, well, Heenan was my manager up here in Minneapolis, the AWA, for a very short time. And then we figured out it'd be better if I was managed by Adnan El-Kaisi, the Sheikh. And he was actually from Iraq. He was from Baghdad, legitimately. And so we had a hell of a run. And then Jerry Blackwell joined the team. So Jerry Blackwell and I beat the High Flyers for the tag team belt. And God, we held them for 2 years, I think. A year and a half, 2 years, something like that. And so that was, I loved wrestling up here for Vern Gagne. I mean, he was a good payoff guy. He only wrestled 15 to 18 times a month. And so that was good. You know, being married and having 2 little daughters, being on the road every day wasn't appealing to me. Although it did happen, here and there, So anyway, most of those road, when I was in territories that had long drives and stuff, was prior to the birth of my 2 daughters. Back in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. And I had enough of that bullshit.
Absolutely. I can understand that. A fan, Richard, wants to know, basically saying that, so much of what Vince McMahon built his empire was on the back of the AWA. A lot of people have that opinion. Is there any way that Vern could have kept you, Heenan, Mean Gene, et cetera, to stem that tide?
Yeah, well, I'll give you a little backstory on that. Hulk Hogan was here, and I was wrestling Hulk 2-3 times a week for like 6 months. We were selling out everywhere. And I mean, legitimately selling out, no tickets left in the building. So anyway, Hulk told me that Vince McMahon wanted him to come back to the WWF, and then he put the belt on him. And Bobby Backlund had the belt at the time. And Bobby had been there. He had the belt for 6 years. And but Vince told Bobby, because Bobby told me, he said, yeah, I had a conversation with Vince, and he just came out and told me that I wasn't marketable anymore. That he couldn't find a way to keep the belt on me. And so he wanted to put it on Hulk Hogan. And Hulk told me the same story. And because I was good friends with both of them, And then the Sheik, who went through training camp with Ric Flair, myself, Jimmy Brunzell, Greg Gagne, another kid by the name of Bob Ruggers. The Sheik was bouncing around, not doing a lot, and then he wound up in New York. And I had already left. Because I was in New York 3 different times. And so anyway, I left in the late 70s, like 78, because I was there in 76 and 77. Yeah, then I left in 78, and I went back to Crockett Promotions down in Charlotte, North Carolina, and they were on fire. I mean, they were doing box office. They were doing as well as New York was. And so anyway, I was one of the top heels there, along with Ric Flair. And Ricky Steamboat was one of the top baby faces. Wahoo McDaniel was, so I mean, we had a killer group down there. And so anyway, so going from the AWA, like I say, I had already been in New York twice. And then I went back, and New Year's Day '82, I think it was. Yeah, New Year's Day. And that's when Vince was bringing in Hulk Hogan and the Samoan boys and a few other guys. And then shortly after that, Jimmy Snuka and Don Morocco and, the whole face of the WWF was changing. And I knew all these guys, and I'd worked with them down in Charlotte. I worked with them up here in Minneapolis in AWA. And it was right after I started wrestling in January 73, or the latter part of 72, December. That's when Morocco and Jimmy Snuka came in from Portland, Oregon, and my hometown. All those years I never wrestled in Portland except for one time, and it was right at the end of my career when I was still with the WWF. And everybody said, God, why didn't you ever wrestle in Portland? I said, because Don Owens, the promoter, told me that he couldn't pay me enough. And he was honest, and because I was wrestling nothing but big territories, like the Mid-Atlantic and Charlotte and WWF out of New York and AWA out of Minneapolis up here. I live about 100 miles north of Minneapolis now. I'm up here in God's country.
So is there anything that Vern could have done to stem the tide against Vince with talent rating?
I'm sorry, I got away from that.
Oh, no worries.
No, because Vince flew out here to Minnesota, out to the airport in Bloomington, Minnesota, and had Hulk meet him at the Marriott Hotel, right next to Mall of America. I think everybody knows Mall of America. And they had a long talk. And Vince says, Vince, I really like it here. I really like the AWA, great talent here and everything. And then Vince sweetened the pot. I'll put the belt on you. I'll guarantee you over $1 million a year. I mean, what the hell? And and then after that, Vince talked to Mean Gene Okerlund, the announcer, who carried a lot of weight, took him away from Vern, talked to Bobby Heenan, got Bobby Heenan out of here, and Jimmy Brunzell. And like I said, I had already been to WWF twice, prior to going back myself. And so Vince didn't really have to talk to me. But I called Vince one day and I says, I think it's time for me to come back. He says, well, we have a good place for you starting in, I think that was January or February, whatever it was. And he says, can you hold off until end of April? He says, I have a beautiful plug you right into program and everything where you start off making a ton of money. And I says, yeah. I says, I'll hold off to that until then. And so I had a chat with Vern into March. You know what that prick said? He says, well, Kenny, how long have you been here now? I said, 2.5 years. He said, 2.5 years, really? He said, God, that's quite a while. I said, well, I said I could still stay, I guess. He says, well, were you thinking of leaving? I says, yeah. I says, I'm going to go back to the WWF. Oh my God. Yeah, because he mortal enemies with Vince at that time. And, but that's a couple years before all the shit really hit the fan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was in 79. Yeah, 79. And no, I was going to Crockett Promotions, excuse me, the old NWA down in Charlotte. And but I had talked to Vince, and so you know, I always stayed in touch with him. You know, stayed in good terms with him, especially his dad, because his dad was still running the place. And then I came back here after Charlotte in 81. That's what it was, or 82. And then it was 84. Yeah, okay. Get the dates right in my head. And then I talked to Vern about, you know, either staying or leaving. You know, that's when he got about, how long you been here? You know, 2.5 years. Oh my God. Well, where do you plan on going? I said, well, last time I left here, I went to Charlotte. So this time I'm going back to New York. Well, you've been in New York before. I said, yeah, I've been there twice. I said, I really like New York. And he says, well, whatever, you know. So that was 82. And so, or was that 84? No, shit, no. I'm trying to get the dates right in my head. That was
83-ish?
84.
84, 83, 84.
Yeah. And yeah, 84. That's when Hulk. Well, when did Hulk get the belt?
84.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My old scrambled head.
No. One of the fans on social media just around this time frame sent a question to ask you about the very infamous angle where yourself and John Studd cut the hair of Andre the Giant, and what that was like, given his reputation for being somewhat ornery if he didn't like you.
I was real good friends with Andre. Andre, we went out to eat all the time. When we were in Japan together, he wouldn't let me buy a meal, and we were out every night. You know, oh yeah, I was good friends with Andre. And in the beginning, he liked John Studd, but then John started acting like a fucking giant. You know, he got on that growth hormone and grew 3.5 inches. That's when he was in his mid 30s. I didn't know anybody could grow in their mid 30s, you know, maybe in their early 20s. He took so much growth hormone. Well, he killed himself. Mm. And I told him, I said, you stay on that growth hormone and all those steroids you've been on for the past 5 or 6 years, you're going to wind up dead. And he did wind up dead. So anyway, that angle was so hot. I was making $35,000 a month.
Wow.
You know, for back in those days, that was crazy money. And I even had some months where I was over in the 40s. And then I got in trouble with Saito here in the AWA with those cops. Well, then the trial comes, and I was in the WWF. After 6 or 7 months, I had to go to trial. And those fucking assholes, that judge and DA, they were both up for re-election, and they just buried me, And I wind up with the best lawyer in Wisconsin, supposedly, but he had turned into a cokehead. He was addicted to cocaine. I had no idea. Nobody knew. And so he was always late for court, like a half an hour to an hour late every morning. And the judge says, I don't even remember the asshole's name. That's how pissed I got. I did. Anyway, the judge found me and Saito guilty. And I had another judge here in Minnesota, in St. Paul, Minnesota, tell me, he said, well, don't worry about it, Ken. You'll get a $300 fine and maybe 30 days. Those assholes gave us 2 years, $50 fine, and 2 years in prison in the big house with many windows and many doors. And man, I was pissed about that. And so anyway, when I got out, I went back to work for Vince, and Saito came back to the AWA here in Minnesota. And I told Saito, I said, I'm going to go to the WWF. Do you want to come with me? No, I'm going to go. My girlfriend's lives in Minneapolis. I'm going to go back to wrestle for the AWA. I said, okay. And that's how that worked out. But that haircut deal was so fucking hot, especially with Heenan, and John Studd didn't have any heat on him until then. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And but I'm the one with all the heat. And so anyway, then I had to go to trial, got convicted, and went to prison. So go ahead.
So then this is an aspect of your career that I remember fondly as a kid, and that's when you got out. They released WWF released the Ken Patera story. You were on the magazine, and you had this really memorable debate with Bobby Heenan. That we still quote to this day. I just wanted to know who came up with that idea, and then how hot that program was when you were running through the Heenan family.
Yeah, that was hot. Jesus Christ. Well, I was talking to Vince, Bobby and I were talking to Vince, and I think Heenan sets up, what do you guys think of doing a debate? And at the end of the debate, we'll do something. I said, that's good. Vince loved it. Then, of course, Vince put his stamp on it and said that it was his idea. Fucking promoters. But anyway, then the belt thing didn't come up until we were in the locker room getting ready to go do the debate. He says, and I didn't want to do it. I was afraid I might hurt him. So anyway, he said, no, I'll come and whip your ass up. You just turn me around, smack me a couple times. He said, lay him in. I fucking laid him in. And so I got the belt around his neck and drug him out, and boom. And away he goes. He was airborne. And I thought for sure that he was going to go over the top rope. I said, God, is he going to come down or not? So boom, people went nuts. And that was good shit. And then, the Heenan family, Harley Race, Hercules, who are the other guys in there?
Towards the end, Rick Rude.
Was Rick in there?
I believe so, yeah. Memory
Yeah,
serves me.
Rick, was Bundy in there?
I don't think so at that time.
No, I don't think so at that time.
I wanted to ask you about the verbiage in that debate is so memorable today. As one of the fans, Marty, pointed out when Bobby said all you cared about was pressing weights, and now all you're good for is pressing license plates.
Yeah.
And you want a belt? I'll give you a belt. And was that? Did Bobby lay that out ahead of time, or was that just on the fly sort of thing?
It was on the fly.
Wow.
Because I wasn't expecting that, and so just improv, and it just worked out fantastic, So he's whipping me with that fucking belt. I mean, he was laying him in. I said, "Son of a bitch," He said, "Take the belt away. Put it around my neck. Put it around my neck." And so everything was on the fly. Just we had no time to think about doing anything. Got the belt around his neck. Boom, Yeah. Things work out better when you do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You sit around, plan shit, and it never goes accordingly. Yeah.
And they certainly don't do storytelling. I mean, we're still talking about this how many years later about what a memorable angle that was.
Yeah. What was that? 87?
87. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's that? 36 years ago. 36 years ago. And I'm only 29. How in the hell does that work out? Jesus Christ.
Amazing.
And then I look back, all the guys I worked with and partied with, they're all dead now. Yeah.
Sad.
Drugs, car accidents, all kinds of shit. Heart attacks.
Well, it's a very difficult business. I wanted to ask you though, around this red hot period, you suffered an injury to your bicep, and then what appeared to be a push for you to be the WWF World Champion. Kind of it to me, even as a viewer back then, your push really cooled, and you ended up being used almost in a lower mid card capacity. What exactly happened there to have you almost at the top of the mountain and a huge amount of fan support, and then it seemed like they really cooled you off?
Yeah, and then I got pissed. I got despondent. And I said, fuck this wrestling business. I don't want to be in it anymore. Pat Patterson, he was in the office, as a booker. And he came to me one day and he says, Kenny, he says, Vince is kind of, really upset that you keep getting injured. And I had a couple injuries. I fucked my ankle up real bad where I couldn't stand on it for about a week and a half, and then I blew my pec out, and it's just everything was going south. And Vince says, Scott, he doesn't know if he can have you work main events anymore, especially with a belt, because you're injury prone. And I says, well, I said, if he feels that way, maybe, and I snapped the tricep off or on my left arm, had the pectoral injury along with the arm. I fucked my arm up at the same time, and the ankle, and I says, I told Pat, I said, I don't know if I even want to be in this business anymore, especially the way Vince is treating me now. This is about 2 months into that downhill slide. And I says, I've made up my mind. I don't want to be here anymore. He says, in wrestling? I says, yeah, I don't want to be here in the WWF. I don't want to be anywhere where there's wrestling. I says, I realize I'm an educated guy. It's a big world out there, and I think I can do real well in it. He says, really? I said, yeah. I said, fuck this wrestling. I said, I'm not into it anymore. I'm going through a divorce. And if the promoter doesn't have enough faith in me to keep pushing me, I said, I'm still an asset. An asset. He's treating me like a fucking liability, Vince was. And then they started cutting my pay. Instead of making 15, 20, 30,000 a month, I was making 10% of that. Going through a divorce, still have bills. And I just said, fuck it. I said, I'm done with it. So that was it. Yeah.
So you fulfilled your commitments and put over a bunch of guys, culminating in the Survivor Series, and then you returned to the AWA in about 89, I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong.
89. Yeah.
89, and you worked a program with Larry Zabisco, who's been on the Hannibal TV. I've had the pleasure of interviewing, and team with Brad Rangans in the Olympians team, and you worked against a young Destruction Crew team of Wayne the Train Bloom and Mike Enos. So
yeah,
you were still on national TV. It was on ESPN. It aired up here in Canada on TSN. But
yeah,
what was the we all know the company was in some dire straits then. What was the atmosphere like when you were working for Vern then?
The AWA was a sinking ship. When I came back here, I opened up a health club, which turned out to be really lucrative for 9 years. I made a ton of money out of that thing. And that was always kind of a dream of mine, opening up a health club. Because, I was a gym rat my whole life, shit. And so Wahoo McDaniel called me from the wrestling office. He said, Kenny, how you doing? It's Wahoo. I said, yeah, Wahoo, how in the hell you been, man? He said, good. He said, wrestling, it's not like the old days. It's a dying business. I said, dying? I said, what do you mean by that? He said, well, here in the AWA, Vern's so fucked up, he won't listen. And Ray Stevens and Wahoo were booking the AWA at the time. He said, Vern won't listen to anybody. He has all the answers. And the fucking ship, each week you could see it go down and down and down a little bit more and then down. And he says, anyway, I was wondering if you wanted to come to work for us. I said, well, I will, but I can only work once or twice a week. He started laughing. He says, fuck, that's all we do. Some weeks we don't work at all. A good week we work three times, but most of us once or twice. We're wrestling in little high schools, grade schools, playgrounds, wherever we can set up a ring and hope that more than 50 people show up. And I said, okay, I'll do it. I says, but I'm not going to work more than once or twice a week. He says, no, you got my word on that. I don't even have to go out and make sure you don't do that. So we were doing TV down in Rochester, Minnesota. And that's famous for the Mayo Clinic, for people that might not know. But anyway, we're doing TV down in Rochester, Minnesota. And it's only 60 miles south of Minneapolis. So we drive down there, So Brad Reagan's needed a knee injury or a knee surgery. And he says, Kenny, I'll do this TV show against, was the Bad Company, I think, was the tag team that we worked with. Paul Diamond, I think, and
Pat Tanaka.
Yeah, Pat. And so we beat them for the belts. And 2 days later, Brad was in the operating room getting his knee fixed. And Brad was a hell of an amateur wrestler. If Jimmy Carter hadn't canceled the 1980 Olympics, Brad would have won the gold medal. And I'll tell you why. The two guys that won the gold and the silver, but Brad beat those guys so bad they were looking for a bed sheet to crawl under. And so he would have whipped their ass good. But anyway, so Brad never got to go to the Olympics. He was on the Olympic team, but they never went. Nice guy, Brad. Brad's a good guy. And so anyway, we were on ESPN, was it? And and I says, well, Brad, if I can't have you as a partner, I'm going to quit too. So a couple days later, I called Wahoo and told him, I says, tell Vern that I'm going to wrap it up. And then a couple of weeks later, he calls me back. He says, hey, we got this great new TV format. We wrestle, but there's no audience. They pipe the sound in, and the audience will, put a facade of some kind up. And so I went over and looked at it. Sergeant Slaughter had just come back. Sergeant Slaughter's from Minneapolis. And so he had come back, and I just I looked at that. I saw the format and the way it was laid out. It was the shits. It was the screaming shits. And I think the company completely folded shortly after that.
Yeah, a far cry from the glory days. Got a fan question. Pepper Joe wants to know, what's your opinion on the state of wrestling today, without heat, without kayfabe, and with all the scripted interview stuff? And I think he's talking about the major companies, the WWE and AEW.
It's the shits. It's the screaming shits. Yeah, I don't watch that shit anymore.
I mean, a lot of those younger guys, they're great talents, but no direction. They were never really, they were taught to bounce around like acrobats. And that's all you get. You don't get a storyline. During the match, it's all dependent on who can give the ultimate suplex or body slam off the top rope, or goofy stuff. Those guys doing cartwheels and flapjacks and it's a screaming shits. Now, but Brock Lesnar does a pretty good job. Brad Reagan's trained him.
Mm-hmm.
I met him when he was breaking in back in, what year was that? 2000?
In and around there. Yep.
Yeah, 99, 2000, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I had my own wrestling promotion up here in Minnesota at the time. I was just, they're all benefit type shows. And I'm doing a lot of casinos and colleges and stuff. And I was really doing well. And then I had a training camp for 3 years. Yeah, I ran about 50 guys through that training camp at either 3,000 or 3,500 a piece. And then I ran enough shows every year where I could pay those guys anywhere from 75 to 150 bucks a piece. So actually they made their money back, or a lot of their money back. And so I treated the guys good. They all, there's four or five of them that I still stay in touch with. Yeah, Rookie Sensation, Dakota Kid, Street Fighter. There's a couple other I can't think of. Well, Miss Natural. Yeah, I had a good stable. Yeah, it was very good. And then after I closed up shop, I'd been talking to Harley Race, and he had a wrestling school down in Missouri. And a lot of my guys went down there. They loved working for Harley, because Harley and I both ran the same type of school, So
Old school, as they say. One of the fans on Facebook sent a question that I'm sure you probably have some insight on, and they want to know, what was it like in the early 90s working for Herb Abrams in the UWF?
Oh God,
his UWF.
I forgot all about that. He had Bruno come out and do some announcing, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I think I worked for him 3 or 4 TVs out in Los Angeles. So I had to fly out there and put up with all that nonsense. And Herb, just a little tiny guy, a Jewish guy from New York City. And I think he was a tailor. And he had a bunch of stores that, tailor-made suits and all that stuff, There's good money in it, because he had made a lot of money. But then he got into the cocaine. And Brian Blair was working in wrestling for him, and then working in some kind of capacity with him. And Brian says,
every show that we had, every TV production, Herb Abrams, he would rent a limo and he'd load it up with girls and cocaine. I didn't know that. Brian told me that about 15 years ago, way after the fact. And I said, Brian, if I knew that, I probably would have hung out a little longer. And he said, oh, yeah. He said that Herb was a party animal. And that's why he lost the business. He didn't know anything about the wrestling business. And he was hiring people. And then he wouldn't listen to them. He thought he knew it all. And it went right down the drain. So,
with his famous, infamous end, apparently covered in cocaine and naked and in a hallway or something like that, something along those lines. I believe the story was.
That's how he went out, right?
Yeah. It's become an urban legend now at this point in time. But yeah, that's why did you only have a limited run there?
Well, that's after 3 shows, I couldn't take it anymore. I said, that's it. It's stupid. Yeah, or after 3 TVs. I don't think we ran any shows. Did he wind up running some shows?
Yeah, he ran some very big venues for pay-per-views that didn't exactly even come close to breaking even.
Yeah. Well, I saw that he was so out of control, didn't have a clue about the business, and I knew he wasn't going to last. So I said, hell with it.
Understand.
What year was I out there?
I think it was about 1992 ish.
Okay, I still had my gym. I had my gym from 89 to 90, first of 98. And then I closed the gym up, and for multiple reasons, I'm not even going to get into it. And then I says, I'm going to get back in the wrestling business. And that's what I did. And I'm glad I did. I mean, I had a 3-year run that was unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Well, Ken, we have time for one more fan question. Ivan wants to know why you never worked in Puerto Rico for Carlos Colon and World Wrestling Council.
Real simple. Gorilla Monsoon had owned a percentage of Puerto Rico with Carlos. And Gorilla and his wife adopted a little Puerto Rican boy there in New York. Well, that little Puerto Rican boy went back to Puerto Rico and got in with Colon. And the next thing I know, Bruiser Brody went in the shower and that little motherfucker put the knife to him, killed him in the shower.
Invader.
Huh?
The fellow's name was Invader.
Oh, is that what his name? I remember his real name. What the hell was his real name?
I think it's Jose Gonzalez, if memory serves me correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Jose Gonzalez, that little pimple-faced motherfucker. And another thing, that's why I never went to Puerto Rico. Because Frank Goodish, Bruiser Brody, was a very dear friend of mine. I helped break him in the business down in Texas when I was down there. We got on the highway together all the time. And he asked me to stay at his grandmother's house whenever I was in San Antonio, which I did. She had passed away a few weeks before that, and he didn't want anybody to break in the house and fuck things up, you know.
Mhm.
So I stayed in that house every Wednesday until it was sold, about a month and a half. Yeah, he really appreciated that. And I said, no problem. I said, I'm glad to help out. And yeah, a little fucking Jose uh, Monsoon, Gorilla Monsoon, he was like the booker back in those days. And so Jose wanted to break in. So Gorilla got him trained in and everything. And he was going to have a TV match with Ken Patera. Well, he was scared to death of me. And that was before all this shit went down, you know. And so he come in the locker room and says, Ken, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I said, what do you mean don't hurt you? I said, fuck. And then Monsoon come in and give the finish. He didn't want to do a job for me on TV. Can you imagine that, the little motherfucker? I said, so you don't want to do it? Yeah, I said, you don't want to get hurt? I said, with a fucking attitude like that, you're going to get fucked up, man. Oh, well, I didn't mean to. So he was apologizing all over the place. So we went out and had like a 1-minute match. You know, he didn't want to do a job for me. I was the top fucking guy in the company. Oh, fuck.
Well,
But
that certainly makes sense why you wouldn't want to work there. The fans are asking Ken about your book in terms of the pre-order. Maybe you can show it again. I personally can't wait to read it. It's Ken Patera, Weight of the World, with Kenny Casanova and George Luce.
Yeah.
According to my information, it can be pre-ordered at, and we'll put this in the description of this interview, WOHW.com.
Okay.
Is there another location or anything that you can direct the fans to?
Yeah, well, my yeah, you can put my email in there, Ken Patera 43 at gmail.com.
So that's Ken Patera 43 at gmail.com.
Yep. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, Ken, I must say this interview has been one of my absolute favorites. Looked up to you as a kid, not only as a vicious heel, but a very accomplished like that. That's the Baron, right? The Claw.
He gave me permission 20 years ago to use his claw on anybody that got mouthy with me.
That's awesome. And what a devastating maneuver it was. And I would encourage all the fans, again, we'll put the links in the description to check out your forthcoming book. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans of the Hannibal TV before we close?
Oh, yeah. I love the people in Canada. You know, my favorite city up there was Winnipeg. We wrestled in Winnipeg every month when I was with the AWA when I first started back in 73 and 74. I loved going to Winnipeg. And another favorite is Toronto. I wrestled up there for Frank Tunney at the Maple Leaf Gardens. I was probably up there 5, 6, 7 times a year when I was wrestling out of New York for the WWF. Vince McMahon and Frank Tunney were close friends. And I had met Frank. You know, he was an old-time promoter. And his office right on the corner of in the same building as Maple Leaf Gardens. And God, I love Montreal, although I didn't go there very often, but I did wrestle Andre the Giant there at the Forum. We had almost 20,000 people slammed into that place. And I'll tell you a funny story. Andre and I were wrestling, doing all kinds of stuff. All of a sudden, he says, slam me, slam me. I said, are you sure? Yeah. I picked him up, gave him a body slam right in the middle of the ring. You could hear a pin drop. Complete silence. I said, oh, fuck. We're going to have a riot here. The riot didn't start for another 10 minutes. But he was near the rope. He rolled over a couple times, so he'd get near the rope. I covered him. He pushed me off. I took a bump through the rope onto the floor. And I get back in. And about 3, 4, 5 minutes later, I said, slam me, slam me. So he picks me up, body slams me, right next to the rope. And he covers me. Referee goes 1, 2, I kicked out. And that big bastard went through the middle rope all the way to the floor.
Wow.
And, oh, yeah. We just tore that place down. I mean, we tore it down. Like I say, after the match, we had a fucking riot. And,
yeah, they said if Andre liked you, he'd really go that extra mile to make you look like $1 million.
We're good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Andre and I are real close.
Well, Ken, I'd like to once again thank you for your time. Love to have you back again. I feel like I've only scratched the surface, and we're going to encourage all the fans to check out your book.
Absolutely. Let me get that up again.
Yes, sir.
Ken Patera,
Weight of the World.
World's Strongest Wrestler.
Absolutely. As a shoot.
I'm going to sign off this way. Win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat.
Thanks very much, Ken. And fans, that's been an epic edition of the Great North Wrestling Podcast. We'll see you next week. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
I think the fans would want to know this, and I'm sure there's probably a fan question in there. Speaking of Masa Saito, did he ever talk to you about what happened with him and Ken Patera? Because he supposedly beat the hell out of some of those cops.
No, you know what really happened? From what Masa told me was this: they were in Wisconsin, and Masa ended up doing time in Wisconsin, and it's really unfair to Masa because I'm sure he didn't have the right representation. He was the Japanese guys working in the U.S. Didn't really be able to communicate. I'm sure. What Masa told me was that this is Masa's version. I wasn't there, but Ken Patera and Masa went to McDonald's. I think they walked over, from what I understand, from their hotel, and Ken couldn't get Mr. Patera could not get what he wanted, and whatever the reason, he got really upset and took a boulder and threw it out the window. Threw it in the window, broke the window. And of course, nobody gonna stop them. So they go back to their hotel room. At this point, Masa hasn't done anything. And they knocked on Masa's door in a hotel, and he sees a couple of cops, and one of the officer was a lady, and decided to spray him. I'm sure they told him, hey. And there was no communication. And you can imagine, Masa doesn't know what's going on. He has some idea why they're there, but he didn't do anything. So next thing you know, they want to arrest him. This little, police officer want to arrest him and try to get physical with Masa and just put a handcuff on him. And Masa, Masa said, no, I didn't do anything. You're not, of course, he's speaking in Japanese, and he resisted because you're not putting a handcuff on me. And next thing you know, they spray him with the mace. Masa snatched the mace and chucked it and shoved the cop one way or another. that was it. Resisting arrest, and he did some quite a bit of time, not long period of time, but he got convicted for assaulting a police officer and ended up doing time.
Yeah, and the ironic part is Ken Patera has been interviewed on this channel numerous times, indicated that it wasn't him that threw a rock, but a disgruntled employee. And they basically sent a platoon of police officers to arrest Ken and Masas.
Hello and welcome to the two-man power trip of wrestling. I'm your host, JP John Paz. With me again, of course, is a returning guest. He's the world's strongest man. He's a former WWF Intercontinental Champion. He's an Olympic weightlifter. He's a two-time AWA Tag Team Champion. He is Mr. Ken Patera, the world's strongest man. Welcome back. How you doing?
How are you? Thanks for having me on your podcast. I've been looking forward to it. I have a new book here. Let me plug my book. Jesus God.
Yes.
This is almost 80 years in the making.
There it is. The Weight of the World, the new book by yourself, of course, and Kenny Casanova, who does many great wrestling books. What was that experience like with the book? Is you're a guy that should have a book. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I've had family members. I've had multiple friends and colleagues of mine for years and years. Patera, with all your knowledge, you ought to write a book. And I said, well, I was never really into writing a book. And then about 4 years ago, I got a hold of Kenny Casanova, and he didn't have time to write it, but he eventually wound up writing the majority of it. But he put me on to a new guy that he had hired as a writer, I guess. But the guy just dropped the ball. I figured it'd be about 2 years. And we started off fantastic. We gave ton of information and everything, but then he dropped the ball. He changed everything. That might be my fault because I gave him leeway to write it as a novel instead of like a wrestling book. And he put so much of his own philosophy in there. He just got carried away. And so we went back and corrected a lot of it. And so it's going to be published here within the next week or two. And it'll be for sale April Fool's Day.
Ooh, perfect. Right? Yeah. Perfect for WrestleMania, too.
Yeah. Well, when's WrestleMania?
The 1st.
Oh, it is. Okay. Yep. Okay.
That's great though. You got the book. That's great though. You got the book because you got quite a history there. You got quite a career.
Yes, I did. I can say that I enjoyed 99.9% of it too. I don't think a lot of wrestlers can say that. Ric Flair wrote the opening of the book, the foreword. And Rick and I were real close friends prior to being in wrestling. We had a house that we shared with a couple other people, and God, I'll tell you, that was the original Animal House. That was in God, what year? 1971. Yeah, 1970, maybe even 70, 71. And it was party time every night. And you've heard stories of Ric Flair.
Oh, yeah.
And that he was maybe a little worse than prior to becoming a wrestler. I think he toned it down about 1%. But I've known Rick through thick and thin.
and we're friends to this day. Yeah.
With that though, was that AWA Minnesota? That's when you got into the business, basically.
Yeah, yeah. We had a house up here in Minneapolis. Well, Rick's from Minneapolis. I'm from Portland, Oregon. And the way I got back to Minneapolis was my brother, Jack Patera, was defensive line coach for the Minnesota Vikings at the time. The Purple People Eaters.
Yes.
Is what they were called. And so I called Jack and I says, I have an opportunity to talk to a Vern Gagne. And I said, do you know him? He says, yeah. As a matter of fact, I was out to his house on Lake Minnetonka last summer, a big barbecue. He invited all the people from the Minnesota Vikings to come out to his house. And everybody went. Well, the head coach, Bud Grant, had played football and went to college at the University of Minnesota with Vern Gagne. So that's how all that happened. Yeah.
Did you think you wanted to get into the wrestling business? Because obviously, you're an Olympic athlete, a weightlifter, a strongman. Did you want to get into pro wrestling or no?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you, when I was 10 years old, my mom and dad went out and bought a TV set. And I didn't, 10 years old, I didn't know anything about wrestling. We didn't have a TV. As a matter of fact, just prior to me turning 10, they didn't even have wrestling on TV. But when TV came on, Portland wrestling came on at the same time while it was an instant hit, and then they had Texas Roughhouse Wrestling. Then they had wrestling from the Cow Palace in San Francisco. Of course, those were all taped, and they were about 4 to 8 weeks, old by the time they got to Portland. Because back in those days, everything would be taped and then shipped to various TV studios around.
Yep.
Whoever they had contract with. And so, yeah, it was, me and my buddies, we were the only family in the neighborhood that had a TV set in 1953. And so I invited all my buddies over, a bunch of little assholes, they come in and bust my mother's living room up every Saturday morning. After about a month or two, I think every piece of furniture in the house was broke. Why would that happen with 12 or 14 10-year-olds? Jumping all over the place.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Thank God the TV never got hit.
You guys would have been screwed, yeah.
Yeah, so I've and then the gym, I joined a gym, Sam LaPrinzi's gym in Portland when I was just right out of high school. I just turned 17. And I was always interested in weightlifting. And the guy that turned out to be my weightlifting hero was Norb Shemansky from Detroit. And he went to four Olympics. And he was a great guy. I got to meet him in, it was 1971. And then he came to the Olympic trials in 72, which happened to be in his hometown of Detroit, Michigan. And that was a real honor for me to have him there. And when his last Olympics was 1964. And I think he was the oldest weightlifting competitor ever. He was 43. And he won a bronze medal. against those two bad Russians, those two commie bastards. But anyway, that's how all that happened. Yeah, but I was always a wrestling fan. And the gym I joined, Sam LaPrenzi's, all the professional wrestlers that wrestled in Portland and the Pacific Northwest area, they all came in and trained at Sam's. And so I met a lot of them. And so anyway, 1972, after the Olympic Games in Munich, Germany, I came back from Germany and went to Vern Gagne's camp. And Ric Flair had always been bugging me about going. And of course, we lived together for almost 2 years prior to that. And I finally got him into the wrestling camp. And there were 6 of us. There's Rick, myself, Khosrow Vasiri, who later turned out to be the Iron Sheik.
Sheiky baby. Yeah.
And a kid by the name of Bob Bruggers, who played football for the Miami Dolphins, and the High Flyers, Jimmy Brunzell and Greg Gagne. So, I mean, we had a hell of a camp.
Unbelievable camp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, all Hall of Famers are future stars, in their own right, pretty much.
Yeah, true. I've been in a couple I'm in a couple Hall of Fame, weightlifting Hall of Fame, of course, and I was the quickest to ever be inducted into that one. I think it took them 2 months after the Olympics. They sent me this great big, plaque and all the hoopla that goes along with getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. And then I was inducted, what was it, 7 years ago? I was inducted into the St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame down in St. Louis. That's a real prestigious Hall of Fame. And I mean, nothing but top performers were in there, all the way from Lou Thez, the Funk Brothers, to Harley Race. To I'm sure Ric Flair is in that one too. But yeah, nothing but top talent. I'm going to have to pat myself on the back here.
Sure. Yeah.
When I won the Intercontinental belt from Pat Patterson. Now, Pat Patterson never won it.
I know, right?
Huh?
I know, right? Bonus tournament or whatever that was. Yeah.
Oh, that was a fictional tournament down in Argentina or Brazil or something.
Yeah, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So anyway, when I beat him for the Continental Championship belt, who did I beat? I didn't beat a champion. So I was the first champion of the Intercontinental belt. A couple of weeks later, I was in St. Louis, and I won the Missouri State Championship, which had the same prestige practically as the NWA or the WWF championship belt. So I was the only one in wrestling history to own the Intercontinental belt and the Missouri State Championship belt at the same time. So that was, for a milestone, I think that was probably the top of my gimmicks in professional wrestling. I mean, I held the Mid-Atlantic belt, heavyweight belt, twice, I think. I had tag team belts with Big John Studd down there. I was Jerry Blackwell, and I had the AWA tag team belts up here in Minnesota. So I mean, almost everywhere I went, I had a championship belt. Georgia Championship Wrestling, I had that belt a couple times, and yeah. So I had a lot of belts.
Oh yeah.
Never kept any of them. I always gave them back to the promoter.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you if you consider yourself the first IC champ, just because Pat Patterson technically didn't really win it, so to speak. You know what I mean? I was going to ask you that. So we're kind of in agreement that you were the first IC champ.
Yeah. I mean, Pat was a hell of a performer. I mean, I loved wrestling Pat Patterson, and his ex-tag team partner Ray Stevens. I wrestled Ray Stevens in Minneapolis as a rookie. My rookie year, when Ric Flair and I broke into the business, I had the pleasure of wrestling Ray. And at that time, he was considered the greatest wrestler in wrestling at that time as a performer.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was so God. You get in the ring, next thing you know, everything was so easy. He'd put you in holds, take you out of holds, do this, do that, made you look like $1 million. And you get back to the locker room, I say, God, I didn't do anything. But that was Ray. He'd make you look good.
That's where Flair got a lot of his style from. Yeah, right?
Huh?
That's where Flair got a lot of his style and some.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You remember a kid by the name of Paul Pershman?
Doesn't sound very familiar, no.
Buddy Rose.
Oh, that sounds very familiar. Yes.
That's Buddy Rose. His real.
Wow, never knew his real name. Wow, it's amazing. They never knew that.
Yeah, Paul Pershman. He passed away a few years ago out in Portland, Oregon, out in my hometown. He met a girl out there and fell in love, and you know how the story goes,
Oh,
so
yeah.
you always stay where the wife's family is, because the little lady doesn't want to leave the family, of course.
Yep.
And but yeah, Paul Pershman is Buddy Rose. And anyway, Buddy's from Minneapolis or Bloomington, Minnesota. He grew up out where the Mall of America is now. And he used to go out in the backyard and pound sticks in the ground and then put string or rope around like a wrestling ring. And him and his friends would have wrestling matches in his backyard. Yeah, right on the grass. And so
I like
he was doing Ray Stevens shit when he was 10 years old, and just like Ric Flair did. Ray was, I think, one of Ric Flair's favorite wrestlers when he was growing up. Yeah,
definitely was imitating him for sure.
Yeah.
With you and Nate, though, you as big of a partier as Nate, or you not quite?
Do what now?
Are you as big of a partier as Nate, or not quite? Like drinking and stuff, would you do as much as him?
Oh, when I met Rick, I was only drinking about 15, 20 beers a day and a bottle of whiskey. And that's because I was training for the 72 Olympic Games. Oh yeah, I was a hardcore alkie for years. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't drink anymore, but I used to say, yeah, people would ask me that over the years. I say, yeah, I don't drink anymore, but I don't drink any less either. But yeah, I quit drinking. Yeah, Rick still pounds them down pretty good. But when I first met Rick, he was only 21. And so he didn't have a lot of years to get geared up to my level. And but you know, when I started wrestling, I fit right in because everybody was a drunk. I mean, God, guys, I have to hand it to the old timers back in the 70s and 80s. They never drank during the day, to my knowledge, because I never drank during the day. It was always after the show when we were going 100 miles an hour down the freeway. I'll tell you a funny story. People ask me, what was your toughest match, Patera? I said, well, I've only had about 3, 4, 5,000, maybe 5,000 matches. But I'll tell you, my number one opponent, the hardest match I ever had was that fucking concrete highway. They said, what? I said, driving. Yeah, when I started in the business, we were driving, my first car, a big 1973 Oldsmobile, and 4-door. I mean, that was, how big cars were back in those days. These things were fucking tanks. 8 miles a gallon if you're lucky. 126,000 miles that first year.
Wow.
Yeah. And people said, what? I said, yeah, that's not counting the airplanes, the amount of time we were in the air. Of course, we didn't fly a lot back in those days, but we did our fair share. And so people can't get over it. How much time we spend away from home. Shit. So luckily, that first year and a half, I was wrestling up here in Minnesota. I had bought a house and got married and all that good stuff, touchy-feely shit. And I was home. I think I only had 3 or 4 hotel rooms a month. So that was unusual. And then I started, after AWA, I went down to Texas, worked for Fritz von Erich and Paul Bosch down in Houston, and Joe Blanchard, Telly Blanchard's father, down in San Antonio. He ran San Antonio and Corpus Christi and 4 or 5 other towns around there. But yeah.
I feel like your first big break, I know AWA and World Class and everything, but really when you go to WWF in the mid 70s and you start feuding with Bruno Sammartino, that was like a huge thing. You're getting a WWF title shot against Bruno and you won the first time out. I think it was a DQ or something, but you basically come out victor. To me, that was like the launchy pad, if you will, to superstardom with the Bruno feud. Maybe I'm wrong, but what do you think?
Right. Well, I wrestled Bruno about 25, maybe 30 times. And, 3 times in Madison Square Garden, 3 times in Boston Garden, 3 times in Pittsburgh, 3 times in Philadelphia. And so, but you start adding all that stuff up. How often I wrestled Bruno? It was about 25 times, I'm sure. Maybe more. And I had great matches with Bruno. I mean, I idolized the guy. And then I find out when I got back to New York, Bruno comes over to me and says, Ken, I followed you through college. I followed you through your whole weightlifting career, Olympic Games, Pan American Games, national championships, the world championships. Man, he was going on and on and on. He knew my whole history. I mean, wow. Yeah, he knew everything about Ken Patera. I says, Bruno, I said, you know my whole life. He said, yeah, probably pretty much. He said, I followed you for years. And he says, I really respect your athletic ability and your accomplishments, especially going to the Pan American Games and the
world championships and Olympic games to put the crown on. And he says, yeah, he said, we're going to have a good time here in the WWF. And we did. We really did. Yeah.
It's amazing. One of the all-time greats is following your career. Obviously, your Olympic career and stuff, but that's pretty cool because he's known as at that point the god of the WWF. I mean, he was the king.
Yeah, he was. He sold out Madison Square Garden. I don't even know 150 times, and that was over years. Years and years, 100, because we only wrestle in Madison Square Garden once a month. And so, I mean, he took on all comers. He wrestled everybody. He started off beating
Buddy Rogers.
Yeah, Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. And that's where Ric Flair picked up his gimmick name. Nature Boy Ric Flair, Nature Boy Buddy Rogers,
Yep.
Very flamboyant. And I never wrestled Buddy, but he had a feud going with Jimmy Snuka down in the Mid-Atlantic territory when I was shooting with Johnny Valentine. And so I was around Buddy Rogers quite a bit. As a matter of fact, when he came down to Charlotte, Crockett Promotions in the Mid-Atlantic area is what it was referred to back in those days. But Buddy bought a house about 3 blocks from me. And I was talking to him. I said, I said, why would you buy a house here? And he said, well, I'm moving in. And I said, well, you're going to be around. He said, oh, yeah, I'm here. I says, great. And I said, Ric Flair loves you. He said, that's why and that's when Rick started calling himself Nature Boy Ric Flair's after Buddy had left the territory. Yeah, because you couldn't have 2 Nature Boys.
No.
Yeah, but that was good shit. Yeah.
When you were wrestling Johnny Valentine, was he stiff? Because everyone says how stiff Johnny Valentine was.
He wasn't as stiff as me. I'd hit him back and he says, God damn it, Patera, lay it in. I said, Wahoo McDaniel told me to lay it in. I just did. No, harder. I said, holy smokes.
Wow, tough guy.
Johnny wasn't no spring chicken. Then he was about 40, and I was only a couple of years out of the Olympic Games. I was a big, strong, motherfucker. Yeah. But most, and when I worked with Wahoo was the same way. Lay it in, Patera, lay it in. I fucking beat him. And I'll tell you a funny story about Wahoo McDaniel. When I was 16 years old, my brother had just got drafted to the Dallas Cowboys. He was playing middle linebacker for him. So the powers to be that owned the Cowboys down in Dallas, Texas, they're going to come to an area that's a lot cooler. So they come up to McMinnville, Oregon, I think it was, and not too far from Portland. And so they were training up there. And this is my brother's rookie year with the Cowboys. So I went out there to the training camp with some friends of mine, and it was 105. Then the next day it was 104. The next day it was 106. And I talked to my brother in the locker room after every practice session. I said, Jack, I said, why did you guys come up here to Oregon? Well,
management thought that it'd be cooler and maybe even raining a little bit. I said, we're in the middle of a drought. There's no rain.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were there for 10 or 12 days, and they were supposed to be there like 3 or 4 weeks. Well, after about 10 or 12 days, they packed up and went back to Texas because it was hotter in Portland than it was in Texas.
Wow, crazy.
Oh, man. But anyway, Wahoo had just got drafted out of Oklahoma, University of Oklahoma. I think he was 3-time All-American there when Bud Wilkinson was the head coach. And I don't know how many people in our audience is going to remember Bud Wilkinson and Oklahoma, but they won like 1,000 games in a row. I mean, they were, the college champions forever. And Wahoo McDaniel played linebacker for them. And anyway, when he got drafted to the Dallas Cowboys, my brother was middle linebacker and team captain. And Wahoo made it to the third cut. He survived the first 2 cuts. The third cut, they gave him his release. Well, don't you know, the New York Jets picked him up. And so he was going to New York City. And so when he gets there, he got over like $1 million. And then a few years after that, they drafted Joe Namath as their quarterback. Wow, shit. He had Joe Namath throwing the ball and Wahoo on defense, just beating the piss out of everybody. And Wahoo was as big as Joe Namath, believe it or not. When Wahoo would make a tackle on the field, everybody in the stands would say, Wahoo, Wahoo, Wahoo. So, I mean, he was over. Yeah.
When you talk about New York, though, going back to WWF, I'm always just curious with like Bob Backlund versus Superstar Billy Graham. I know you had title matches versus both those guys, but a lot of people always said like, wow, Superstar should have kept the title. I don't know why he dropped it to Backlund. Like he was so over. What do you think? Backlund versus Superstar Billy Graham? Like Backlund had a 5-year title run. Graham was, kind of cut short on his.
Yeah. Well, it's called politics. When I was there, they were thinking about putting the belt on me. While the innuendos were flying around, blah, blah. And Bruno came to me 2 or 3 times, said, Kenny, I want to put the belt on you. I'd like to have you have the belt. But Vince made a deal with Eddie Graham down in Florida to put it on Superstar Billy Graham. And I said, really? And I said, well, he said, but you're going to get your chance. You're going to eventually wind up with the. Oh, fuck. Here, just a minute.
I don't know what that is.
My Alexis is going off.
Oh, you must. Maybe we said something. I don't know. That's weird. It's weird that it went off.
No, I don't think so.
Weird.
But anyway, it just went off now. But anyway, then they brought Bobby Backlund in and put him on TV for 1 year. Just, crushing him over every week on TV. And Bobby's from Princeton, Minnesota, which isn't too far from where I live, maybe 100 miles up here in Minnesota. So anyway, then I'm thinking to myself, God, this guy's awfully bland, you know.
Yeah.
But Bobby wrote a nice chapter in my book. So for those that are Bobby Backlund fans, he wrote a real nice chapter. And so anyway, I think Bobby Backlund was down in Florida at the same time as Superstar. So, or maybe he came right after. Anyway, they brought Superstar up here, and him and Bruno did a little program, and they put the belt on Superstar. It wasn't very long. How long did Superstar have the belt?
I think it was less than a year, which is crazy back
Oh
then.
yeah, it was way less.
Yeah, because back then, I mean, you held the title for a long time. You know what I mean? Like Bruno had it for 8 years. Pedro Morales had it for a long time. Like usually, you held it for a while, so it was a short run for Superstar.
Yeah. Well, then I get the old man Vince's father. I heard him talking to Phil Zacco and Gorilla Monsoon one day over at TV. They were waiting, but I could hear a little bit of what they were talking. The old man was pissed off at Ivan Koloff and Superstar Billy Graham. And this is before they put the belt on Superstar. But anyway, he says, I'm going to bring a kid in here from Minnesota. He's wrestling for Eddie Graham. And the Funk Brothers broke him in out in Amarillo. And I'm going to put a belt on him. And that's somebody I can control. I can't control all these supreme egomaniacs that get that fucking belt. And he had mentioned Ivan Koloff and Superstar. He was upset because those guys would always hold him up for more money.
Wow. Okay.
You know, let's say they made 5,000 wrestling in the Madison Square Garden. Well, then they'd come back and want 7,500. And, you know, shit like that. I never did that to any promoter. Never. Unless I really got fucked.
Right. Of course.
Which, you know, some promoters were so shady. I'm not going to mention their names. But anyway, so that's how that came about. Superstar had a very short run for WWF champion. Yeah, it was less than a year, lot less than a year. So then they brought, because Bobby was already in the WWF, but like I say, for 1 year to the day, 1 year, they put him on TV every week with you know, squash jobs and stuff. And so the old man thought that was going to be the way to push Bobby Backlund to the top. So when it came time for Superstar to drop the belt, it was him and Backlund. And so I can't remember where did Backlund beat Superstar at? You remember?
I thought it was New York, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
I don't think it was New York. I think it was Pittsburgh or Boston. No, not Boston.
Oh, I thought it was at MSG.
Yeah, it probably was. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I was thinking of Bruno and Superstar.
Oh yeah, I think Bruno and Superstar was Baltimore or something. Yeah,
Baltimore.
Backlund wins. Backlund definitely wins it at MSG. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, right. MSG. Sounds like the name of a beer.
MSG, Madison Square Garden.
So anyway, yeah. So when Backlund took the belt, everybody says, the territory will die. Backlund won't draw a dime. Well, he did draw a dime because when I wrestled him, later on, I don't think I was in the WWF when Backlund beat him. God damn, everything's a little fuzzy there. But anyway, Backlund and I wound up wrestling about 20 times. As a matter of fact, in 1980, we were voted Match of the Year. If you recall that, in Wrestling Illustrated.
Yep.
Yeah, so and that was in Madison Square Garden. That match, we went about 30 minutes, I think. And I had a good run with Backlund. We sold out everywhere. We sold out Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Boston. We sold out everywhere that, especially in the big arenas.
Yeah, you got to give him credit. He drew pretty well. I mean, people can say what they want, but you got to give him credit. Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of the, especially with me, when I had my run with Bobby, it was a long run too. Mm-hmm. Everybody felt that there's no way Backlund's going to keep that belt. Patera's going to beat the shit out of him and take the belt. That was the feeling of the fans. When he'd come out to the ring, everybody would, especially in Madison Square Garden, Philadelphia, all the fans, 20,000 people, they'd be on their feet. It's howdy doody time. It's howdy doody time. Man, God, oh man. It was funnier than shit. Yeah, because the way he'd come in, he was in such fantastic condition. The guy was like a machine. You couldn't slow him down. And he was perpetual motion all the time, just constant. And so that's he just had an air about him, not the same type as Bruno had, or Superstar, or myself, and the fans thought that he was very beatable, and he wasn't. The Iron Sheik ended his run. I'm going to give you some real inside wrestling here.
Okay. I like that.
When Bobby Backlund dropped the belt to the Iron Sheik, prior to Hulk Hogan coming back in and beating the Sheik.
Yep.
Well, now Bobby told me this, so it's not out of bounds. And I think Hulk Hogan told me too. So when Backlund had held the belt for 6 years, I believe. What was it, 6 years?
Just about, yeah. There's a title run where he technically loses to Inoki, but if you really look at it, it's a 5-year title run. If you don't count the Inoki win in Japan, he really held it for 5 straight years, yeah.
Yeah, okay, 5 years. Vince McMahon, the old man had passed away at this time. So I think he had. And so Junior has the run of the company now. He comes to Backlund and says, Bobby, I'm going to switch the belt, because Backlund was supposed to have it for another year or two. I'm going to switch the belt. You're not marketable anymore. I don't know what to do with you. I can't market you as WWF champion anymore. And Backlund really took that hard. And Bobby told me.
That's rough.
And I says, well, shit, you're over. I mean, but why change? Well, in the meantime, about 6 months prior to that, Vince flew out here to the AWA, out to Minneapolis. I had a meeting with Hulk and promised the Hulk, $1 million a year guaranteed, and the WWF title, everything. Well, how could Hulk turn that down? And so Vince was thinking, down the road 6 months, 8 months. Here, just a minute. So anyway, when Hulk went back to New York, he talked to me. He says, "Kenny, why don't you come back now?" I said, "Nah, not yet. I'll come back, but not right now." And Hulk told me what they were going to do with him. And so prior to Hulk, Backlund told me that Vince didn't think he was marketable anymore. And but he didn't tell Backlund how they were going to switch the belt. And so anyway, the Iron Sheik was going to beat him. And then shortly after that, a matter of weeks, Hulk was going to beat the Iron Sheik and become a babyface. And that's how all that worked. And most people don't know how that belt switch evolved, but that's exactly what it was. Vince, but Vince had gone in his own head, had gone Hollywood, and he wanted showman, and he wanted this and that, and so so it was into the road for Backlund, and it gave Khosrow Vaziri, the Iron Sheik, who went to training camp with Ric Flair and I.
Yep.
Yeah, 1972 here in Minnesota. God, that training camp was fucking brutal. We were out in one of Vern Gagne's farms, and he had an old barn. That barn had more fucking holes in it than you can imagine. The wind would blow through there. 20 below zero was the last time we were in the barn. 20 below zero.
Jesus.
And we were out there for 3-4 hours. And of course, in the barn, full of holes, there was no heat. And there's one little light bulb dangling from a light bulb cord about, I don't know, 20 feet above the ring. And in the meantime, you had the chickens in the farm. You had cats. The chickens would roost above the ring, and they'd shit all over the ring. We'd come in the morning, about 9 o'clock to start training camp. The ring would be covered with bird shit, chicken shit.
Unbelievable. And you guys are, you're going to be the future of the business. You're training in that.
Yeah. And the ring was lumpy and hard as a goddamn rock. It was like the floor. And Vern had different guys come in and work with us. Even Don Morocco came out once. Or no, he came out a half a dozen times. Our main coach was Billy Robinson from Manchester, England. The man of 1,000 holds. But like Larry the Axe Henning would always say, get on TV. He said, I'm wrestling Billy Robinson, XX, whatever. He claims to be the man of 1,000 holds, but he's master of none.
Oh, yeah.
God. Larry the Axe, he didn't care for Billy. But Billy was a good coach. He taught us, how to break arms, how to break legs, how to break fingers. He taught us a lot of stuff. And but then he taught us American style wrestling. He taught us the catch style that they have over in England and Europe. And so it was, but the training, shit, we do like, towards the end there, we were doing 500 free squats and sit-ups, I don't know, hundreds, probably 500 workout, push-ups, jumping jacks. We were wore out before we even learned a fucking headlock. I mean, Jesus Christ. I was 310 pounds. Ric Flair was about 280. And of course, Cosgrove was Siri. He was 180. About 280 now. But back then, he was always in shape. Cosgrove wrestled in the Mexico Olympic Games for Iran. 180-pound class Greco-Roman. So he was always in shape. He was like Backlund. Backlund and the Iron Sheik, those guys could go. Wow.
You were mentioning, obviously, Sheik wins the title, then Hogan wins the title from the Sheik. But what do you think about Hulk Hogan and that title run? Because when Hogan is champ, I mean, changes the business. I mean, it launches WWF into the stratosphere.
Yeah, well, that's because of Vince McMahon. But whoever was Vince McMahon's champion was going to get 110% of the publicity and the big push on TV.
Yep. And
the endorsement deal and, for everything. And so that's how that worked. And but that was the start of the Vince McMahon era, and he was going to see to it that he was going to steamroll every promoter in the country. And that's when when he put the belt on Hulk Hogan, that's when he went right across the nation and put all these other promoters out of business. When he came to Minneapolis, he took Hulk. Hulk wasn't a big deal here. I shouldn't say that. He was a big deal, but not like in the WWF.
Oh yeah.
I wrestled Hulk a lot of times here, and I probably 50, 60 times, 70 times. I probably wrestled Hulk when we were both here in the AWA. And so Vince had a vision that his champion, Hulk Hogan, was going to be the poster boy of professional wrestling, not just in the WWF, but everywhere. And that's what it turned out to be. He put Crockett Promotions out of business. Atlanta, Dallas, AWA, all the promotions on the West Coast, except for Portland. I think Portland hung on. But San Francisco, LA, and people don't remember, they don't realize there were like 23 or 25 promotions at that time, all over the country. And most of them you go and make a decent living. And so when Vince set his eyes on a particular promotion, he'd go in and just crush them. Like here in Minneapolis, like I say, he took Hulk Hogan, then he took Gene Okerlund, the announcer, then he took Bobby Backlund, without a doubt the number one manager in wrestling at the time. And he took everybody he could, and talent-wise, and which there's a shit carload of guys out of here that wound up in the WWF. And I had already been in the WWF twice, I think. prior to that. So when I told Hulk, I said, I'm not going to go with you right now, but I'll be back there again. Don't worry. So I called Vince. I got in a huffy puff with Vern. Vern came to me one day at TV and says, how long you been here, Ken? I said, almost 2.5 years. I said, I love it here. Well, I think that's long enough. He says, you can come back, but you're going to have to find some place to go. So I went home and I called Vince. Oh, shit, love to have you. Don't have any place for you right now, but in a couple months. I says, okay, I'll tell Vern that. And so next week we had TV every Wednesday. So I went in and talked to Vern, and I told him I was going to go to the WWF again. You know, that I was established there. I'd worked with Bruno there. And I told him I really miss New York. Oh, fuck, I had a hissy fit. Any place, but you're going to go to work for Vince McMahon? Son of a bitch. You know, like it was sacrilege or something.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So away I went. Oh,
and you
man.
got to feud with Hogan when you got there. I mean, you got some WWF championship matches. One in New York was a big one, then a huge one in Philly, which was on the Prism Network.
Yeah. I wrestled Hulk a lot, you know, all over the country. Jesus. I don't even know how all together I probably wrestled Hulk 200 times. I'll tell you who I wrestled the most. I thought that I had wrestled Andre around 400 times. He said, no, boss, 600 times.
Oh, my God.
I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, all the battle royals all over the country, that was like 150.
Yep.
And we were always the last two in the ring. I said, yeah, no, you're right. And then all the tag teams, the 6-man tag teams, the 8-man tag teams, the individual matches. We had like 250 individual matches. And I said, your favorite subject in school was math, right? Yes. I said, that's why you remember all this stuff.
Yeah.
I used to, favorite guy in the world to play cribbage with was Andre. I love playing cribbage with him. He won about 60% of the time. I mean, we played all the time. And he was a hell of a card player. Rummy, he loved playing rummy, but cribbage was his favorite. And cribbage was my favorite too. And after about a year, I said, Andre, give me some tips. What do you mean? Give me some tips on cribbage so I can beat you more often, so we can level the playing field here. You beat me 6 out of 10 times. That's 60%. I only win 40%. We have to make it 50-50. He started laughing. He started laughing his ass off. Oh, yeah.
He must have liked you, though, because he let you shave his head. I mean, not let you, but, you know, storyline-wise, shaved your head.
Yeah.
So he must have liked you a little bit.
Oh, we were good friends. Oh, yeah, very good. We used to go out all the time, and we used to have dinner all over the country, wherever we were, especially in Japan. When we were over to Japan together, this one place, Rudy's. Rudy was like a 6'3", 300-pound German. Maybe Rudy weighed 350. And he was older. He was about 55, maybe 60 at the time. But he had an unbelievable German restaurant. And it was downstairs in the basement of this big shopping mall over in Tokyo. So Andre took me and Dick Murdoch, a couple other guys. There were 5 or 6 of us. He says, Kenny, the waitress come around, and Kenny, you order the ham hocks. The ham hocks are that big. They're unbelievable. And I said, okay. I said, Andre, why don't you just order ham hocks for everybody? And which he did. So Rudy comes over with a platter, a big fucking platter, all full of different liqueurs, Ruppelmans, Jägermeister, Goldschlager. And then the girls would come behind him with these big steins of beer, like 25 ounce, I don't know how many. And Rudy, the owner of the place, he sat down and drank with us. And God, he was a good guy. And he spoke English real well. And he speak Japanese fluently. Of course, he lived in Tokyo. And that was one of the most fun dinners I ever had. Drink Ruppelmans, a Jägermeister, Goldschlager, pounding the beers, eating that. Are we?
Yep, you're back. Okay. Froze for a second. Yeah, you're saying you were right in the middle of saying to be eating it, finishing up that big ham hock.
Yeah, and we ate. Everybody at the table ate 2 of those damn things, and they had to be 3 pounds apiece, 3 pounds of meat. But God, they were so good. And then, of course, they gave you the mashed potatoes and the sauerkraut, and anything you wanted. But we stuck with the ham hocks that night. God, what a meal. I've had ham hocks. As a matter of fact, first time I ever had a ham hock, I was competing over in Munich, Germany for the Olympic Games. And the day I was supposed to compete, September 5th, 1972, the terrorists came over the back fence and shot up the Jewish athletes in their compound. And so anyway, that happened like 5, 6 in the morning. So then they come in at noon, I think it was, our team manager, Rudy Sablo, says, Ken, they've canceled the Olympics. No more. I said, no more Olympics? Yeah. I said, Jesus Christ, I trained 4 years for this fucking thing. And this shit, I was so pissed off. So I went down 2 floors from where I was staying. It was a high-rise condo building. I went down and started talking to some of my track and field buddies that were on the track team. And, shot putters and discus throwers, hammer throwers. So anyway, I says, hey, guys, they canceled the Olympics. Yeah, we just heard. I said, you guys want to go downtown Munich? We can catch a subways right below the Olympic Village. They said, yeah, let's jump on the subway and go downtown Munich. So we got downtown Munich, and Munich has a big bar about every other door. Man, those guys can drink over there. At that time, they all smoked, and Jesus Christ, I think every German in Germany smoked and drank, and which isn't a bad thing because we did too. So anyway, that was we found a restaurant about a block down from the Hofbrauhaus, because the Hofbrauhaus was sold out. They had a line, quarter mile long outside. So we went down about a block and a half and found this other restaurant. And they were advertising their ham hocks, and their Wiener Schnitzel and all this. I said, this looks like a good place. And it was. It was fantastic. So we went in there. We had the big ham hock, the Wiener Schnitzel, mashed potatoes, sauerkraut, shit. And of course, we were drinking the Jägermeister and the big steins of beer. We were so fucked up. Now, this is like 4 in the afternoon. We didn't get back on that subway until 1 or 2 in the morning. We had to, because that was the last subway leaving downtown for the Olympic Village. And so we made the last run. So we get back, and we were shooting the shit till about 3, 4 in the morning, and finally we all went to bed. About 8 in the morning, Rudy Sablo, he comes back in my room. Kenny, you got to get up. We got to go weigh in. I said, get out of here, Rudy. I thought he's pulling a rib on me.
Right.
He said, no, they reinstated the games. You're on. You're competing tonight. I said, oh, fuck. Man, am I hungover? My head's pounding. And so anyway, we go over to the Olympic Training Hall and weigh in. It was almost a 2-hour bus ride over there because of the traffic. Traffic was horrible. So we get over there, we weigh in about 11 in the morning, and I look at I says, we're all super heavyweights. What the fuck we weighing in for?
Right.
And so anyway, one thing led to another. So we get, well, the reason why everybody weighed in, because in case of a tie, then the lighter man would win automatically.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. Makes sense.
You remember Paul Anderson? 1956. Yeah. He was American strongman back in 56. And he did all kinds of stuff. He had a show out in Las Vegas after he had turned professional, squatting 2 barrels of silver dollars. And, he bend horseshoes and drive nails through boards and stuff. He did all kinds of stuff. Anyway, he was from Georgia, and Georgia strongman. I got to know Paul pretty good over the years. But anyway, he tied in his event, super heavyweight. He weighed like 330, and his main competitor weighed about 350 or 360. He's a great big guy, I think from Argentina or Brazil. Anyway, Paul and him tied, and Paul won, weighing 330 pounds for being the lighter man. Wow. So Paul got the gold medal because he was the lightest. And people don't understand, they don't realize that, but it was actually a tie. So anyway, what the hell was I going to say? Anyway, go ahead. Ask me something.
As we start to wind it down, though, we'll head towards the finish here. I mean, we can ask you a million things, but we'll head towards the finish. I know you were on Tales of the Territory. You were talking about AWA, and then obviously the time there. The time you went to jail, so you missed a part of it, the McDonald's story. So, I mean, there is some stuff, but do you cover all that in the book?
Yeah, it's all in there. Yeah, I was on a podcast, I think, yesterday or a couple of days. I've been on 4 or 5 podcasts this week. Anyway, one of them, I know, it was one from Boston, I believe it was. Steve Falls. Do you know Steve?
Sounds familiar. Yeah, I think he's from the Boston area. I think he
Yeah,
worked for
he's from Boston.
NBC, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm thinking of the
So,
right guy.
yeah. So anyway, I was talking to him, and he didn't even ask if I would want to talk about that McDonald's bullshit.
I know
He
you
just,
don't like to talk about it. I know that.
I don't. I really don't. As a matter of fact, 20 years ago, some kid, I think I was in Philadelphia doing a shooting interview. He kept asking me about that fucking McDonald's. I said, "You ask me about that fucking shit one more time, I'm gonna choke your ass out." I was like, yeah,
That's
I
great.
would have, because I was drunk. I was drinking beer the whole.
Right,
That was
right.
in the morning. I don't know. I think I drank about 20 fucking beers by that time, and I was in my rowdy days. That's when I was 50. Or no,
Oh, yeah.
60. I was 60 then.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm 79. I'm almost 80 now.
yeah.
And
I was just curious. I figured it would be in the book, or hopefully it would be in the book, because I know you usually don't like to talk about it. I know that.
yeah, the people, yeah, I don't want to rehash it today.
Yeah, of course.
One time in a week is enough. The people want to, you do a million things right throughout your whole life. You live a pristine existence, you get along with everybody. You fuck up one time.
And they bring it up to you constantly. Yep.
One fuck up that for the rest of your life, that happened back in the 80s, 40 years
ago. Yeah, 40 years ago. Almost exactly 40 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, 40 years ago right now.
But that's good, though. When people want to hear it from you, can read the book. They can get the weight of the world, and they could find out all about it.
That's right. Here, I'm going to give you a website.
Yes, please give us where everybody can get the book, of course.
Yeah. Walking on Hot Waffles is WOHW.com. That's where the bulk of the books. That was my writer, a kid by the name of Kenny Casanova. You've talked to Kenny, haven't you?
Oh yeah, yeah, and Kamala's book he wrote, and Beefcake. I mean, he's a pretty good author. I mean, he's kind of not cornered the market, but he's done a great job with the wrestling books for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Tito Santana.
Oh yeah, Tito too. Yep.
Yeah. Don't call me Chico. But if you could post that for us, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely will do.
Yeah, and if people want to contact me, they can go to my website, Ken Patera 43 at hotmail.com.
All right, awesome. Well,
yeah, I love visiting with people that are interested in what I did in my life. It wasn't just wrestling, and the weightlifting was a big part of my life, and I kind of wish after I retired from wrestling in the late 80s, I wish I had gone back and got involved in the weightlifting scene. However, after I retired from wrestling in the late 80s, in 89, I opened up a health club in St. Paul, Minnesota. And I had, God, what a time we had there. That was a money maker. That was a license to print money. I really did well there, and I had that gym open for 9 years. Nice. And then, it's like anything else, you open up a bar. How long's that bar going to stay open? 5-7 years, and gyms are the same way. I know some gyms that have lasted 20, 30 years, but in the latter years, they don't do well. Now these big corporate gyms are a little different, but not really. Now people want to find a new location to go to and whatnot. And when people are younger, teenagers, young adults, they want to, train all the time. But then as they get older, they get married and have kids, and they don't go to the gym very much anymore. And that's, how my situation was. I had thousands of members, and then I had 1,000, then 800, then 600. 500 was break even. So that'll give you an indication I was making a ton of money.
Right.
But, I had tanning salon, sports nutrition, sports apparel, personal training. I had everything going. I mean, I had a well-oiled machine, and it was going and going. And I hated to close it, but I made sure that all the members that were still active, I made sure that I got them memberships at other locations around St. Paul. And anybody that wanted a refund, I refunded their money, which only two members asked for refunds. And so people said, no, you keep the money, So it went good. So I was up, because a lot of these gyms that close, they don't tell you. You come to work out the next afternoon, there's a fucking chain on the door, or a sign saying not a business. I didn't do that. I paid the rent for about a month and a half, 2 months. And I told everybody up front why I was closing, and it was a fun run while it was open, but I just couldn't make it anymore on the membership that I had left. I mean, I was making enough money to pay the rent and pay the light bill, but nothing else.
Yep.
And I had a house payment, car payment. Life continues.
But Mr. Patera, though, thank you so much for all the time. They really appreciate it. Everybody head over to WOHW.com and get the Weight of the World Ken Patera book. Thank you so much for all the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. It was really exciting. You said that we had met about 4 years ago?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Well, it was nice talking to you again. I appreciate your help with getting my book out. And maybe we'll do it again.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening, fans, to another edition of Shooting from the Hip, a podcast with the Kingpin, Angel Medina. I'm Jack Kilby, Executive Vice President of Great North Wrestling. Tonight, we're doing the very first episode of What If, which asked the question, what if certain events in wrestling history went another direction? And tonight, we are very pleased to have a man who is a absolute true legend in professional wrestling and Olympic weightlifting, Mr. Ken Patera. Ken, welcome, and thank you for coming on tonight, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for having me. Nice meeting you, Kingpin.
Hey, it's a pleasure. It's an honor to have you on our show.
Yeah. I always love being on this program. I think I've done 3 or 4 with Hannibal. And those were always top-notch interviews. Now, I hope you can live up to it.
I try, Johnny Raj used to call me a Webbo-head, an idiot, but, he always spoke highly of you. He always told some good stories, when I was coming up to training. Johnny always came up with some good stories, and he mentioned you a lot.
Yeah, good. Good, thank you.
Before we get into the topic du jour and the questions surrounding that, Ken, I just want to put over your book. I've read it myself, and I wonder if you have a copy there to show the fans. It's called Ken Patera, Weight of the World, with Kenny Casanova and yourself. And what an excellent read. Do you have any insights as to your process writing the book, but more importantly, where the fans can pick up a copy, which we highly recommend?
Yeah, well, I started this project over 4 years ago, and I talked to Kenny Casanova, and he started for maybe a week, and then he calls me back. He says, Ken, I have too much stuff on my plate. I've already written books for 8 other wrestlers. Can I give this project to one of my proteges? He'll do a hell of a job. I said, well, yeah, if he does a good job, I have no problem with that. So he puts me with this other kid. 4 fucking years later, I was getting pieces and, scraps of paper, basically. I said, hey, I talked to you every Wednesday for 4 years. I said, this is all the shit you wrote down. I have enough thing that gave you enough material to write 2,000 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And he moved from New York down to North Carolina. Then his father-in-law got sick, and it was just a fiasco. And every time I would ask him to send me, outlines in the mail, so I could have them personally. I'd get 10 pages. I'd get 30 pages. I would get nothing for 6 months. And I'd ask him every fucking week. The guy was driving me nuts. So after 4 years, his name was George. I said, George, if you don't wrap this fucking project up by the end of the year, and here it was like October, I'm going to pull the plug on you. Oh, well, yeah, no, don't do that. I got it all right here. I said, bullshit. So I called Kenny Casanova. He's the one that hired this guy. And I told Kenny, I said, hey, I've had it up to here with this George. I said, he's not giving me the information that I require. I said, I want you to take this book project over and finish it, by the end of the year. Now it's like the middle of November.
Mm.
And so he, of this past year. And so he took it over and finished it up. And then he finally he got all the notes from that George and sent me what he had and everything in a book form. And so I went through it. I had to make 40 changes, just, throwing shit out. And I think that was partly my fault. I gave the guy, a lot of leeway on how to write. I said, I wanted this thing scripted. I didn't want, dates and times and opponents and, just like a history book. I was a history major. I have a secondary degree in history from Brigham Young University. So I know my history. But this guy drove me batshit crazy. And so anyway, Kenny took it over and got it done.
How much heat did Kenny get? Did you kind of major promo on him because he referred this guy to you and you spent 4 years of doing nothing? I would have just ripped him a new one. I believe you did, but as you're talking, you're really humble and very kind right now. But I could see you cutting a promo on him.
Well, I did cut a promo on him. I really cut a promo on that fucking George. and got him out of my life, thankfully. And so Kenny said, "No, calm down, Ken. I'm going to take care of it." I says, "Well, the reason I hired you, Kenny, because I never heard a bad word about you. You wrote 8 other books for wrestlers, like Tito Santana and Kamala and all those guys. And well, Kamala's passed away, but
Yeah.
The guys I could talk to said that you're the best." And so I tell you, everybody, I've sold several hundred books already, and it's just been out for a short time. And so the feedback that I get, everybody loves it. I have a friend of mine, he's a stockbroker in New Jersey, and he got a copy, read it in 2 days. He says, "Kenny, I've read tons of these wrestling books. This is the best one that I've ever read." And I says, "Well, are you leaning because we've been friends for 20 years? Or no, 40 years. I've been friends with this kid for 40 years. And no, he said, "It's a hell of a book. You'll sell a ton of them." And we've been doing well.
Well, I'm pretty excited. I'm going to get my hands on that book and start reading. Jack was upset because it wasn't a pop-up book and it had, like sparkles coming out of it. But he said it was a really good read.
Yeah, right.
Speaking of selling and getting hands on it, where can the fans get the book aside from the obvious sources? I think it's available on Amazon, etc.
Yeah, that and about 8 or 9 websites. Ric Flair's website. Rick wrote the foreword to it. He did a hell of a job. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't realize Rick and I lived together for almost 2 years before we started in wrestling. And that's when I was trained for the World Championships, the National Championships, the Pan American Games, the Olympic Games, everything. People say, "How in the hell did you get anything done with living with Ric Flair?" I said it wasn't the easiest job in the world. Yeah.
Well, we'll put the necessary contact information in the description.
Here, let me. KenPatera.com. Very simple. KenPatera.com. And or Amazon. If you send it to Amazon, I don't get the percentage that I would if you order direct. And my daughter, she handles all the shipping. She has another business, and she's dealt with Amazon for, God, I don't know, 10, 12 years now. So she knows how to, ship all that stuff. And
absolutely,
you'll get it.
We want to give you the payday. Amazon don't need the payday. What they do in this business, they don't deserve a payday. So, whoever they ever beat,
Are they worth $1 trillion yet? I think they were at one time.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, the topic today, Ken, is again in this alternate universe where Vince Sr. never sold Titan Sports to Vince Jr. How do you think the landscape of professional wrestling would be different today in terms of do you think that the territory system would have thrived, or would there have been some other form of hybrid, or was it even inevitable?
Oh, it was inevitable because Vince's grandfather started the WWF Federation out on first they started in Queens, New York, and then they had Manhattan, Madison Square Garden. They had White Plains, New York, and a couple others. What's the city or the out there by the big bridge there?
Brooklyn Bridge?
Yeah, well, and then they had Brooklyn, and
Staten Island, I was thinking of. They had Staten Island. So they had 5 or 6, but they were all right there in the New York area, you know. And so he was doing box office business. Well, his son, Vince's father, was getting ready to take over. And that was in the late 30s or early 40s. So he ran it and did very well. But while he was running it, he got in with the new garden. The Madison Square Garden that's there now is like the 4th Madison Square Garden. All the rest have been torn down. So anyway, he was talked to the management over there at Madison Square Garden, and they were thinking about doing a cable TV network out of the Garden and out of the Spectrum down in Philadelphia. And so the guy that owned the Garden at that time, I think he's still alive. I can't remember his name. But anyway, he didn't want to do it. So Vince did it. Vince's father, the guy that hired me originally back in 1976. So he went ahead and did it. And so when he passed away, Vince took over, the Vince that runs it now, he took over, like 84, I believe it was. So anyway, it was kind of all in the family, you know, just kept revolving and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so anyway, what the hell was there? Where was I going with this? So anyway, but Vince, he gets at Madison Square Garden cable. He gets 5% of every event that goes on in the Garden. I think even to this day, unless they cancel it. And that means circus, track and field events, boxing matches, the whole 9 yards, even political, when they have political conventions there at Madison Square Garden. Everything that goes out of there on that cable, Vince gets 5%. I mean, that's worth millions, you know, just by itself. And so anyway, that was all in the works, you know, that the grandson, Vince McMahon, the one that owns it now, was going to get the family business. And what you asked me a question: would the territories have survived?
If Vince Jr. didn't receive the business controlling stake.
Yeah, because I had a conversation with Vince right after his father passed away, and I says, "Well, Vince, what are you going to change the business? I heard that you were." He says, "Yeah, I'm going to make it like Hollywood. You know, Hollywood is where, you know, it's entertainment. It's no longer about wrestling. It's bigger than wrestling." And I said, "Oh, it's okay." And so he starts bringing all these characters in. And just my dogs. Shut up, Maya.
There's a lot of run-ins on the Hannibal TV with dogs, so that's all good.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, this is my daughter's dog. Actually, she's just over here on my side of the house, whining. Can I take a minute and let her out?
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you got to do.
Go ahead.
She's driving me nuts.
All good.
While we wait for him, we'll talk about that gray in your beard. You know what's sponsored by Just for Men. If you are looking for any...
You mean both our beards?
Yeah, I keep... Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I keep it trim. Rejected.
I like the wise old satyr look with the gray and the beard. I
No,
think
just curiosity. Seriously, do you think like when people do their beard and their hair and I mean maybe their chest, do you think they do their groin?
Well, we're not sponsored by Manscaped, so I maybe
But
if
if you
we
try to
do,
keep it all, in one
the carpet has to
uniform,
match the drapes. You mean
yeah, you
that's
keep it
sort of gimmick
uniform,
there?
yeah.
I would guess that they, for consistency's sake, they probably should, but don't.
I want to pick somebody. What do you think, Seymour? Seymour Butts. Do you think the carpets match drapes when people dye their hair? Do their pits and all that stuff. Hey,
That would be an appropriate person to ask, considering his legacy of adult films in the 80s.
Yeah,
The Seymour Butts films.
Seymour Butts.
So how's the puppy? Good.
Well, she's a little pit bull terrier, and she's just a cute dog. Typical, 45, 50 pounder.
Gotcha.
It wouldn't hurt a fly. She's the nicest dog I've ever been around. I've had black lab. I've had golden retrievers. I really like them.
Mm-hmm. They're a great dog.
I love dogs. It's just you get so attached to them, and then when they pass away, it's just so heartbreaking, and yeah, so I can't do no dogs right now. I just lost one, so I can't do it, But you know what, Ken? I noticed that Madison Square Garden was on 49th and 50th Street in Manhattan. So is that the one that you were talking about when you wrestled back then?
The garden?
Yeah, the garden. One of the gardens in it was on 8th Street, 8th Avenue. I'm sorry.
Is that what it is? Yeah. I think it is the new one.
The new one's on 34th Street, but before that it was on 8th Avenue between 49th and 50th.
Yeah. No, by the time I got to New York in the mid 70s, they had torn that down. It was a parking lot.
Okay.
When I got there, it was a parking lot, all paved over, gone.
But before you left, Ken, you were talking about a conversation you had with Vince Jr. that he was going to take the business into the Hollywood realm. Could you continue that? Because I think it's salient to the discussion about what if.
Yeah. And so his father had a verbal contract with Sam Mushnick in St. Louis, Paul Bosch down in Houston, Jimmy Crockett Promotions in Charlotte, Bob Burnett down in Atlanta, and Frank Tunney up in Toronto, and the guys out there in LA, Roy Shires up in San Francisco. Anyway, he had verbal understanding with these guys. They wouldn't come into the New York territory, and he wouldn't go into their territory. So, just to keep everything above board. Well, Junior, the guy that runs it now, in 84, he said, fuck that bullshit. He says, I'm going everywhere. He said, I said, well, what about your dad's verbal understanding with all these promoters around the country? He said, fuck them. I'm going to take over. Really? And I said, you're going to have a pretty tough time down in Florida with Eddie Graham, Vern Gagne up in Minnesota, Paul Bosch in Houston, especially Sam Mushnick in St. Louis. I don't give a shit. I'm taking over. Well, he took over. What he did, like when he took Minneapolis, I was working for Vern Gagne up in Minneapolis. He's the guy that gave me my start in pro wrestling back in 72. Well, actually, it was 73, January 73. And so he came out here. I live in Minnesota now. So he comes out here to talk to Vern Gagne. Well, Vern Gagne's headliners, Ken Patera, Hulk Hogan, and Jesse Ventura. And so I had talked to him about a month before he flew out here. I didn't know he was coming out here to talk to Vern. So I had already had an agreement with Vince to go back to the WWF when I was finished up here in a couple months. And that I had already worked the WWF territory twice on two different occasions. So anyway, he talks to Hulk Hogan about coming to the WWF. He'd give him the championship belt and guarantee him $1 million a year. I said, fuck, I never got that kind of guarantee. I got a slap on the back. Good old Ken, you know. And so anyway, Hogan talked to me 2 or 3 weeks after that. And I said, Hulk, I heard that McMahon was in town talking to you. What was that conversation like? And Hulk told me straight out. I said, well, fuck, you're not going to pass that up, are you? And he says, well, I don't know. He says, right now, you know, my allegiance is to the AWA and Vern Gagne. Well, Vern got so fucking demanding and about the payoffs and stuff. And we were all making, the top guys out here at that time, we were all making between 120 and 150,000 a year. And yeah, back in the 70s and 80s, that was great money. So anyway, but it doesn't match $1 million a year.
Oh, no.
And so Vince had been putting together all his TV stuff with CBS, NBC, all the other stuff. You guys remember, oh God, what was his name? I think he worked for NBC, Dick Ebersol.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Vince hired Dick Ebersol to put all the TV stuff together. And boom, the place just went crazy. And so anyway, Vince was, you know, completely enamored with running the whole country, having everybody bow at his feet. And that's the type of kid he was. You know, I used to go up and down the Eastern Seaboard with Vince. You know, I drink beer and he'd smoke his marijuana, and you know, we're actually pretty good friends. You know, he was the boss. You know, I was a guy that wrestled for him, but I was the top heel. And so anyway, one thing leads to another. He got out of control. You know, he didn't want any friends, and maybe Pat Patterson,
Arnold Skolin,
Arnie Skolin, yeah,
all those guys.
Gorilla Monsoon, and you know the.
You know, Johnny used to say, you know, like he used to always tell me, like, I don't know what the hell Arnold Skolin has on Vince, because all that, you know, through the years, he's always sitting there playing cards, didn't really do much, you know, but yeah, I don't know what the hell he always had on him, you know, because he was never let go, you know.
Well,
always...
his relationship with Arnie Skolin was went way back to the early '60s, late '60s, when Skolin was a worker.
Mm-hmm.
Skolin was a wrestler.
Yeah.
And so one thing leads to another. He got Gorilla Monsoon in the office. Skolin did.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vince Sr., he really liked him, really loved Arnie. He put Arnie in charge of all the money, that would come in from the shows every night. That was Scolin's job. And plus, Skolin was a tough son of a bitch. He was a little guy, but he was tough. He was like the mad dog Vashon tough, and plus he was a Norwegian. I mean, if you want to look at somebody at a little country that fucked up this country, fucked up this world, it was the Norwegians. Well, I can't say that. I'm half Norwegian.
Yeah. And, I mean, don't get me wrong. Honestly, I'm not downplaying what he did. It's just every story Johnny said, I walked to the office, they're playing cards. I walked to this way, they're playing cards. So every story was they were playing cards. So that's why I was always like, what the hell did he have on it? He was always playing cards.
Yeah, he was playing cards. Yeah. His favorite guy to play cards with was Andre.
Oh, cribbage. Yeah.
Yeah. And I played cards with Skolin and Andre, and another guy that liked to play cards was Gorilla Monsoon. He loved playing cards, but he'd always deal off the bottom of the deck. And I knew that I caught him every time I played cards with Gorilla. He'd be dealing off the bottom. I said, Monsoon, especially when we're playing cribbage, so anyway, all those guys, that was a real fun time, though. Back in those days, but when I first started was in the end of '76, and my first match in Madison Square Garden was in January of '77. I wrestled Bruno, and that was the start of our. People say, "Well, how many times did you actually wrestle Bruno?" I said, well, I wrestled him 3 times in every major building. There's 8 or 9 major buildings, all the way from Madison Square Garden to Boston Garden, Big Lou over in Pittsburgh, the Spectrum down in Philly, the big building down in Washington, Baltimore, Boston Garden. I mean, even the Nassau Coliseum out on Long Island. I mean, so I probably 30, 40 times. Really? I said, yeah, really. Why? Is that? So somebody asked me how often I wrestled Andre. And fortunately, Andre was sitting at the table with me when I was asked that question. I said, over 400 times. I said, Andre, how many times do you think we've wrestled? He said, well, single matches, 4-man tags, 6-man tags, 8-man tags, battle royals, over 600 times.
Jeez.
I said, really? He says, yes, really, boss. He called everybody boss. And, he was a real class act. And, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. So I just wanted to ask you, Ken, if Vince never purchased the organization, Vince Jr., what do you think the wrestling product would have looked like moving forward? Do you see that incredible national expansion from, say, Vern or maybe Texas, or how do you see the product looking, at least for the 80s and 90s? And would we have more options today for people to work?
Well, you have a lot more options. Jimmy Crockett Promotions out of Charlotte and Vern Gagne tried to team up against Vince, and in the New York area and Chicago and all over. That didn't last more than a couple months. And they started bickering about the money and, whose stars were going to be on top and all kinds of bullshit. And, but then you had Bill Watts down in Texas and Louisiana Oklahoma, all through that area. He was a hell of a promoter. And I guess he teamed up with Fritz von Erich and Paul Bosch and those guys. So that they would have completely, if Vince hadn't done what he did. That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So those guys would have moved up. Vern Gagne was going right along here in the upper Midwest, from Minneapolis to Chicago to Denver, to Winnipeg, and the Green Bay, Milwaukee, the whole area. And that would have continued. Don Owens out in Portland, that would have continued. Of course, those guys, were getting older. They were all in their, early to mid 60s at that time, back in the 70s. And so, but, we're talking about the 70s and 80s. And that territories would have survived and thrived because they had a lot of brain power and a lot of talent was coming up through the pipeline. You had Rowdy Piper out in Portland. You had Ric Flair down in Charlotte. And then up here in the Midwest, we had Ken Patera, Jesse Ventura, and, just a host of talent. And this Minnesota was really a hotbed. We had Tito Santana in, we had Ricky Martel come in, Dino Bravo. We had a hell of a, and then Andre would come through at least 2 or 3 times a year.
Iron Sheik.
Huh?
Iron Sheik.
Well, the Iron Sheik. Oh, well, here. Let me step back. The wrestling camp that I went through with Vern Gagne in November, December 1972 was Iron Sheik, Khosrow Vaziri. For those of you knuckleheads that don't believe he's from Iran, he grew up in Iran. Okay.
Yeah, he was a bodyguard or something, right?
Yeah. All the tough amateur wrestlers were the Shah's bodyguard. It was automatic. You didn't have any choice. And back in those days, back in the late 60s and 70s. And so anyway, Ric Flair and I were living together. I got Rick into the camp. So it was Iron Sheik, Ric Flair, myself, Jumpin' Jimmy Brunzell, Vern's kid, Greg, and a kid that just finished playing for the Miami Dolphins pro football, Bob Bruggers. So there were 6 of us. And somebody said we're all, well, I don't think Bruggers was a legit main event, but we were, everybody that came out of that camp that particular year was a legit main eventer. And then a year or 2 later, Sergeant Slaughter, he's from the Minneapolis area. Ricky Steamboat, the Irwin brothers from Duluth, Wild Bill Irwin and his brother Scotty Irwin. But they called themselves the Rough Riders.
The Long Riders.
The Long Riders. And Gagne's camp was just churning out main eventers left and right in the 70s. So, if you wanted to break into wrestling, it was either in Minnesota or Florida. New York did a little bit, but not much. Texas, I think Jerry Lawler, down in Tennessee, he broke a few guys in. I liked wrestling down there. I didn't wrestle full time in the Memphis Mid-South area, but I went in for 1 or 2 matches a week, and that went on for God, I don't know, 5-6 months. I'll tell you a classic, not to get off the. Jerry Lawler brings this comedian in, Andy Kaufman, from Saturday Night Live and Taxi. He was had a big role on Taxi. So he wants to wrestle women. Andy Kaufman does. So he starts wrestling women. And then a couple times it got out of control. And so he started challenging Jerry Lawler to a match. Look at this. I beat all your women champions. I can beat you too. And Jerry Lawler said, oh, really? Okay, you got it. So they have a match down at the Mid-South Coliseum there in Memphis. And Lawler winds up giving him a pile driver on his head. And so Kaufman has this neck brace on. Talk about an overkill. 2, 3, 4 months. So how were we going to wrap that up? So Kaufman calls me on the phone one day and says, Mr. Patera, you're the world's strongest man. I want you to put that Jerry Lawler out of business and in the hospital. Will you please do that for me? I says, well, because I had worked with Lawler 3 or 4 times prior to that. And I said, yeah. So I fly down. So anyway, they build it and build it and build it, for 2, 3, 4 months. We had this big match in Rupp Arena. And that's up in, oh God, where's Rupp Arena at? St. Kentucky. 19,000 people. So we go in there. It's my manager down there was Jimmy Hart, Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. And my tag team partner is Andy Kaufman, the famous comedian from Saturday Night Live, and me. So the 3 of us are going to challenge Jerry Lawler. We're going to get revenge on Jerry Lawler for what he did to Andy Kaufman. So here we're in Lexington, Kentucky, is where Rupp Arena is. So as the match starts, Kaufman's running around. He's got long underwear on. He's got these goofy baggy shorts on and a tank top. And his tennis shoes that he had on were different colors. I said, oh my God, am I really doing this? So now you have to understand, I'm supposed to cripple Jerry Lawler, put him in the hospital, put him out of wrestling. And Kaufman was going to pay me $10,000 for doing all that. Now, this is if memory serves me, 1983, 1984.
Mm-hmm.
I know because I was still wrestling here in the AWA. Full time, I was doing Mid-South down there in Memphis part time. So this was so hilarious. Now, the 3 of us, you know what the outcome is. Lawler can't beat, all 3 of us.
Yeah.
Surely. The odds are against it. Well, he beats all 3 of us in Rupp Arena. And to the amazement of myself and Jimmy Hart and Kaufman and the 19,500 people that were in the building, anyway, that was a big blow off. and 19,500 people for that match. Yeah, it was crazy. Of
Well,
course,
that-
the Boogie Woogie Man, Jamie Valiant, he was on the card too.
yeah, Rupp Arena was in Lexington, Kentucky. Is that correct?
What's that?
Lexington, Kentucky. That was where Rupp Arena was at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked it up. I'm not that smart. I have to Google everything. But
Yeah.
so
Sometimes I get talking and I'll forget where buildings are supposed to be and what city. It's only been 50 fucking years. What the hell? I'm 80 years old now. I'm talking about a bad memory.
But it's funny. Do you think that Vince Sr., I mean, he died of pancreatic cancer. It was inevitable that Junior was going to get the company. But if Vince was healthy, or if he did sell the company to his son, that he would have had a little bit of a chokehold, like, hey, you can't do that. You can't. Like, how much respect did he had for his father? I know he had respect, but but if his father was around, he's like, my dad's going to rip me a new one. I wouldn't be able to get this passed.
Yeah, that's perfectly the way you ought to think about it, because he tried doing shit all the time and his dad put the kibosh on it. He did some stuff in the Boston area and up in the Connecticut area around New Haven. I don't know all the details, so I'm not going to get too far into the weeds. But yeah, the old man had to bail his ass out. 20 times, I bet. And a couple of those times he got in with some gangsters, and they were going to do this or that, give him a pair of concrete boots if he didn't pay up his debt. So his dad had to take. Anyway, that's enough. Because like I said, I don't know all the details.
Yeah. So his dad would have definitely put a kibosh on a lot of stuff that he had.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I think by, let's see, he took over in 84. His dad passed away in 84.
Yeah, in 84.
And I think by about 86, 87, his dad would have had a lot more say-so and kind of slowed things down and prevented a lot of the bullshit that was actually going on. And because Vince was making deals that he didn't have the money. Yeah. He was counting on TV money coming in and receipts from the big buildings all over the country that he was running, and he wasn't sitting on a stack of money. He was spending that as fast as it was coming in. And luckily, he made the right decisions. And I think he was very lucky in several of those situations and pulled his ass out. But Vince was a go-getter. He wanted to be number one, and he didn't care whose toes he stepped on,
Yeah.
Like
and that's why.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And that's why I asked you, because you was like, hey, Vince Sr. had these verbal agreements with these other companies. And then when you say, hey, Vince, what about these companies? And he's like, fuck them. Not that his dad's not around, but if his dad was around, I think you would have been like, hey, hold on a second.
Yeah, that would have never happened. Yeah. Especially with guys like Paul Bosch, Sam Mushnick, Crockett Promotions probably, and Vern Gagne. His old man and Vern Gagne were friends, but they weren't close friends. I knew that because I was wrestling for Vince at the time, or for the WWF when I was working for Vern. And then when I left Vern, I went to the WWF full time. So I kind of know the relationship that a lot of these guys had with Vince's dad. And but shit happens,
The last interview we had, Ken, you talked about how when you made that return to the WWF in I believe it was 87, you were getting a big push. You know, you had that awesome angle with the Heenan family, and you seem to be on track for a world title run. Let's roll the tape back a bit. And do you think your personal career would have been would it have been different if Vince Sr. had maintained control longer? Do you think he would have got that world title run?
Well, his dad told me that when I was working my first program in '77 with Bruno, San Martino had the belt at that time. And he basically came to me, the old man, told me, Ken, you're going to get the belt next. Bruno's not going to wrestle for too much longer. And I said, well, great, you know. And one thing leads to another. In the meantime, Eddie Graham calls Vince Sr. about Billy Graham. And he says, God, you know, Billy's been down here for a while. He worked for you before. And I think it'd be a great fit. Bruno's going to give up the belt. Why don't you put it on superstar Billy Graham? So Billy, next thing I know, Billy's up there doing TV. And so I was talking to Billy, and I said, I hear that they're going to put Bruno's belt on you. He says, I don't know. I said, well, Bruno came to me about 6 months ago and told me that he'd like to drop it to me. And he said, really? I said, yeah, really. I said, we sold out together all the way around the horn 40 times. And Bruno's always a businessman. And he says that he felt that I would be next in line to do a good job. So I said, well, so I told Superstar, I said, well, you've worked for the old man before. And you know, you're familiar with what the hell's going on. And he said, well, I said, I'm not going to open my mouth about anything. Whatever your relationship is with Vince and Bruno, fine. So the next thing I know, Bobby Backlund from Minnesota, he's in the WWF. He's not working. He's just doing TV every 3 weeks. He come in and do TV. So in the meantime, Bruno drops the belt to Superstar. So I'm sitting over in the corner with my thumb up my ass. I said, what the fuck is going on here? You know, the old man wants to put the belt on me. Bruno has basically promised me the belt. And, but, you know, like the old man came to me, he says, Ken, I know you're upset, but you have to realize this is politics. It's all politics. I promised Eddie Graham down in Florida over a year ago that, you know, we could work something out with whoever he picked. And I said, well, the Superstar hasn't been down there, you know, for a year. No, but when Superstar came in, Eddie, first thing he did was call me. And then I hired you to come in. And I said, okay. So Bobby Backlund's doing TV every 3 weeks for one solid year. 52 TVs. No, it's more than that because the TV was every 3 weeks. So let's say 60 TVs. Vince calls me like 2 o'clock in the morning at the hotel I always stayed at up there in New York. He says, Ken, I hate to be calling you. He said, do you have time to talk? I said, yeah. He says, well, he said, Bobby Backlund, as you know, we've had him on TV every 3 weeks for a year now. There's a little town down in southern Jersey, Wildwood, New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
During the year they have 4,000 population, but during the summer it swells to 50,000 people. And they built a brand new convention center down there. I would love to have you have Bobby's first match in Wildwood, New Jersey. I said, yeah, no problem. Now, a brand new convention center, right? And I'm thinking this big fucking building. I get down there. You know what the convention center was? It was a little cinder block building that held maybe 500 people.
So VFW hall.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was a park. The park bureau down there owned it. And oh God, it was like 120 degrees in there. It was a cinder block building. Had to be 120 degrees in the fucking thing. Just, maybe 100, 200 feet off the beach. And it was over 100 degrees outside that day. It was unusually hot weather. So anyway, I had this match with Bobby. After the match, we go back to the locker room. The locker room was maybe 10 by 12. And there's 10 guys in there. No water. They hadn't fixed the water yet. And so anyway, Bobby comes over to me and says, Kenny, how'd you like the match? It was good, wasn't it? Now, this is his first official WWF match. I said, Bobby, I've had easier street fights. What? I said, yes. I said, you overran everything that I tried to do with you. And I said, you got to slow down about half. And I said, when I call something, I want you to do it. Don't do what I call you and then automatically go into doing what you're doing, because then I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And he said, but I said, other than that, Bobby, it was a great fucking match. I mean, we turned there was only, it sat 500, but there's about there might have been 1,000 people slammed in there. I mean, it was suffocating. And so anyway, we got through it. The old man gave me a nice bonus. I can't remember exactly what for that type of match, you usually get 300-400 back in those days, back in the 70s. And I think he gave me $1,000 for doing that for him. And so, I'm more Black Russians for me. But anyway, yeah, so that's how it all got started. And then I wrestled Bobby, and during the summertime, I've worked with him 5 or 6 other times, and we were sold out I was hotter than a pistol. Very rarely would I go into a town, big or small, that wasn't sold out. There were a few times we, had buildings that weren't completely sold out, but for the most part, and I was making a ton of money. And like I say, I was expecting to get the belt, but it went bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, on YouTube, I've seen a lot of your matches. Like Bruiser Brody. It was just top-notch matches. I mean, the Bruiser Brody, you were just. You was always big and muscular, but you were like shredded in that one, and it was an awesome match. And I'm not stroking ego. I'm just really like, this was an excellent match, And you performed all the time. I never seen you like. House show, absolutely, you're gonna slap back on the house shows, but on TV it looked hot.
Yeah, it was Frank Goodish is Bruiser's real name. And I became good friends with him before he was even in the business. I had just gone down to Dallas, Texas. That was in 1974. It would have been June of 74. And I had to wrestle in San Antonio. So I drove from Dallas down to San Antonio, and I stopped by this gym. I says, what kind of weightlifting do you do in here? Oh, we had the best power lifters. Guys do Olympic lifts. I said, don't go any farther. This is the type of gym I'm looking for. And so I went back to my car.
We got frozen. Who come back?
Ken's frozen. We may have to expand this into a second hour because we've pretty much burned through this one, and there's much more to cover, I think.
No, absolutely. But like you said,
I just blacked out here. I didn't see you guys.
Oh,
yeah,
you're back.
You're back. Yeah, I black out. I black out, but that's from drinking. But that's a different story.
Okay. Me too. So anyway, I'm in this Musclehead gym down in San Antonio, Texas. That's where Brody was originally from. And so anyway, I got to know Frank, and Frank says that he was thinking about breaking into the wrestling business. I said, well, what are you doing now? He says, well, I'm a script writer for the newspaper here, the sports department. I said, really? He says, yeah, I just graduated from West Texas State. And so he was a reporter and a writer. And here, you look at this guy, you wouldn't think that. I mean, he's 6'5", 310 pounds at the time. And so anyway, I said, well, I'll keep an eye out for you. So a couple of weeks later, he's in the wrestling office in Dallas. And Fritz von Erich asked me if Frank could ride with me around the circuit. Fort Worth, Dallas, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, Houston, and Fort Hood, Killeen, Texas. And so we jump in the car and away we go, and we hit it off, and really a nice guy. And he's a bright guy. He wasn't a fucking moron. I ran into a few of those in the wrestling business, but I'm not going to hurt anybody's feelings. I think the guys I didn't get along with, I think they're all dead anyway. I'm talking 50 years ago.
Ken, we've really burned through our hour here. We might have to do a part 2 on this one because I feel like we've just started to get into it. But just as a final thought or synopsis, and let's plug the book.
KenPatera.com is all you need. KenPatera.com.
Way to the world.
Way to the world. Follow the link, and you can receive. And the reason, if you order from me, that I can personalize it. I can put my name. If you want me to write something in there, we can do that. And like I say, for the Ric Flair diehards, there's the foreword by Ric Flair. He did a nice job.
Absolutely. Excellent book from top to bottom. You won't be able to put it down. Before we go, though, just one last final thought on this particular topic. Do you think, in a nutshell, Vince taking over and totally reorganizing the wrestling business on a national level, was that a positive, a net positive, or a net negative for the business?
Well, the way he did it, it turned out to be a positive. But on the negative end of it, he put all those other promoters out of business. And that's where the talent pool came from.
Yeah.
Whether it be the West Coast, other places on the East Coast, the Midwest, the Deep South. That's where all the talent came from. You put them all out of business, what the fuck? They don't have any incentive to train new talent. And but fortunately, the talent that did come up was respectable. Kingpin, what part of the country are you from?
I'm originally from New York City, but I live in Kansas now.
Kansas, okay. Yeah, Kansas was a great wrestling town. Kansas and St. Louis. The King Harley Race was down there forever.
Yeah, I met him. He's an awesome guy. Was an awesome guy. Very nice.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite guys in the wrestling.
Yeah, I heard a lot of crazy stories. Even, and then when you meet him, he's a nice guy. And you try to put the stories in that person. Like, well, he's so nice, though. I can't believe it. He was that crazy.
Yeah, after I got to know Harley, we were drinking one night. Surprise, surprise. We're in this bar. He says, and there are about 10 of us wrestlers. And Harley's sitting there. He says, I can fuck the most women. I can drink the most beer. I can beat up the most people. I can drive my car faster than anybody else. And there was one other one in there. But oh God, he had us all laying on the floor in stitches. His presentation was just fantastic. But all those things were true.
Yeah. I saw like a video with Ric Flair, and he said they went to a bar and they had coins when they were playing pool, and they'll go with the cue stick and just slap those quarters off the table. And he's like, I'm next. I'm like, geez.
Yeah. Harley was one of a kind. And he started wrestling when he was 15 years old. Yeah. He was a smart guy. In the wrestling business, he was a hell of a booker and world champion and the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
Well, Ken, I really appreciate your time. I know the Kingpin does too, and we'd love to have you back again. I think we've just started to get into the wealth of knowledge that you have on the business, and it's very, very much appreciated.
And I want to say, Ken, I mean, and I know, when people come up to me, and I hate hearing this, but when guys say, hey man, I used to watch you when I was a kid, and the guy has a beard and he, has holding 3 kids, and I'm like, thanks, guy, I appreciate that. I used to get hot, but if it wasn't for you to pave the path for me, because like I said, my dad died when I was 14. I didn't have nothing, and all I had was wrestling, and that's what made me watch you guys, and that's what gave me to move forward to become a pro wrestler and become some type of celebrity. Not compared to you, but I had some type of name, and if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. So
thank you very much. I appreciate that. I had a wrestling camp here in Minnesota. 25 years ago, and I broke in. I had it open for 3 years, and I broke in about 50 guys, and 3 of them were legit. Out of 50, that's pretty good percentage. And I ran 30 to 40 shows a year for 4 years, and I used to run the big casinos, the big Indian casinos, and colleges and everything all over the Midwest, Minnesota, North and South Dakota, Wisconsin, Iowa. And I enjoyed it. But then, after 4 or 5 years, it just got old. And then I went and got a real job. I worked up until 4 years ago. Yeah. So
that's awesome. What was your profession?
I was an outdoor salesman for a heavy equipment company, road builders and construction, and everybody I called on. I had almost 600 customers when I retired, and I knew them all by name. I knew if they were married, divorced, or fucking around on their wives. And their kids, I mean, everything. It was like one big happy family. Everybody I called on knew who Ken Patera was. That was due to professional wrestling and to a certain extent weightlifting, because a lot of those guys remember seeing me in the '72 Olympic Games. Yeah, we have to do this again.
No, yes, absolutely. Sir. There's a lot of knowledge. We definitely want to pick your brain. So definitely we need to do a part 2.
We will definitely do that in the future. In the meantime, thanks very much, sir, for your time.
You bet. Thanks. Nice meeting you again, Kingpin. And Jack, you behave yourself.
I'll try my best, but not making any promises.
Okay, that sounds good.
Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks again,
Thank
fans.
You bet.